2024 is drawing to a close, and what better way to celebrate than with a compilation of all my book hauls for the year. That's right, we've got all the covers, all the step backs, all the stories, and all the skits. I hope you enjoy watching this as much as I enjoyed making it. Without further ado, let's go all the way back to January of 2024.
Who loves you? Yes, I do. Who's so special? You're so special. Yes, you are. You're my babies. I can't wait to haul you. I'm going to haul you today.
Hi, my name's Bea. Welcome to my channel, Mama Needs to Read Romance, and say sweet things to her books. That's normal, right? Welcome to my first book haul of 2024. We have historical romances that I have been going crazy about. Today we're premiering them. All of these are used books. The most I paid for any is 75 cents. Some I paid as little as a quarter. We are going to start with my latest historical romance obsession, Elizabeth Hoyt. I have some interesting stories to share about her Maiden Lane series in particular, which I've just started reading recently. Some of you may remember that in a recent book hunt, I found 2 different versions of the very first book in the Maiden Lane series, and I couldn't decide which one to get. So I went with the newer one because I'd seen that more on Goodreads, and then I realized something with some of the other books I got in the series. This is just the first book, okay? But guess what? Here, this one, it had me faked out because it had a stripe here and not a cutout part, and it's not cut out. So I thought, oh, it's one of those fake step backs. But guess what? It actually is a step back. I don't know why they chose not to cut this part out, but get ready for one of the most gorgeous step backs. And wait, there's more. So here we go. I love the drama of this step back. Spanning 2 pages also, which, oh my gosh. Then we come to book 2, Notorious Pleasures, with another gorgeous step back. I love this so much. And this is one of my favorite rakes here, Griffin, and Our Lady Hero. So yummy, so scandalous, so much fun. And then we come to the 3rd book. I actually gave this 6 stars. Oh my gosh, it was so insane. Scandalous Desires. This one has another yet gorgeous step back with River Pirate, Charming Mickey O'Connor, and Silence, that's her name. And the 2 of them, oh my gosh, the opposites attract, the tension, the slow build, the yumminess, there's danger. Oh my gosh, it's so perfect. That's why I gave it 6 stars. And this step back absolutely does it justice. So I have 2 books in the Grey Court series by Elizabeth Hoyt. This series is a total of only 3 books, but it follows 2 families. One caused the ruin of the other. So they're out for revenge, enemies to lovers, but obviously we're gonna find so much more. I cannot wait to read these. We have book 1, Not the Duke's Darling, and book 2, When a Rogue Meets His Match. And you better believe I'm on the lookout for book 3. Okay, this one seems bonkers. This is book 1 of the Prince's trilogy, and we have a woman who needs money. She finds an earl who's already run off 2 of his other secretaries. She thinks, okay, this is absolute perfection. I'll work for you, even though you're grumpy, and I'm sure she's sunshine. What I find fascinating about this, and makes the plot a little bonkers, she discovers that he wants to go visit a brothel, and then she decides, unbeknownst to him, be the woman that can fill his desires and also help herself out in the process. What? How does he not know? I don't know. I have to read this. Could I be more excited about this one? So this is book 3 in the Legend of the 4 Soldiers series. So obviously we have 4 soldiers back from the war. They're trying to reconcile with what life is now. This one is a Beauty and the Beast retelling. Let's look at the step back. It's another hidden one. Oh my gosh. She's there to be his housekeeper, and she's able to tame this beast, but her secrets might come back to haunt her. Oh my gosh, this looks so good. Speaking of fairy tales, legends, all of that, let's talk about Karis Michaels and her Awakened by a Kiss series. I have books 2 and 3. They look so magical. I was so taken with them. The thing that I love about this series is it's all about secondary characters in fairy tales finding their own happily ever afters. Okay, this is so fun. It's like Peter Pan. Her name is Tinker, like Tinkerbell. She knows everything about travel. She knows many languages. languages, and she's decided just to work at this travel agency in Mayfair. When a duke shows up at her door, he needs her help because he has to, his name, by the way, is North, like the North Star. He needs her help traveling to Iceland to rescue his cousin from Nordic pirates. This sounds so perfect for winter. And I love what it says. All it takes is faith and hope and a little bit of trust, as opposed to pixie dust. I actually just got goosebumps. Anybody else? I'm getting goosebumps again. We have one of the ugly stepsisters from Cinderella getting her own happily ever after when she sees the error of her ways. She finds love after being caught in an embrace, which starts a scandal, of course. But I just love the idea that one of the stepsisters could get her own happily ever after. And I need to find the first book in this series, which is this. All right, show of hands, who would like to swoon? Okay, let's do it. I've got Virginia Henley, folks. Some of the most gorgeous covers and stepbacks. We're gonna go through them right now. We've got The Dragon and the Jewel. He's a Norman knight. He's called the Dragon. She's the jewel of the family. She's a princess, and he wins her in a fight. He needs her ultimate surrender. She doesn't really want to give it to him. We're looking at this gorgeous cover with the gold foiling, the raised letters. Look at the spine even. Oh my gosh, it's gonna look so pretty on my shelves. And I love the flowers in the back. Oh my gosh. Gorgeous. And it's book 2 of the Medieval Plantagenet series. Does this book have a nice six-pack in it? Absolutely. I couldn't help myself. Yes, you're welcome. Look at this. Again, oh my gosh, so gorgeous. We have a woman, she's betrothed to his brother. He's a prince, he's a knight. He's been seeing her in his dreams, so he has to steal her away. Oh my gosh, I can't find anything I don't love about this stepback except for this. We can't have it all, right? Okay, I love this, but I'm confused. And we're gonna look at this together. We're gonna figure this out. This is Insatiable. It's another tale of a maiden who goes on the search for adventure and a knight who finds her. I just noticed this though, and I didn't notice this when I bought it. Let's talk about this. Is this a cat? It looks like she has a cat tattoo on her buttock. What's going on? Her name is Cat. Does she have a tattoo of a cat? What's happening here? Maybe it's a birthmark. Okay, I found this super fascinating. It's called Undone by Virginia Henley. It's a standalone. We see a corset on the front, and then I love the story that's being told here. He's taking it off. It's becoming undone. I love the storytelling aspect of the cover and the stepback. She is supposedly this beautiful daughter of a high-ranking lord, but actually she is nobody. From Ireland, she's putting up false pretenses. There are men falling at her feet left and right. The only one that she's actually interested in discovers her secret. And we can look at the back cover too, because I love how they create like a portrait here. And then we've got a beautiful flower. Not that you didn't figure that out on your own. Okay, moving on. We're going to continue the drama, the magic, the glamour that is gorgeous stepbacks with These Three Babies by Shannon Drake. Okay, again, I have something to say about this. I don't want to ruin it, but I find something funny, and you and I are going to look at this together. So we have Knight Triumphant. This is book 4 of the Graham Clan series. We are in Scotland. We have these gorgeous knights. And in this book, we have a knight who takes an English woman captive and then also captures her heart. But there's something I need to say. I love this. I love the castle in the background, but does she look a little mature to you at all? This is giving me Designing Women. What is the name of that woman from Designing Women? It really looks like her. And I feel like she looks a lot older than him. I mean, I'm not complaining. Okay, I read this and I was like, what? Oh my gosh. Blue Heaven, Black Knight. We have the illegitimate daughter of King Henry II and a knight. They fall in love, but he's supposed to be doing the king's bidding. What is going to happen? It looks fascinating. Here's the other neat thing. So we don't have a step back, but get ready. We have, first of all, a really interesting back cover. Fighting and battles, and there's the castle back there if you can see it behind all the text, but then get ready. You're gonna go crazy. So we have a step back in the very back that, guess what, is a postcard. Isn't that crazy? I think that's really neat. This one I thought was gorgeous too. Princess of Fire. This is book 1 of the Fire series. There's only 2 books in the series. This one was written in 1989. The second was written in 1993. So I have a feeling she's done with the series. We also see the same sword and flowers on the back as well as the spine, which I thought was a really neat touch. And then of course we're gonna look at the step back. This story, not surprisingly, is about a Norman warrior who rescues a princess and love ensues. I love the castle in the background. I love the colors. It's a little blurry. And I'm not just saying like on your screen. It's also just in general blurry. Have you ever bought a magazine or a newspaper and the pictures didn't quite line up and it's sort of messed up? I find it fascinating. Did you know that Heather Graham is the same person as Shannon Drake, which is why we're talking about her right now? This is another Civil War type of story. The ones that she wrote as Shannon Drake are obviously more medieval, but now we're in America hundreds of years later. We have a Confederate medic who finds love in the arms of a Union woman who apparently has powers of clairvoyance and healing. She is magical and he finds magic in her arms. This promises to be an epic story. And I love the step back. I love the cloth here. And look how gorgeous this bed is. Oh my gosh. I already own quite a few of the Mackenzie's Florida Civil War series. This is book 5, so I'm glad to add it to my collection. True confession time, I have not read Katherine Coulter yet, but I have fallen in love with her books. We're going to talk about these right now as we ogle some gorgeous stepbacks and covers. The Sherbrooke Bride series is quite long, and I already have some of the books in the series, but I was really excited to get even more. We have book 3 and book 6 of the series. Get ready to look at these. Oh my gosh. So what's interesting about this is considered to be book 3 and the final book of the English Regency Bride trilogy, which I guess is embedded within the Sherbrooke Bride series, which I found really interesting. First of all, let's look at this cover. This is gorgeous. It's giving me 80s notebook Lisa Frank vibes, right? And then, oh my gosh, you haven't seen anything yet. Look at this. This is like a painting. I mean, it's just gorgeous. All the detail. Oh my goodness. And we have young St. John. She's only 19. She becomes enthralled with a gentleman across a ball in London one day in her first season. He is in need of a wealthy heiress. He's from Scotland. He has a big castle. And so she approaches him and then they get married and she ends up in his big old drafty castle and befriends a ghost. It sounds so cute and interesting. I cannot wait to read this. I love this so much. The Scottish Bride. This is supposed to be book 4 of the Bride series. Now it's a series. And this, again, she's like, it's the final book. What are you talking about? And this is book 6 of the Sherbrooke Bride series. This is so confusing. Anyway, I love this so much. It's so sad that in the reprints, they only have this cover. You're missing so much of the fun here. This is his 10-year-old daughter. She comes with him. He just finds out that he inherited a drafty old castle in Scotland. He's a widower, and this woman is apparently the worst, but she needs his protection because maybe nobody else likes her too. I don't know. It's obviously enemies to lovers. Again, this looks adorable. I love it so much. So this is the 5th and final book of the Regency series by Katherine Coulter. This blew me away. First of all, we're ogling, we're going gaga over at this. We're going gaga, really? No, we're not. We're not doing that. No one's doing that. We're opening this now. We're forgetting what I just said because check out the drama in this. This is epic. This was originally called Lord Harry's Follies. She loved these characters so much, but she really needed to change everything up. So 15 years later, she revisits it, rewrites it, and feels like all of her characters, who she's acting like are real people, which is so cute, are so much happier now that they have a story that's actually worthy of them. Lord Harry is actually Henrietta, a woman. She's been pretending to be a man because her big plan is to find the man who killed her brother in Waterloo, challenge him to a duel, and not until he's dying at her feet is she going to reveal her true identity. Unfortunately, when she finally finds this man, Jason, I think everything gets turned on its head. I have got to read this. I have 3 of the 7 books of the Medieval Song series. Let's get into these. Katherine Coulter, you're so confusing. This is supposed to be the final book of the Song trilogy. It's the 4th book of the Medieval Song series. Why are we doing this to ourselves? I love this art. We also see gorgeous art on the back cover. And then there's more. Look at this. Again, it's like a painting, and I love how they've done the edges here. We have a sword coming out of the edges. It's just fascinating how they choose to do this. We've got lots of action. We see a castle. It's just gorgeous. I'm gonna stop saying gorgeous. This apparently really hinges on having read the first 2 books of the trilogy. He's apparently an actor, an adventurer, and a master of disguise, and he meets his match in our heroine. It looks really interesting. Oh man, this is super cool. This is book 6 of the same series, The Valcourt Heiress. This woman is one of the few left in this castle when a knight returns to be a baron of the castle after he's fought in a war. The castle is dilapidated. It was set to ruin by a man who was there looking for gold that is apparently hidden in the castle. This woman is the illegitimate child of a priest, apparently, that was there, and our hero together try to set the castle to rights while also discovering the mystery surrounding the gold. Looks super interesting. Here's book 6, The Penwith Curse. There's no step back, but I still found this to be absolutely gorgeous. I feel like the stripes really make the raised lettering, the gold foiling pop. We see Marin here. There's a curse apparently on the lord who comes to claim the keep that he's been granted as a reward for all of his fighting. Not only that, he's supposed to get her hand in marriage, but apparently the curse is probably going to ruin what's to come. Oh my gosh, as I'm talking, I'm seeing the color playing on the foiling. Oh my goodness, this is gorgeous. I have books 2 and 3 of the 3-book series, supposedly. I don't trust you, Katherine Coulter. How many books is this series actually going to be? The Baron series. Let's glance at these step backs while we talk about these books. Oh, I had to say that. Obviously, that's what we're going to do. I don't know. Sorry. All right, bonkers plot alert, everyone. I hate to tell you while we're looking at this gorgeous step back because it is beautiful. It's so beautiful and it's so wintry. It's perfect for this time of year. If you like this summary, let me tell you a little bit about this. So she is almost assaulted by her brother-in-law. She runs into the snow before the assault can actually happen. She's almost dying and he takes her. He tries to bring her back to health and then he's compromised her. She doesn't want to get married. She turns him down. But then she proposes marriage to him and she has a giant dowry. So he's really excited. But then she finds him in his mistress's house on the point of indulging. I don't know. This is another one that Katherine Coulter rewrote years and years later, and she feels like the story is so much better for it. It was originally titled An Honorable Offer, and now it's just The Offer. Yikes. Maybe. I don't know. What? Okay. This is book 3, The Deception. I just have to start with what I'm confused by. It says that you're going to see some of the same characters from the book The Offer and hear more about the famous cat races of Southern England. Okay, I don't understand. But let's look at this gorgeous, gorgeous step back. Oh, but look. Okay, so this is raised. And then check this out. It's in the back as well. I love it. But let's look at the step back while I talk to you about this one. Oh my gosh, it's so gorgeous. Look at this. I adore this especially. You never see a heroine just pensive looking off. This is so beautiful. And you get this sense too that their relationship is different. It's not just like a clinch cover. He's holding on to her. He's a widower. He has a child. He hires her as his nanny. She is supposed to be a widow, but she's really not. She's a 19-year-old virgin. He's trying to figure her out. And again, we see a story that Katherine Coulter didn't like enough in the beginning. And so she rewrote it and she feels like it's so much better now. I'm really fascinated by this, especially because I feel like this step back is so unique. How fun. Now let's talk about another author for whom I've completely fallen in love with her books. I haven't physically read her yet, but let's check out these books. Oh my gosh. They're gorgeous. Oh man, this looks so amazing. What I find so fascinating about this is it's like a diamond encrusted golden bird that's flying called Bold Angel. This is a standalone. Oh my gosh, look at this. How insanely beautiful. And again, I'm getting sort of wintry vibes. I love the fire. We've got a fur. This is a woman who is trying to deny a man love. He had rescued her as a knight many years ago, but then he took her family's lands. She has to marry him for some reason. He starts to fall for her. But then the question is she a traitor? Is she being loyal to him or not? It's a story of vengeance, intrigue, and soul-searing love. Not my words, that's from the summary. But it sounds good, right? So this is book 2 of the Clayton series. I actually already own book 1. My daughter's obsessed with it because it's a completely gold cover. This looks insane. We have a man who is seducing this woman, not because he actually has interest in her. He believes that her father is a murderer and he's trying to get to this man. But in the process, he winds up falling for her. But what happens when she finds out what he was up to in the beginning? It looks really interesting. Whoa. Let's talk about Heart of Fire, which is book 2 of the Heart trilogy. This is intense. We have a woman who believes her sister's suicide wasn't really that. So she goes to her sister's supposed lover's castle to infiltrate it and determine whether or not this man was the father of her daughter's illegitimate baby. Obviously, it gets complicated. More so for the fact that apparently someone out there does not want our heroine to uncover the true situation surrounding her sister's death. Wow. Here comes another kind of crazy plot. Fanning the Flame. This is book 3 of the Flame trilogy. I love all the drama on this step back. We have a woman whose protector, I guess she's been living with him as his ward, but she's an adult. He is murdered. So she flees into the arms of another man who vows to protect her. But obviously, whoever murdered her father figure is out to get her. So this looks exciting and romantic. So here are 6 authors I had not ever heard of before, but was so taken with the step backs or covers or plot, I had to grab them. Let's talk about them right now. I have never seen a cover with a woman in a black gown before. Beauty in Black by Nicole Bird. This looked fascinating and I thought it would be really fun to have it out at Halloween. We've got a full moon as well. We have a widow, which is why she's in black. She is going to be a chaperone for a young woman who is looking for a man and unwittingly falls for the man that she is supposed to be helping to chaperone. He also falls for her, but apparently there's something else going on in the background, a danger that threatens everything. And it's not just that poor gal that was hoping for a chaperone. Oh man, this one looked so insane I had to grab it. Marlene Susson's Midnight Bandit. We have a woman who is so inspired by a Robin Hood-esque figure, Gentleman Jack, who steals from the rich and gives to the poor. So she decides that she's going to be like Jack too, and doesn't realize one night when she goes to rob Lord Morgan Parnell that he actually is Gentleman Jack. He's really furious until he realizes this is a lady, and then he's sort of intrigued. But I gotta read the end of this to you. But Morgan's desperate attempts to save her plunge them into a wild fire of betrayal, murder, and royal treason, and send them both soaring on the winds of a passion that promises to fulfill all love's fantasies. This is so cool. And is it just me, or does our actual Gentleman Jack look like Patrick Swayze? Right? Okay, I was so taken with this, I had to grab it. I'm going to read you the back. I normally don't do that, obviously. But we've got the Prince Catchers series, and this one's called I Married the Duke by Katherine Ashe. Lisa Kleypas says she's fantastic, which is more than enough for me. I mean, I've got a whole Lisa Kleypas shelf, which is too deep, by the way. Let's talk about this one. 3 very different sisters beguile society with their beauty and charm, but only one of them must fulfill a prophecy, marry a prince. Who is the mystery Prince Charming, and which sister will be his bride? On the way to marry a prince in a castle, a lady should never, number 1, bribe an infuriatingly arrogant and undeniably irresistible ship captain. Number 2, let him kiss her senseless on a beach. Number 3, battle thieves at his side. And number 4, exchange wedding vows with him even under the direst circumstances. But daring, determined Arabella Caulfield isn't just any lady, and Luke Westfall is no typical ship captain. He's the new Duke of Lycombe, and to defeat a plot that could destroy his family, he must have an heir. Now he knows just the woman for the job, and he's not above seduction to turn this would-be princess into a duchess. How about this one, Susanna and the Scot by Sabrina York? He's challenged to a competition, this Highlander, if you couldn't tell, to kiss 99 women, which he succeeds in doing, and also succeeds in getting banished because of doing that. One of the women in particular, out of the 99, he was really enthralled by. She's just a farm girl, but she's not willing to be just another notch in his belt. He's got to prove to her that she's so much more than that in this story, and makes me want to use some hand sanitizer. Okay, so I'm not really sure about this, but I was fascinated because here we have a cover. First of all, it's hot pink, which what? And she's pregnant, which I've never seen on a cover before, which I found interesting. And then we've got this beautiful step back. I love the lines here. First he teased her, then he tormented her. Finally, he tamed her. We are out west. We have an arrogant gunslinger who chases her all over Texas and Georgia, trying to tame her, but she doesn't want to be tamed. Somehow she's pregnant. I don't really know. Also, there's a line that I find very cringy, which is, she fought the arrogant stranger struggling to resist his raw masculine virility. There's also, from the first time he saw her, he swore he would take her to his bed, claim her innocence, and bring her to a woman's natural fulfillment. What? I don't know. Might not keep this forever. Okay, fall is my favorite season. And when I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, I have to have it. Look at how gorgeous this cover is. It's raised as well. The gold foiling. I'm just going to keep saying that over and over again. And this is obviously not gold, but you still see the leaves. I just found it so beautiful. And then look at this step back. I actually already shared this in the fall on Step Back Saturday over on Instagram. Oh, it's just so beautiful. And I didn't even notice initially that there was even more here in the leaves. I just found this to be so beautiful. The plot doesn't seem too gripping. We have a man who needs an heir, but then falls for the woman that he just thought he would use to get his heir that he needs. It doesn't read very fascinating, but I'm going to enjoy displaying it every single fall for sure. This was so cute. I haven't read Kathy Maxwell yet. Everybody's telling me to do it. I have to do it. Look at this step back for the Duke that I marry. This is Spinster Heiress novel, and I love this. They say Spinster heiresses don't need to find a man. They are perfectly independent, and I just love that. But look how cute, and look at her smile. I mean, both of them. Oh, it's just precious. There are so few step backs and covers that feature smiling. He wants to marry her. They're going to do a marriage of convenience, but he has bigger problems. He has an estate that's falling apart, so they're going to work together if they can get along. It looks like they do. So cute. Oh man, this looks so fun. Julia London, A Royal Kiss and Tell. This is part of the Royal Wedding series. And this is a very contemporary looking step back. It looks like they just took this picture. She wants to destroy him. So she's been secretly making sure that things are published about him that aren't true in the papers. This unfortunately is compromising his investigation into the highest ranking officials in the British government. He needs her to help him get into high society. She's willing to help him despite the fact that she's also secretly destroying them. It looks like more intrigue than you can shake a stick at, and looks like so much fun. And let's look at the cover one more time because it's beautiful. Love the gown. This is interesting. Joe Beverly, who I always see alongside Mary Jo Putney. The Rogue's Return makes me think of old ship art, if that's what you want to call it. And then, I don't know if you noticed, in the background, we see our couple. It's so cool. The more you look at it, the more you notice. I just love it. But we have a gentleman who is forced after a duel to marry a woman whose last name is Otterburn. Yikes. Anyway, they don't really like each other. They just sort of have to marry. But then they wind up in the wilds of New Canada, having to fight side by side on land and sea, and he discovers what a brave and incredible woman that she is. So they fall madly in love with each other. It sounds really cool. I was beyond excited to grab the first book in the Clan Kendrick series. I've heard from so many of you how incredible this series is, and now I have all but the 6th and final book. I cannot wait to get started. If you've read the series, tell me what you thought. I gotta get into it. It's gonna happen soon. It's gonna happen. Okay, this is so cool. This is book 1 of the Remember series by Mary Balog, which was just published recently. The 3rd book in the series was actually published yesterday as I'm filming this, January 16th. Always Remember, Ben's story, which just gave me goosebumps. I actually talk more about it in my upcoming winter releases video if you want to learn more, but let's talk more about the first book in the series, Remember Love. This looks incredible. We have a gentleman who didn't realize that his family was a bunch of traitors until he was an adult, and then he called them out because he loved his country so much. He was banished and then fought against Napoleon in Waterloo. He's now back, and a woman that he loved deeply before he was forced to leave is still there, and the question is, can they find the love that they once had? It looks really incredible. I also snagged Sophie Jordan's Too Wicked to Tame. This is book 2 of the Darings series. We have a woman who is desperate for money, and she shows up at his doorstep one day soaking wet. She's hoping that he will marry her. He doesn't know if he can be tamed or if she can be tamed. If anybody can be tamed, they can do it together. It looks fun. I've really been wanting to read Sophie Jordan, so I couldn't help but snatch this up for 50 cents. And for my last little segment, I'm going to gush about authors I've already read and loved, and am now so excited to have even more titles by them. Let's talk about them now, of course. I snagged book 2 of the Scandalous Gentlemen of St. James series, which everyone seems to love. I haven't read it yet, but I'm really looking forward to doing it. Let's glance at the step back and look at the wallpaper in the back. It really makes everything pop. I just love it so much. There are 2 books in the Rogues and Roses series, and I have the second one, just wicked enough. We have a penniless Marquis who auctions off the only thing that he has of value, his title, to her father. She says, yes, they can get married, but she's not going to bed him until he can prove his love for her. Well, he decides he doesn't really believe in love, so he's just going to seduce her. But maybe something else will happen too. It looks so yummy. Okay, here's another what? This is book 3 of the Hellions of Havisham series, of which there are 4 books. We have a woman who is apparently a fortune teller. She decides to marry this much older man who's apparently gone mad after the death of his wife. So she agrees to marry him and help him, but his adult son reads the fine print and decides to pretend to be his father and take her. I don't think he trusts her. It looks really crazy. I can't wait to read it. I rarely see Cat Sebastian books when I'm looking at used bookstores, but I saw this and had to snap it up. It's book 1 of the Seducing the Sedgwicks series. I love the beginning of this. I love the beginning of the summary. Some of Ben Sedgwick's favorite things: helping his poor parishioners, baby animals, and shamelessly flirting with the handsome Captain Philip Dacre. Say less. This sounds precious. Everybody Loves the Highwayman by Kerrigan Byrne. It's the first book of the Victorian Rebels series. I enjoyed that book as well. So I was very excited when I found book 5, The Scot Beds His Wife. I love the way they describe the series. They're rebels, scoundrels, and blackguards, dark, dashing men on the wrong side of the law. But for the women who love them, a hint of danger only makes the heart beat faster. Our heroine apparently dressed as a man in the Wild West, and now things are about to get a lot wilder with our Scot. I enjoy Sarah MacLean. She's difficult to find in the used bookstores and library sales, so I had to scoop this up when I found it. A rogue by any other name. This is book 1 of the Rules of Scoundrels series. I now have every book in the series except for book 2. I love the way they describe this series. I'm gonna look at my computer, forgive me. 4 scandals whispered about in ballrooms across Britain. 4 aristocrats exiled from society, now royalty in the London underworld. 4 loves powerful enough to tame the darkness and return these fallen angels to the light. And this is the first book in that series. I am now desperate to find book 2, One Good Earl Deserves a Lover. Someday it's gonna happen. Speaking of authors that are very difficult to find, Joanna Shoup. I have completed my Wicked Deceptions series with book 2, The Harlot Countess. Now I have all 3 and I'm so excited about it. The tagline for this series is fascinating to me. Can a bold-faced lie lead to everlasting love? One by one, the impetuous heroines in the Wicked Deceptions series intend to find out, each in her own unique way. I am just so intrigued and I cannot wait to get into this series. Last summer, I fell in love with Erica Ridley and her Wild Winchester series. It's a found family of orphans who all have special skills and they work together to right wrongs. And in the process, each of them finds love and it is just beautiful. So I really enjoy it and I've really liked Erica Ridley. This is the first full book in the series, The Duke Heist, and my hope is to collect all of the books in the series.
So I'm a talent agent. I do the hard work that nobody wants to do. I have to tell these kids, desperate for their big shot at fame in romance novels, that their characters are probably gonna die. You don't get great parts just starting out. They come to me with their hopes and dreams, and I have to tell them the bad news. I'm set to play a character that everyone hates. You're gonna die.
There's a ship of women coming to my alien colony, and I get to be one of the female aliens.
Is your character ages 22 to 35?
Yes.
You're already dead.
I get to play a super sweet character. I'm the mother of the heroine.
What about the hero's mother?
Oh, they said I could be the mother of the hero too.
It doesn't matter. You're dead before the prologue.
I get to be one of the students at Biscayeth War College.
Does your character have a name?
Yes, I have a name.
Well, that's a start. What's your character's name?
John.
You're gonna die. Hi, my name's B. Welcome to my channel. Mama needs to read romance and take off this mustache because I have to pick up my daughter at preschool in a few minutes and I just realized I did not think this through. This is gonna hurt. Wish me luck.
I just love a good book haul, and this one is no exception. I've got mostly contemporary, but also some fantasy books to share with you today. I get to celebrate books I've gotten from my friends, books I got at a used bookstore, as well as books I paid full price for. I know, I'm shocked. I just had to do it. So without further ado, let's get to it. I want to start by thanking my good friends for books they got me from my wish list. I got this one, The Astronaut and the Star by Jen Comfort from the fabulous Steph of Novelty Corner. I love Steph's vlogs, especially. I love seeing life in Australia. It's so cool. And she always has the best recommendations too. And of course, we're always gushing together about hockey romance. Common love. She gave this to me as a thanks for doing a Vlogmas collab. It was so much fun, and I am so excited to have this book. I actually fell in love with Jen Comfort last year when I read her Phantom of the Opera retelling. Do you hear that sound? My husband is making a smoothie. It's going to take an hour, so I'm just going to talk through it. Fell in love with Jen Comfort with this book. So excited to read the first book in her backlist thanks to the fabulous Steph. This is about a woman who is an astronaut. She unfortunately does not get the mission that she's hoping for. Instead, they actually pair her up with an actor who's trying to understand what it's truly like to be an astronaut for a big part in an upcoming film. The two of them wind up training together in his own personal astronaut camp, and sparks fly. It looks like so much fun and so different, and I loved Jen Comfort's other book, so I cannot wait to dive into this one. You know, it's so funny. I got Steph a book too, and this is the book that I got Steph, but I got this one from Christy of Christy Reads a Lot because this was on my wish list too. I think everybody I know, this is one of their very favorite books. It's a hockey romance, although our guy isn't a hockey player currently. He's a chef, and he meets a woman who is an actress. Both of them are nursing wounds for different reasons, and they wind up together at this gorgeous estate in California, and they fall so hard for one another. This was so spicy. I love Kristen Callahan's writing so much, and I can't believe I own an actual copy. Christy, you're amazing. She really is amazing. I love all of her rec videos. Everybody says if you want a good channel for recommendations, it's Christy, because nobody reads as many books as Christy does, and there's that blender again. Anyway, every time I watch her channel, I always end up adding to my TBR. I recently fell in love with B.K. Borison. Thanks to Joanna of XO Joe, I now have In the Weeds, so I own all 3 of the books that have been published so far. I can't wait to read them. I loved Love Light Farms so much, and I know that each of the books represents one season, so I'm waiting until that particular season. This is a summer book, so I'm going to be reading it this summer. Business Casual, which comes out this summer, is actually a fall book. So anyway, I just can't wait to get through all of them, and I just have to thank Joanna. She's my, as I always say, fantasy romance guru. I love her so much. We've buddy read together. We've done so many lives together, and I just love hearing Joanna talk. There's nobody who thinks about books like Joanna. She's so deep. I had the immense pleasure of hanging out with Rachel of Rachel Reads and Sings last year for her Tessa Dare read along. It was one of the highlights of the entire year for me. When she sent this to me kind of as a thank you at the end of the year, I just died. This was the only Allie Hazelwood that I did not own because I haven't picked it up in a used bookstore or a library sale. So I was so excited to have it. This I gave 4.5 stars, or 4.75 actually, because it was near perfection, except he's almost too much in terms of how much he loves her, because he really loves her. If you love that, you will love this. And oh my gosh, it's so good. So I'm so excited that I actually get to own a copy. Oh, Rachel, you're just the best. I love your vlogs. I love your voice. I love following you on Instagram just as much as YouTube. You're one of my favorite Instagrammers, honestly. I'm very excited to own this. Speaking of read-alongs and readathons, I also had the pleasure of hanging with Hannah Blackwell with her incredible Once Upon a Readathon this past January. It was so cool, so much fun, and I was so grateful that Hannah got me this. Oh my gosh, it's the hardback Prince of Prohibition. I am totally obsessed with this, and she knows it. I actually own the paperback, but I really still wanted the hardback, so I put it on my wish list. Thanks to Hannah, now I'm realizing my dream of The Great Gatsby meets ACOTAR. It's so good, and I cannot wait to read the second book in the series, The Veil of Violence, which is out now, but I'm waiting to read it until I can listen to it, which I think it comes out in May, because I love the narrator. Oh my gosh, she's incredible. It includes a really cool map of Manhattan. It takes place in New York City, by the way, with some gorgeous illustrations as well. I'm just so thankful. Hannah Blackwell is the coolest. She's introduced me to so many books and people that I would never have met otherwise. She's enhanced my life so much, and I've loved our little chats too. So thanks, Hannah. Recently, I hit 2,000 subscribers subscribers on YouTube, which was such a thrill. I said this before and I'll say it again. Thank you so much if you have subscribed to me. You're showing YouTube that my channel has value and I cannot thank you enough. And if you haven't subscribed, that's fine too. I'm just happy to share my bookish joy with you. And speaking of getting 2,000 subscribers, I want to thank Laura, one of my favorite online friends, who got me Bright Like Wildfire. I adore this cover so much and I loved the book. I love Juliet Krause, though I know I've told you before, she's a little much for me sometimes, but still, the intensity and the passion and the love is everything and I love it so much. Even the back, it's beautiful. I'm just so excited to own this small town romance. It's the first book in the Beauville series featuring two people that are trying not to fall for one another as they are preparing for a play together. Oh, it's so yummy. Oh, so delicious. And I'm so thankful. Laura, you're the best. I'm also completely obsessed with Halfling by S.E. Wendell. If you've watched my channel for any length of time since like December, you know I'm totally obsessed with S.E. Wendell and her writing. It's atmospheric, it's beautiful, it's all about honor and sacrifice, and it just takes me back to like the Lord of the Rings Hobbit days. Oh, it's just so good. The spice is great. The pining is tremendous. This features a half-orc, half-human, and the human woman who he worships like none other. I love it so much. The front is gorgeous and the back is gorgeous. Have you seen the next book in the series? This cover was just revealed. I gotta get this on my wish list as soon as it gets on Amazon. But I'll even show you, look how cute. This is his little raccoon that he rescues, which makes him even more adorable, if that's possible. And there's pictures of our little raccoon buddy throughout. How darling. It is my goal in life to read all of S.E. Wendell's backlist before jumping into the books that she's getting published this year. I know I mentioned Ironling, but we also have Heart Song, which is coming out in March. I cannot wait. Okay, so I just mentioned an S.E. Wendell, which brings me to my next segment, books I bought for myself, full price. I know, I'm shocked as well. I bought myself Airy, which is the first book of the Broken Wings duet. I'm reading the second book, Haven, right now, and I ordered it, and it hasn't come yet. Okay, so it's later the same day and I just got home and I had 2 packages, so I'm including this. Time to Shine. I love this book so much. I put it on my wish list recently. I don't know who gave it to me though. It doesn't say the name. I even did the whole QR code scanner and it says I have a gift, but who got this for me? Oh my gosh, you're so amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to have this. I had no idea it was coming. What a fun surprise. By the way, this is a gorgeous hockey romance. It's one of the most refreshing, sweet, and maybe a little too spicy sometimes reads I've ever read. I enjoyed it so very much. And I got Haven, which I told you already about. I can't tell you too much about it because I don't want to give anything away from the first book, Airy. I'm so excited. It's so beautiful. So anyway, I'm just so excited. What a lovely, lovely surprise to come home and find these 2 books. So I need to know who the mystery person is who is so sweet and dear and got me this. Thank you. Anyway, okay, back to your regularly scheduled programming. Okay, it's even later. It's the following day. I'm still editing this very video that you're watching right now, but this just came in the mail, so I had to include it. Now I have paranormal romance included in this video as well. Hooray. And it's all thanks to Amina. Amina, you know I love you. She's one of my favorite online friends. I love all that she has to say about books. She's always so insightful, and I love getting to chat with her on Discord, on the lives, or just in the comments. And she sent me a gift card through Amazon, which I have been so excited to use. I've gotten several books thanks to the gift card, and this is the last one that finally came. Bride by Allie Hazelwood. It's a novel about an arranged marriage between a vampire and a werewolf shifter, and it is very interesting. I love Allie Hazelwood's sense of humor and the way she twists a plot, so I'm really excited to own this, and now I have all of the Allie Hazelwoods, and I love the moon especially. I think that's so cool. Oh, and the eyes of the werewolf. Oh, I just noticed that. How fun! So Amina, you're amazing, and I have to include this as well. Amina is from France, and the gift card she sent me is from Amazon France. And so I'm sure I could have figured out how to use it in English in America. I wound up surfing Amazon France in French for a while, which was very interesting. Wish I spoke and read French for that. That was so fun. Okay, now back to your regularly scheduled programming. But anyway, how gorgeous is this? We have Belle. He's an avian, which is like a human with bird-like wings. And Lena, who is a knight. She is so honorable, but something she does that was the right thing to do winds her up in trouble. She has to become a warden at this prison up in the mountains in the middle of nowhere in the dead of winter. And she realizes she only has 1 prisoner. They're enemies, but little by little, they recognize the beauty in each other's hearts. Does that sound cliche? I don't care. It's true. Anyway, it's just so fabulous. I cannot wait to finish Haven, except then it'll be over. But it's so good, and I'm so excited. And I know I talked enough about S.E. Wendell, so we're gonna move on. Let's talk about Ruby Dixon's Ice Planet Barbarians, book 7. She's slowly releasing all of the new covers for this incredible series. I love alien romance, and I love this cover especially because if you're familiar with this, our heroine is deaf and she's signing I love you. Did you just get goosebumps? Because yes, I did. Again, I already knew this and I still got goosebumps. And I'm so excited to own yet another copy. The only thing that's kind of a bummer though is that this is the first book of the 7 that's been released that didn't have a bonus honeymoon novella or like a short story included. So I was a little sad about that. It does have an author's note updating us on things, but still I was really hoping for Ruby Dixon to write a special honeymoon novella for these guys because she's done it for everybody else. And I love the spine and I love the back. We got a little spaceship there. So anyway, it's just beautiful and I'm so thrilled to have it as part of my collection. Okay, so here's one I actually bought at Walmart because randomly I was at Walmart. I saw this right after I had watched one of Rachel Reads and Sings Again video, and she was talking about The Nanny and just how good it was and how surprised she was by the level of spice, the intensity, the emotion for a book with a cover like this. She did not expect it at all, so it kind of stuck in my head, and then I saw it at Walmart. I had to get it. I paid full price, but okay, I left the sticker on, and here's the reason. It says American Psycho on it, which, what? No, I've just read the back. This is intense. Whoa! He's referred to as a DILF, which if you don't know what that means, it just means he's a dad and women find him attractive. Let's just say that. And she has an OnlyFans page, which I don't know a lot about OnlyFans, but from what I gather, it might be a little scandalous. Anyway, apparently he's like her biggest fan. He also says she's the only woman who's able to be his nanny of his child. It makes me kind of wonder if he's being honest about that or if it's because he recognizes her from her OnlyFans page. This is going to be really interesting. I don't know. We'll see. What'd you get me into, Rachel? Oh boy. Well, now I need to read it. Do you hear this blender? Do you see what I'm talking about? It takes him 10 years to make a smoothie. How long should it take to make a smoothie? All right, moving on. So in December, it was my birthday and I took myself to Barnes & Noble and I bought myself 2 books. Full price. I know I have become a rebel. Let's all gasp together. I didn't own any of the Chloe Lease Wilmont Sisters books. I know normally... This is why I didn't wait to film, because it would have taken 10 years. Anyway. Smoothie. That better be a good smoothie. Anyway, so obviously I'm constantly talking about the Bergman Brothers series on my channel. I love it so much, but we got to make sure the Wilmont sisters get love too. I know there's got to be at least one more book down the pipe for this one because there's one more Wilmont sister that I know of. These 2 are just heaven. We have 2 heroes. This one was definitely enemies to lovers, which was a little intense for me at first. They really hate each other, but oh my gosh, once they get going, he worships her. I loved it so much. And these we've got Opposites Attract, which was so much fun too. As always with Chloe Lease, we've got the trademark unconditional love, finding people where they are at and just loving them through whatever things they have. Everyone is worthy of love no matter what they've got going on. This gal has autism and this gal has ADHD, and I loved the representation. Both of my boys have autism, so I kind of know a lot about that already. In fact, this one had some strategies that she uses to really thrive with her autism that gave me some ideas that I can use with my boys, which was like, oh, that's great. This was neat because I don't know a whole lot about ADHD, and I feel like I really got a better understanding of what life is like with ADHD through this novel. This is why I love Chloe Lease. Building empathy, building compassion until the next Wilmont Sisters book comes out. That's all I have to say about this series. It's not all gold, people. I don't know. Let's jump from books I paid full price to 2 books I paid nothing for. I am super excited. Gabriela Gomez. This is the next best fling featuring a heroine who is plus size and a librarian. Love it so much. I love a curvy gal. I applied for this arc because I too identify as a curvy gal, and I was very excited when they gave it to me. I cannot wait to read this. It comes out in July, and I can't believe I already have a copy. The 2 of them are both in love with the upcoming groom and bride in a wedding, and so they try to fake date just to sort of throw the groom and bride off the scent of the fact that they have these crushes that they're trying to get over. And while they're trying to get over their crushes, they wind up really starting to fall for one another. It sounds so fun, and I can't wait. It's gonna be amazing. I can tell. Forever Publishing is really talking about this a lot on Instagram, so I know it is going to be amazing. Now I want to talk to you about some books I got at a recent book hunt. These little babies. We're gonna talk about them right now. Of course. I was so excited when I found this at a used bookstore the other day because when I did my cozy mystery vlog not too long ago, I was looking at the second book in the series, and many of you actually mentioned to me that I really needed to start with the first book to really appreciate it, and then I bumped right into it. It's historical cozy mystery, which sounds so cool. We have an American widow ready to start the season, only to discover that her husband didn't die of natural causes, he was murdered. And an anonymous letter comes to the police and says that she's the murderer. Well, Mr. Hazelton, who it looks like might be a love interest in this book, knows the whole story. The two of them work together to try to figure out who the actual killer is and why she's getting framed for murder. It sounds really cool, and I know it's good because you guys have told me already, so I'm really excited to own this and read it. Okay, so I love Soraya Wilson. She's the queen of sweet, closed-door romances. I don't think they even get to needing a door, honestly. But it's still super spicy and steamy just through kissing scenes and the intense chemistry that they have. And I also love the fact that they actually marked it down. It's $9.99 when I bought it. It was originally $11.99. So yes. I don't know what a cosmetic chemist is. But that's what our heroine is, and she has fallen deeply in love with her boss, which is a problem. Interestingly, she decides that the only way to get her boss's attention is by fake dating his brother. How long does it take to make a smoothie? I'm sorry. I'm gonna call this the smoothie book haul. Anyway, surprise, surprise, the fake dating of our heroine and the brother lead to real feelings. I love the last two sentences. Blame it on chemistry. It's unpredictable, exciting, and occasionally combustible. If Anna and Marco are really falling in love, who are they to argue with science? You know, I try not to read the summaries to you, but I gotta do it for this book, Rude Awakenings of a Jane Austen Addict. This looks so good. Jane Mansfield has long wished to escape the confines of life as a gentleman's daughter in 1813 England, but awakening in the urban madness of 21st century LA in the body of Courtney Stone is not what she had in mind. With no knowledge of Courtney's life, let alone her world, Jane is in over her head. What is Jane to make of carriages that run without horses, lights that glow without candles, and people who talk to the air while holding a small object against their ears? You see what I put up with? Granted, she does enjoy the shiny glass box in which tiny people act out her favorite book, Pride and Prejudice, and she savors her first taste of privacy, independence, even the chance to earn her own money. But when Courtney's romantic entanglements become her own, Jane realizes that the machines of the 21st century are much easier to master than its rules of love. Can a girl from Regency, England survive in a world in which flirting and kissing and even the sensual act raise no matrimonial expectations? This is so interesting. I had to grab it. And to close out this video, I'm going to take you on a journey that may be boring and not interesting at all, but I feel like it is, so we're gonna do it. These are the brand new prints of the classic, beloved Elle Kennedy Off-Campus series. I found them recently, most of them, in a used bookstore. I got them for a deal. Anyway, but it was missing book 2. Thanks to Kristen Lee, who helped me. She did so much research. I don't know why it never occurred to me to look at a store like Barnes & Noble, for example, but in my mind, it was either Amazon or a used bookstore, nothing else. And Amazon only sold them as a set. And I certainly wasn't going to buy the whole set again just to get book 2. But Kristen told me that guess what? You can buy them individually at Barnes & Noble. So I went to Barnes & Noble, I found it, and if you look at this picture, you can see they only had 2 other books in the series. This is probably a good time to mention that I do have these linked in my description box, and I am an Amazon affiliate, so if you wind up buying anything through one of my links, I actually get commission. It doesn't cost you anything extra, but it does give me a little bit, which is kind of nice. So just something to think about. But as you know, I usually buy used books, so obviously I don't blame you if you don't want to pay full price on Amazon. Anyway, so let's talk a little bit more about these gorgeous books. All of these books, interestingly too, have blue sprayed edges. I like to think of it like the ice because they're hockey romances. I mean, I have no idea if that's what they were thinking, but that's what I'm thinking. We start with The Deal. We have Garrett and Hannah. This was the one that I fell in love with. It's the only one that I read before I bought any of the books in this series. He begs her to tutor him, and then he winds up tutoring her and enjoying romance, shall we say. It's so good. Book 2, The Mistake. I almost thought it might have been a mistake to read it because I didn't really love the romance too much between Logan and Grace. He loves to play the field and then decides that he's going to try with her until he admits to her that he loves someone else, and then he decides, oh no, it was a mistake. So he has to prove his love to her. It was that. I'm currently in the middle of the score. This one also is very interesting. We got a lot of spice, not quite as much emotion. He's been with pretty much everybody on campus, and he was with her while she was trying to get over her ex-boyfriend, and he now can't get over her. So the two of them are trying to get one another out of their system currently. We'll see what happens. This one looks really sweet, and I love the cover too. I have a feeling that Tucker is going to prove maybe to be our sweetie and not just our guy who likes to hang out with all of the girls on campus. Tucker and Sabrina. I don't know too much else about this, and I don't want to know yet. I want to go in blind. So it's a college romance, hockey, cute, hopefully. We'll see. And then book 5 is really cool. It's The Legacy, which has stories featuring all of the couples in the first 4 books, talking about what happens later on down the line. So I'm really excited to try this one out too. And the goal is to read all of these by the end of February. See what I did there? Yeah, I'm not impressed either.
I got many of these historical romance books from a library sale. This is a dramatic reenactment of that event. Hello, I'm a lovely librarian who's talking about how busy it is this morning because my library is awesome and everyone wants to be here to buy our 15,000 plus books today. Oh my gosh, I thought that was you. How do you say hello in English? Is it hello? I think so. Hello? I love your channel. Random words. I didn't know you lived around here. More random words strung together. Well, anyway, have a good day. Strings of words coming out of my mouth. That's right. I got to meet one of my lovely online friends in person. I was a hot mess. So, hi, my name's Bee. Welcome to my channel. Mama needs to read romance and get it together. I have so many awesome historical romances to share with you today. I'm so excited. I got new versions of books that I already have, but now they're even better. I got books that are new for a steal. These are all used books, by the way, and I cannot wait to share. Let's just do it. I got this for $2 the other day at a used bookstore. This just came out in December of 2023. It's the first book in the Her Majesty's Rebels series. These women, they go off and they solve crimes for the Queen, Charlotte herself. It's so much fun. This book was just delicious. And the next book in the series is coming out in August, How to Fall for a Scoundrel. I'm more than ready for that one. But until then, I am so excited to show this off on my shelves. I am a huge Tessa Dare fan, and I am thrilled to announce that I have officially finished my Wanton Dairy Maids trilogy with these 2 books. I found this one at a used bookstore for 75 cents. This one I got from Autumn of Nose in a Book. She's prolific on Instagram. I'm gonna link her below. This is book 3, and this is book 2. I cannot wait to read this series. I've never read this by her before. The only thing that I'm missing is the prequel novella, How to Catch a Wild Viscount, which is available in paperback and on Kindle. P.S. Can we talk about how gorgeous these covers are? I mean, look at I love the jewelry, the clothing. Look at this. How fun. Looks like we got a pirate adventure. Oh my gosh, so fun. And then this one, again, gorgeous jewelry, gorgeous gown, beautiful castle. I love the background. It's so pretty. So I just can't believe I've got all 3. Finally, it takes forever to find a Tessa Dare used book because no one wants to get rid of them because she's that good. This is super exciting. I got the only book I didn't have in the Clan Kendrick series. This is book 6, The Highlander's Kilted Bride. And I'm going to be reading this at some point soon. I think there's like 2 Christmas novels in the series, which is pretty unusual, but I've heard nothing but great things. Last year, I fell in love with It Takes a Rake by Anna Bennett, which was the third and final of the Rogues to Lovers series. And in one of my recent historical romance book hauls, I showed you that I got One Duke Down, which was another book in the series. Well, here is the only one I didn't have. It's the first one. Now I have all three. I'm actually planning on reading books 1 and 2 of this series this summer because it's set at the seaside. It's going to be so gorgeous and fun. I loved the beachy scenes in It Takes a Rake, so I'm just so excited about this. Speaking of Anna Bennett, you won't believe this, I actually got all 3 books of her Debutante Diaries trilogy. I couldn't believe I got all 3 of them at different times. Again, all used. Here's book 1, First Earl I See Tonight, The Duke is But a Dream, and When You Wish Upon a Rogue. What sounds so fun about this series is it's all about women who've created a group called the Debutante Underground. They have a newspaper, if you will, called the Debutante's Revenge, which gives advice to young women. The second one actually is the one that strikes my fancy the most, although they all sound good. This is one of the main writers of the Debutante's Revenge. She disguises herself as a boy to go and deliver these out. And one day she winds up in a brawl in a pub, gets knocked out, and a handsome duke saves her. Now she has amnesia, has no idea who she actually is, and she might be falling for the duke that saved her. This sounds like so much fun. I just can't believe I have the whole thing. Oh man, let's talk about another Anna Bennett. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so much fun. This is book 3 of the Wayward Wallflowers series. And okay, let's talk about this dress first of all. Not only is it this gorgeous purple, like that's like one of my favorite colors, it also is twinkling. Okay, so this woman has to choose between 2 brothers. I love that. I love choosing between 2 brothers. Vampire Diaries, anyone? Anyone? Her family is sort of outcast in the ton. She's got this plan. She's going to bring them out into society. Everything's going to go well. Unfortunately, one of the brothers is trying to oust her family from the townhouse, which he now owns. So she's got to choose between the brothers, and I guess she's going to save her family too. But I love a good forbidden romance because of the brother. And does this one sound good? This came out last year. It's the first book in the Sirens in Silk series. I actually had this on my radar because Tara of Tara Talks Books read the arc and she was going on about how much she enjoyed it. And I love Diana Quincy. We have a woman who's inherited a castle, only there's a duke who believes that it's actually his. It wasn't left to him. He was disentailed from the will. So unfortunately, it is hers. But there's question now as to whether or not he may have killed her relative to get the castle. So they're working together in this castle. They're both trying to save the castle, and she's trying to figure out if she likes him or if he's a killer. And speaking of Diana Quincy, I was so excited to get this. I've been dying to get it. I have the other 2 books in the series. This is the first one. I read this and fell in love. We're talking again about forbidden love, which I love. Anyway, I also love Quincy's fierce women. This woman is gonna cut people down to size if they don't do what she wants. She is older than him, which I also love. I love a reverse age gap. They meet one night. They have this incredible night. Then they discover that he is betrothed to her stepdaughter. What? Speaking of reverse age gaps, here's Eva Lee. I read the 3rd book in this series, The Union of the Rakes, which is Waiting for a Scot Like You. I fell head over heels for that book, and I really enjoyed the ensemble cast. So when I got the opportunity to get book 1 of the Union of the Rakes series, I had to take it. I am so excited to read all 3 books in this trilogy, and I'm one step closer now that I own my own copy that I got for 75 cents. But wait, there's more reverse age gap. This is the last one, actually. Whether you are happy or sad, we're moving along. This is book 2 of School for Scoundrels. I've heard great things about this, and I love how green this is. St. Patrick's Day is coming up, so I'm definitely going to be showing this one off on Instagram. Not that that helps you know what this book is about. Let me explain. I'll read you the tagline. The School for Scoundrels follows the adventures of 5 gentlemen who navigate life and love in London. Here, a dashing young businessman enters a liaison with a widowed duchess who discovers that he's supposed to be marrying her daughter. What? Do you know what I'm thinking about right now? That video, She Will Be Loved by Maroon 5. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna link it in the description box. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's so good. Okay, moving on. Speaking of Megan Frampton, I have 3 of the 5 books in the Hazards of Dukes series. Book 1, Never Kiss a Duke. Book 2, Tall, Duke and Dangerous. And book 5, 4 Weeks of Scandal. Book 1 finds a man who thought he was a titled gentleman. I suppose he was switched at birth. Now he realizes he's Mr. Nobody. So he needs to find work, and he works at a gambling den owned by none other than this lady. And in book 2, well, does anybody have any laundry that needs to be done? Because I've got a washboard right here for you. Here we have a grumpy sunshine. He is very broody. I love that they say he's looking for a young lady who might be willing to put up with his one-word answers and frequent glowers. Fun. I'm a cinnamon roll hero gal myself, so that is not selling me on this book. However, we have a woman who is a lady in training and needs to learn self-defense. She's going to learn it from him, but in return, she's going to teach him how to find joy in life. So it sounds like it could be really cute. We have another house that has 2 people living in it. They both want the house. And they're going to do a fake engagement to try to make this work and keep it from being scandalous while they're fighting. And believe it or not, they go from enemies to lovers. I know, I'm shocked too. I also was able to snag 2 books of the Duke's Daughters series. This is book 1, Lady Be Bad, and book 4, Never a Bride. Ooh, 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 ooh. This one is giving me Say Yes to the Marquis by Tessa Dare vibes. Oh my gosh. We have a woman who's supposed to marry someone, but he's off doing his own thing. And while he is, the brother comes in to find out all of her likes and dislikes for the gentleman who's supposed to be marrying her. Guess what? She falls for the brother. I love it so much. Oh, I cannot wait. Here we have a former Navy man who's trying to enter the time. He doesn't want to deal with all the women that are going to be foisting their daughters upon him, so he decides to do a fake engagement with this woman who's just also done with the ton. But the 2 of them together apparently bring out one another's passions, but there's danger that comes along as well. So looks good. I got no more Megan Frampton for you, but I do have one of my favorite authors, Elizabeth Hoyt. And I am so excited because they're the only 2 books I didn't have in the Legends of the 4 Soldiers series, which I'm really excited to read. It sounds amazing. We have 4 soldiers, and they are each going to find love after the war. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so good. Okay, this one looks crazy. This is book 1, by the way. And this former soldier, he's from the American wilderness, and he wears moccasins to a ball, apparently. What? Anyway, the reason that she's even involved in this man is because she's the chaperone for our man's little sister. But she keeps sort of bumping into the older brother. And of course, their passions are something they can't deny. But he's not in London to find love. He's there to settle a score. Oh, and this one looks really good too. So this is book 2. We have a woman who it's like, it's always been you. She's been pining after this former colonial soldier forever, watching him seduce woman after woman, never noticing her. One day he gets stood up on his wedding day. She offers herself in the woman's place and they get married. And then he discovers, what do they say? She's a lady in the streets, but something else in the sheets. Anyway, he's pleasantly surprised, but she's not willing to give her heart. So he has to convince her and seduce her into giving her his heart. But also someone's back from the past. So it's another exciting one. So it looks really good. And I love the necklaces that have the beautiful pendants going down the back. Oh, so pretty. So I have a Lisa Kleypas and I'm very excited. I just got this. This is Only in Your Arms. This is book 1 of Valoran. So many of you have told me that it's such a good series. She even rewrote this one because she thought it wasn't good enough. It's called When Strangers Marry. And I have that one too. It's got Sharpie on it and it kind of messed up the front. So when I was able to nab this for like 75 cents, I took advantage because it looks so much better, doesn't it? So now I can donate this one to our free little library. So I'm very excited. It looks so much better. And the back is really pretty too. Let's look at that. You get just a little bit more of the gorgeousness. Love it. Speaking of old school covers, I got this one the other day. I love this. I hope that top stays on. We don't want to have a wardrobe malfunction. Oh my. I love the tagline here. He took the proud vixen as his prisoner and swore she would serve a pirate's pleasure. This is Heather Graham. I've known from so many of you that she is incredible. This is book 2 of this series, which contains Sweet Savage Eden. But book 3 is one that I hear talked about all the time, Love Not a Rebel. So I'm really excited to have book 2 of this series, which I don't remember and I'm going to put here.
Okay, Editor B busting in to tell you that the Cameron family series is actually 6 books. I think I made it sound like it was 3. And the reason I need to tell you this is because I saw the covers for books 4, 5, and 6. And I thought, oh my gosh, I have to show you guys. One Wore Blue. That is one of the spiciest covers I think I've ever seen. It's so gorgeous. And One Wore Gray and One Rode West. Oh my gosh, these are so beautiful. Okay, new life goal, owning all of the Cameron family series.
I also have to say something else. In the back of this, we have the author, Heather Graham, and it actually says, this is really fascinating. She said that she is a former professional model turned author. I don't know if you knew that about her, but it's kind of interesting. And check out that necklace. That is, what year is this? That is 1989. Yes, it is. As well as the hair. I mean, come on. All right, I'm sorry. Here's another older cover, which I was so taken with. I just find this gorgeous. The silver, the raised lettering, and the die cutting. This is book 2 of the Legacy series, and I love how the author on the back says, "Do let me know if I derail you with the mystery." We have a woman who is tired of living under the thumb of a ton of misogynistic men and a sweet gentleman who wants to do life with her, apparently. It looks very sweet, very chaste, and reminds me of an old school medieval romance. And again, this is older looking, although it's actually from 2005. That was longer ago than I feel like it was. I'm like, 2005, that was yesterday. No, that was almost 20 years ago. This is book 2 of this series that I forgot to write down. It's called The Perfect Waltz for a reason. Apparently, this gentleman who's not looking for a bride for himself dances the perfect waltz with another woman. And in that moment, they realize that they're meant for each other. The simplicity sounds so beautiful. It really is intriguing. Okay, you know I don't really read you backs of books, but I'm doing it this time. This is the only time I'm going to do it in this video. Marry in Secret. This is book 3 of the Marriage of Convenience romance. Lady Rose Rutherford, rebel, heiress, and exasperated target of fortune hunters, has a plan to gain the freedom she so desperately desires, a marriage of convenience to the biggest prize of London's marriage mart. There's just one problem. The fierce-looking naval officer who crashes her wedding and claims to be the dead husband she secretly married when she was still a schoolgirl. What? Broke, embittered by betrayal and a secret agenda of his own, Thomas Beresford needs Rose for only one reason: her fortune. Her family knows it, Thomas knows it, but Rose refuses to accept it, and when she takes matters into her own unpredictable hands, Thomas finds himself in an infuriating predicament. He's falling in love with his wife. What? This sounds really fun. I've got several unusual books to show you that are all by different authors, but I thought you'd find these interesting. This is book 1 of the Caversham Heiresses series. But look at this. It's actually autographed by the author. And here's what's extra funny about that. It's to a particular person. It says, "Diane, thank you so much for your support and friendship. It's one of my fondest memories of the WRW and TBM." I looked those up. I have no idea what that is. Love, Jane McGregor. Diane, I got your book. I got your book right here. This looks crazy too. This poor gal has been engaged 3 times and something terrible has happened to all 3 of her fiancés. So she is now desperate. No one wants to be engaged to her except for this one man who actually wants her hand because she is the sister of his enemy and he's got a plot for revenge. But guess what? Something else happens. I want to see. I have a book by Lenora Bell, which is an uncorrected proof not for sale. So I bought it for like 50 cents. The price was right. This is book 1 of 3, by the way, of the School for Dukes series. I am seriously crushing on this white dress with the red ribbon. I love those little touches. And this looks really cute too. We have a woman that is the latest governess to his unruly twins who have driven off all the other governesses in London. And apparently not only are they a handful, but so is he. And so she's going to do her best to tame him and he wants her heart. So they are going to be at odds and it looks like so much fun. So this drives me a little crazy. This is not a real problem. It's a problem to me. I get that I'm being ridiculous, but this is 2 books in one. Book 1, Beauty and the Spy, which I love a good spy book. And book 2, Ways to be Wicked, from the same series. A series which I'm putting here. There's one more book in this series, The Secret to Seduction, and it's not in here. Why in the world would you take 2 of 3 books and put 2 of them together and leave the 3rd one out? That is gonna drive me crazy. I know I'm being ridiculous. I'm sorry. Beauty and the Spy, though, I mean, you got me. She finds this handsome gentleman swimming naked in a pond. He happens to be one of the best spies for Her Majesty's Secret Service, and he's going to help her unravel the secrets that are coming after her. Yes, please. And then this one looks amazing, too. We have a ballerina who's trying to find her long-lost family and ends up falling for a man who owns the theater. But at one point, her secret past forces her to make a decision. Why is the third book not in here? I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm not over it. When I saw this book, I was excited about it. Again, we have a purple dress, but like sparkles. I thought maybe it was a little bit magical, kind of like those Karis Michaels twists on fairy tales books that I was so excited about. This one doesn't actually have magic. This is book 3 in the First Comes Love series. It does seem like a really interesting plot, though. He is trying to prove to her that he's a better man. He's a huge rake, and he wants to win her heart. But the problem is he'd also bet someone that he would be able to get her hand by the end of the season. So it's going to look like if he wins her that he did it on a bet. So he's kind of in trouble. But real feelings do come out, and it looks really interesting. How many of you have read The Highwayman by Kerrigan Byrne? It is one of those big staples that just about everybody reads who reads historical romance. Well, I now have book 4 of the Victorian Rebels series. Oh my gosh, if you read this, please talk to me in the comments. This looks incredible. This is a woman who got married just out of convenience. She does not love the man that she's married to. I don't know what's going on there. But she works in a hospital, and one day she finds Cole there. He has amnesia. He doesn't remember her at all. They were each other's first loves, and he doesn't remember, and she never forgot about him, and now he's showing interest in her again. What is she going to do? What is going to happen? Don't tell me what's going to happen, but tell me, did you like this? I am really intrigued. I've enjoyed Cat Sebastian, who is known for queer romance, and I was so excited to pick this up for 50 cents the other day. This is the novella, book 3.5 of the Turner series. It's just a small little thing, but it looks so cute, and I love the gals' dresses too. This sounds so cute and also so exciting. We have, I don't know who's who, but we have a lady's maid who is falling for the companion of the lady's maid's lady, I guess. Is this confusing enough? Alice is the companion and Molly is the lady's maid. Anyway, Molly has a past. She apparently was kind of nefarious. She did all the bad things. And Alice one day has someone from her past come back, and Molly decides they're going to have a little light mischief to save Alice. It sounds very different. I died when I got this. Look how gorgeous this is. And you can't feel it, unfortunately, through the screen. But it feels almost like it's covered with wax. It's beautiful. And I love the spine. The whole thing is just gorgeous. Look at that gown. I mean, this is probably the prettiest dress of this entire video, to me anyway. But this is book 1 of the Daring Duke series. The 4th book was just published this year, Any Duke in a Storm. I've seen it a lot on Instagram. I'm excited to have the first book of this series. I love the tagline. There's tension brewing on the high seas. We have a woman who broke the captain of the ship's heart. She stows away, and now he's going to help her despite the fact that she really hurt him. But guess what? You'll never believe it. While they're at sea, some crazy things happen, both in the water and on deck. I've got 2 Sophie Jordan for you from different series. This is book 5 of 7 of the Rogue Files. This, by the way, is a companion series to the Debutante Files. This sounds so good. We have a woman who decides in order to save her family that she's going to become a mistress. So she asks this gentleman to teach her how to be a good mistress without taking her virtue. Then one day she's blackmailed by someone else to take an engagement, and he is not going to let that happen. He steals her away. This looks so cool. And this is book 3 of 4 of the Duke Hunt. I can't tell if they're working on stretching or if they're in an embrace. I mean, it looks like it could go either way. This is one of those summaries where I'm still kind of like, huh? So he's on the run. There's a mob after him, and he runs into her shop, and she saves him from the mob by agreeing to a marriage of convenience. I don't know how that keeps the mob at bay, but I'm intrigued and I need to read this now. I was so excited to get this Eva Devon book, Much Ado About Dukes. I actually have books 1 and 3 already. Book 1 being The Spinster and the Rake, and book 3 being The Duke's Secret Cinderella. This is book 2 of Never a Wallflower, which apparently is Shakespeare meets Bridgerton in this witty and lively marriage of inconvenience romance. Enough said. There's a whole lot going on here. We have book 7 of the Wyndham's series. The Wyndham series contains 3 sub-series. The Duke's Obsession, which is about the Duke's 3 sons, the Duke's Daughters, about his 5 daughters, and the Duke and his Duchess, which are 2 prequel novellas. It's also the parent series of a spin-off Wyndham Brides series. Who's read any of those? I would love to know in the comments what your thoughts are. Usually when you get all these spin-offs, it means they're good. This is Candace Camp's An Affair at Stonecliff. This is the first book in the series. The 3rd book is actually coming out in August, A Scandal at Stonecliff. I was really excited to get a book for $1 at a used book sale when books in the series are still coming out. We have a woman who is widowed. All she has left is her son, and the family of her late husband wants to take the son and raise him correctly so he can be brought up in society. So she runs off with her son, and there's one man tasked with following her, and this goes over the course of 5 years of him chasing after her. I bet this is going to be amazing. Here's another book I got at a library sale for 50 cents, and books are still coming out in the series. In fact, book 4, An Inconvenient Earl, just came out at the end of December 2023. I love this cover so much. I love her gown. I am so in love with the flowers on either side. I want to say lilacs. This sort of reminds me of Cyrano de Bergerac. He's Italian, I believe, and he's got great English. He has trouble writing in English, so he enlists the help of Hattie to help him with his writing. And Hattie's friend, Flora, starts to fall for him. And Flora is also a titled lady, so it would be a better match. So Hattie gives Flora information on ways to intrigue our hero, Matteo. But in the meantime, he's not sure why he's connecting better with Hattie, his secretary, basically. It looks really cute. I couldn't believe that I got this. I was really excited about this last year when it came out. I haven't had a chance to read it. It's one of those gothic tales that's going to be so great for Summerween or October. We have a woman. She's returned to New York City. She's going to open her old house in Hyde Park, but something happened and it might be haunted. And there is a gentleman living next door. He's a professor and he's going to help her solve the mystery. And the two of them are going to fall in love in the process. I can't wait to read this. And I can't believe I got a physical copy. And here are 3 books. I've never even heard of these authors before, but I read the summaries and I wanted to share them with you. Here we have Peggy Wade with A Rogue's Promise. This is actually not part of a series. I think it's the only one. How many books have we looked through so far? This sounds so cool. So she and her father and her brother were in China, and her father found an artifact. It's a 2-headed dragon that he was obsessed with, and then the father passes away. The brother goes missing, and so does this dragon. Well, she comes to London. She's determined to find out where it is. This gentleman, who is a byblow, he is in the shadows of society. He decides to help her uncover the mystery of where the 2-headed dragon is and who took it and why. Man, does this sound like fun. Emma Wilde's Twice Fallen, which is book 2 of 3 of the Ladies in Waiting series. We have forced proximity. During a party, these two are locked in a library together where apparently it wasn't as spicy as he wished that it had been. Anyway, our hero is a spy, which again, I love a spy. And apparently she is the key to solving the mystery. And of course, that means she's also in danger, so he has to save her. I bet this is going to be really exciting. I've got another green book for you for St. Patrick's Day, In Bed with a Rogue by Samantha Grace. This is book 2 of 4 of the series I'm listing right here. Why did I not write all these down? This looks really fun. Apparently, both of them have skeletons in their closet. He, poor thing, was jilted at the altar, so he is looking to save his family's reputation, and he's going to press the secret advantages he has over her. He knows some of her secrets in order to get what he wants. It looks delicious. Did you notice anything about the books I just showed you? None of them had step backs. Do you know why? Because in my next video, which is coming out next month, I'm going to do a historical romance book haul that has nothing but step backs. I can't wait. Hello, I'm
here to bring you the latest breaking news. As you may have already seen in this news cycle, we are speaking to someone today who has witnessed something truly atrocious, terrifying. If there are small children around, you may want to have them leave the room or wherever it is that you are. This is not for the faint of heart, people. Describe for the audience at home what you saw.
Well, I saw it and it was just so awful. I didn't understand.
And how did that make you feel?
I couldn't even think for a minute. Just so hideous to look at. I just thought, how can something be so ugly and pointless at the same time? I thought a Mary Jo Putney step back would be wonderful, but look at this.
How is this even allowed to happen? Hi, my name's Bea. Welcome to my channel, Mama Needs to Read Romance, and share a book haul with you that is full of gorgeous stepbacks. Not like the one I just showed you. Hi there. Could I be more excited about this book haul? No, I could not. I have been waiting to do this for quite some time, compiling a giant stack of used historical romance with stepbacks. Some of these will be featured in my 100 stepbacks of summer. So you can place your bets if you want to tell me what you think you're going to be seeing later this summer. I cannot wait. I actually have 3 from one of my favorite authors of all time, Lisa Kleypas. Let's talk about those right now. I previously had The Devil in Spring, but the cover always bothered me. Again, I get all these used for like 50 cents a piece. So when I was able to get this one, I couldn't help myself. Let's take a look at the step back. We are getting a chance now to ogle the gorgeous Gabriel, Lord St. Vincent. This is the son of Evie and Sebastian from the Wallflowers book. Oh my gosh, he's so gorgeous. And then we have Pandora, who is one of the twins in the Ravenel series by Lisa Kleypas, much beloved. This gorgeous step back always gives me goosebumps. The way that they're looking at each other, the way he's holding her so reverently. I'm getting those spring vibes. A little bit of winter too though, but I feel like that's appropriate because he's the son of the couple from Devil in Winter. So I feel like I'm getting winter vibes a little bit, but also spring with these gorgeous petals. And we see it again on the cover too. Pandora, so lovely, so strong. And I'm so here for it, and I'm thrilled that I got a better copy with a better cover. I did have already, this is the redo of Only in Your Arms. However, when I found that there is a copy with a step back, I just about lost my mind. Let's take a look at this couple. I'm going crazy here, guys. This almost looks like a cloak that he's taking off, and I cannot wait to read the Valoran series and compare this book with its original, Only in Your Arms. So, I already owned the first Capitol Theater series book by Lisa Kleypas, Somewhere I'll Find You, which was fine, but I just recently discovered it for 25 cents at a used bookstore. I love the way this is cut out. Can you appreciate this? It's so gorgeous. And check out the inside. Notice how we've got roses here and they convey into this incredible step back. Look at how the wind hits the ribbon of her dress. Oh my gosh, I love everything about this. I love how you wouldn't even notice the blue sky because of the way that the cover is. But then we've got those rolling white fluffy clouds, blue sky, and a couple getting ready to kiss. It is heavenly. Notice in the background, we've got the rolling countryside and a beautiful manor house, it looks like. I cannot wait to dive into the Capitol Theater series. And getting this book makes me even more excited. Speaking of exciting, you're not going to believe this. I actually have 5 Sarah MacLeans to tell you about. She is so hard to find used. People never want to get rid of her books. So when I was able to find all of these used with stepbacks, I was losing my mind. I'm actually going to start with The Day of the Duchess, which is book 3 of Scandal and Scoundrels series. Now, what's so cool about this is one of Crystal's favorite books. Why do I mention Crystal? She is hosting the Ever After Readathon. It's a historical romance readathon for the second 2 weeks of May. This is one of her favorite books of all time. And let me tell you something, when I saw this step back, I thought, oh my gosh, I'm absolutely 100% adding this to my TBR. I'm obsessed. Check this out. Not only is this incredibly intimate, the way he is so reverently, I feel like he's worshiping her. Do you know what this reminds me of? There's a scene in a contemporary romance by Christina Lauren, Love and Other Words, that very much looks like this. Somebody told me there's grade A groveling in it as well, and I thought, well, I love a good grovel, so I am all in, and I can't wait to read this. So what's so cool is also I have book 1 of Scandal and Scoundrel and book 2. There's only 3, so I have all 3 in the series. How cool. So let's talk about book 1, The Rogue Not Taken. What a title. I am crushing hard on this cover too. Check out all the flowers. It looks like a winter's evening out there. And then here we have her with a book. Let's check out the step back. Looks like a super fun forced proximity / road trip. I love a good road trip. She's trying to get away from Scandal and winds up in a carriage with it as she's stowing away. Say less. And then we talk about book 2. Wait until you see what they do with this cover. Check it out. We see it again in this painting. And I'm going to do a super close up if I can do it without blurring. There is the painting. Exactly the same as the cover. So we're looking at the painting here, and then we have this gorgeousness going on. Of course, our heroine falls in love with a painter. He paints her scandalous portrait, but then leaves. She then finds another man who might be wanting to just get rid of her, but I think that as they get together, something else unfolds. I already own books 3 and 4 of the Rules of Scoundrels series, so I was very, very excited to get my hands on books 1 and 2 in great condition with gorgeous step back. Let's talk about the first book in the series right now, A Rogue by Any Other Name. Loving the dress, loving the colors. I see we went with nothing but red. Oh, and you know what? I love how we've also got the same flower that she's holding here is also here, which is awesome. And then we see this. Let's see if these 2 are going to be in the step back. Ah, yes. We're still going with that red staircase. We have the owner of a gaming club who needs to get his inheritance, and the only way to do that is by marrying our heroine here. She wants danger and he wants to keep her out of it, but let's see what happens in this book. I am loving this one too. Here's the second book of the series. We see a gal at her desk, which I love that. And she's got some glasses here. You know what this is reminding me of? In the 4th book of the Hathaway series, Married by Morning, we have glasses as well. So I'm excited about the glasses here. And we see them again in the step back. I love the serene look on both of their faces, the way they comfort one another. And the other thing, I don't see a lot of black dresses. And as much as I'm not really into the color black, there's something so dramatic about black. Anytime I see a historical romance with a black dress, cover, step back, what have you, I always end up going for it and buying it because I'm just so enthralled by the color. I love this. It says, the brilliant, bespectacled daughter of a double marquis cares more for books than balls, for science than the season, and for laboratories than love. Obviously, we know that something else is going to happen, but I love a brainy gal. I was able to score step backs of 3 of the at least 12 of the Montgomery Taggart series by Jude Devereaux, and I could not wait to show these to you. This is book 11. Look at this cameo necklace on the front. I love that. And this flower, I love it. We've got the raised lettering, the gold foiling. I love the gold braiding down the side. Oh my gosh, gorgeous. Then we are treated to a full page, both sides, step back. I am in awe. The art is also taking me back. It's very vintage. This book, by the way, is courtesy of 1988, in case you were wondering what year. So this one is actually set in the West on a ranch. He wants to show her love. He draws her into a world of sensual pleasure, of sumptuous meals and moonlit dances, carefree laughter and stolen kisses. Yes, please. Even just the sumptuous meals. All right. Oh, let's talk about this one. Oh my gosh, The Maiden by Jude Devereaux. This is book 12 of the Montgomery Taggart series. We're in a totally different place here. As you can see in this cameo, this is about a knight. We have a man and woman that fell in love when he was just a knight. They have an incredible tryst, and then he goes off, later defeats her brother to become king, and she's supposed to marry him, but she hates him. It's giving me Tristan and Isolde vibes. I am dying to read this, even though it looks like he is wearing the kind of leggings that I wore in the 80s. Oh my gosh, the princess. Look at this gorgeous necklace, obviously that a princess would wear. This flower, I think, is representing the fact that she gets washed up on the Florida Keys and is rescued. Are you ready for this? Get ready. By a Navy man in America obviously in the Florida Keys. She has to choose between loving him and her destiny of basically becoming queen. I am so in love with this step back. Again, we've got another full page. We got the back cover and its own page. I love these. And the waves rolling in. The hair. Good night. I mean, come on. And he's just wearing like navy slacks. I mean, what are we gonna do, people? What are we gonna do? I love the gold braiding again on the side. Oh, it's just, I need to read this right now. I need to read it now. By the way, guys, I'm sorry so much about the glare. I've been needing my glasses lately, and I know they're glary, if that's a word. So I'm hopefully going to go to the eye doctor and see if I can get some glasses that aren't going to be crazy glare, because I think I just need glasses more lately. Anyway, speaking of books that I need to read now, we'll talk about books that I have been reading. Elizabeth Hoyt, I got 2 with some gorgeous step backs. She, you may remember, is the one who fakes us out. Looks like the cover is cut shorter with this border here. Usually that's an indicator that there is indeed a step back, but then you find out that no, the border is built into the front of the cover. But then we're surprised again when we find, oh my gosh, 2-pager here. Gorgeous, so beautiful. This garden is killing me. This, by the way, is book 6 of the Maiden Lane series. This is the Duke of Midnight. Well, Maximus is essentially like a modern day Batman. He's lost his parents and his way and his manners, apparently, but he finds love in a woman who's a companion to the woman he's supposed to be marrying, Artemis. And so we see the 2 of them here in the garden, similar to an actual scene in this book. Yes, I read this one recently, so I can tell you, I love this art and I love the dress and I love, well, one of the members of the couple. I really want to read The Legend of the Four Soldiers. I've now got all 4 books in the series, and I was really, really excited to find this step back. I've actually seen this step back quite a few times because it is just heaven. Get ready. Is this not so beautiful? I love the look on his face, how he's totally engrossed in loving her. The hand placement might be a little scandalous, but don't mind it. I love the way they're sitting. I love her dress. I love the rolling countryside behind him. This is heaven, and he is adorable too, so that doesn't hurt. I am excited to read this entire series about 4 soldiers who eventually find love after having been through it. I can't wait to look at this step back even more. Someone that I've really been wanting to read that I've heard fabulous things about is Kathy Maxwell, and I have 3 of her step backs to share with you right now. So let's talk about the Marrying the Duke series. I love this. We've got The Fairest of Them All. This is book 2 of the series. The thing that makes me fascinated about this, look at her gown. So it's almost like a gray. These are leaves, it appears, on the shoulders. You'll see this in here as well. He looks conflicted though, and I think he has good reason. She's trying to figure out whether she's supposed to be marrying him or his twin brother. Not only that, she has been stealing, and it's one of the twins that caught her. She's not sure which one. So it seems like quite the plot. Man, does this one look good. This is Lion's Bride, the Chat and Curse series. This is book 1 of the series. First, he's gorgeous. And I love the purple. Not enough purple though, right? As you can tell, I do enjoy some purple. Anyway, I wish we could see more of the gown in the step back. It's kind of unfortunate. I do love the abs though. There must be a gym back in the 1800s. Apparently there's a curse in the men in his family. Every time they fall in love, they then drop dead. So he needs to get married and find an heir without falling in love. He finds one of his dearest, oldest friends who happens to be in love with him. She's a matchmaker, by the way. He tasks her with helping him discover a woman who could be with him, but she loves him. What's gonna happen? Oh, it sounds so good. Love this. Look at this cover. The wedding dress is coming off, and there's a secret key for The Price of Indiscretion, which is book 2 of the Cameron Sisters series. Get ready for a gorgeous step back. Oh my gosh, I am so in love. What a beautiful bed. I am in love with this canopy. It's so nice and big and bright. And the tagline, passion always has its price. This story just squeezes my heart. We have two people who had been in love. He thinks, though, that she is only interested in a man with money now. He was the son of a general, almost got himself killed for her at one point. But now, to help her sisters out, she has to just try to find a good match, one that has plenty of money. He doesn't realize it, though, and the two of them become intertwined and feelings happen, and it looks so good. Recently, on my live with Tara, which I have linked here, I hope you don't mind, Tara, we were talking about Sophie Jordan. We're going to be buddy reading while the Duke was sleeping during the Ever After readathon. So I was especially excited to grab two different books by Sophie Jordan that I wanted to share with you today. As you can see, some of these are old library books that don't circulate as much anymore, so they just go ahead and sell them for 50 cents, and I'm more than happy to snap them up. But taking off the stickers sometimes ruins the book, so I opted not to do that. Since I'm holding this one already, let's talk about How to Lose a Bride in One Night, which is part of the Forgotten Princesses series. We see a woman running away Cinderella style, but instead of leaving a shoe behind, it is her bouquet. Then I love this. We have the same steps and the same bouquet in disarray. It says when she was tossed over the side of her honeymoon barge, the newly minted Duchess knows she's been left for dead. Yikes. Her husband, who was awful, only wanted her for her dowry, but the man who rescues her wants her for something else, her heart. What were you thinking I was going to say? Of course it's her heart. This one looks fun. All the Ways to Ruin a Rogue. This is part of the debutante files. We have a woman who just enjoys getting under the skin of Max, who she sort of loves but can't stand at the same time. I love her gown. The background kind of reminds me of a flower, but I love the tagline here. She's the lady most likely to drive him mad. With desire. And doing things like throwing punch in his face, apparently. He decides to stop her the only way he can one night, and of course that is how? With a kiss, of course. And it all goes from there. Now we need to read it. So recently I did a live show with Tara and Joanna where I opened a bag of books. I've got it linked here. The bag I bought for $1 of historical romances. I did not know what was in it. And I opened it live and it was so much fun. One of the books is actually in this stack because what I discovered is I didn't know who Elaine Kaufman was, but the gal has some step backs. So we are going to look at these step backs right now. I'll start with the one that I found in the bag that was incredible, but with a very problematic storyline. If you love me, get ready for the step back to end all step backs. Similar to the Sarah McLean one we saw earlier, we have a painting in the background. Not only that, we have a gorgeous waterfall. We have trees. We have a couple. Oh my gosh, there's just so much going on here that I love. And then we get to the story and we're like, don't love it. He sort of rescues her kind of from being passed around from tribe to tribe of Native Americans. Then he takes her, marries her, moves her to England, gets her pregnant with twins, and leaves her. And now he's back and he's trying to win her back. What? Why? This poor woman. I don't know. But I love the step back. I just think having the painting is another level. Don't know that I will ever read this. If you have read it, please leave a comment. Let me know your thoughts on the story. Here we have book 1 of the Italian Chronicles. This is The Fifth Daughter. This is raised, by the way. We've got the gold foiling, the raised lettering. We love it so much. We've got some ships in the background. These are grapes. If I didn't just say that, I think I did. Then we have, it's interesting, again, just like an Elizabeth Hoyt, we have the fake out here with the border. But we actually do have an incredible step back. You see a palace overhead. We also get a ballroom. And of course, in the foreground is a gorgeous couple here. Look at that uniform. Oh my gosh. And her dress. It's hard to find anything I don't absolutely adore about this step back. Again, I'm not sure if the story is really hitting for me. Their childhood friends turned marriage of convenience where they have a night of passion, but then he goes back to the Navy. Yes, he's the Navy man again. It says here that she finally decides to love him, but is it too late? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super feeling the plot, so I don't know. If you've read The Fifth Daughter, do let me know in the comments what you thought. Here's a standalone by Elaine Kaufman that, again, I was blown away. Look at this gorgeous border right here. We've got flowers, A Time for Roses, roses on the cover. Again, raised lettering, gold foiling, just beautiful. And then we open it and find just gorgeous gorgeous. I mean, look at this. The flowers, the trees, the palace in the background. There's so much going on here. It says she gave him love and he betrayed her. Again, he discovers too late that he cannot live without her. I don't know what it is about the men in these books. They just leave and then they go, wait, I shouldn't have left. Here comes another gorgeous one. This is book 4 of the McKinnons. So this is love. Again, you can already tell that this is going to be an incredible step back. And I love the flowers. Get ready. Again, I'm just getting blown away by the way they use the flowers and the art. This says springtime so much. It's so perfect for this time of year. I love it. The only thing I don't love about this is the belted jeans. Let's glance and see what year this was done in. If you said 1993, you would be right. I just realized this too. This looks like a haunted house. And I am super here for that. So again, I'm getting the sense that she might not be the author for me. We have a woman who, poor thing, she's homeless. She's got 3 kids. He wants a virgin, apparently. And she has love in her past. He just wants an ornament, but apparently she proves to be more than that. Even once he's married her and taken him to his redwood forest where he's like king in America, he's determined to show her that he does not care until danger comes knocking, and then he has to care. So I just love these so much. I just don't know if I square with these stories. Has that ever happened to you where you really love the cover or the step back, but the plot isn't all you had hoped it would be? First of all, oh my gosh, it's hard to even think when you see just how insanely gorgeous this cover is. I'm sorry for the glare, but I want you to see that this is essentially like a mirror. You can see my fingers in the reflection. How cool is that? And then we can also see some of the flowers in the step back. Oh my gosh, this is just incredible. I've never actually seen anything quite like this. It looks like something a bride would wear on her wedding day, perhaps. And we've got the heather. The book I just talked about, we had a Scottish woman coming to the US, but here we have a guy from Texas in the United States coming to Scotland. He declares his love for a woman, which is apparently not done, especially because she's betrothed to another man who she hates. It sounds fascinating, and I'm finding it very interesting that we continually seem to be linking in these Elaine Kaufman books, Scotland and the West in America. Fascinating. Here comes another one set in Scotland. Elaine Kaufman, Let Me Be Your Hero. We have a castle in the background. I love the sword. Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. This is kind of fascinating. We've got the tartan going on the side. It matches his kilt. The sun shining off of the sword. The background is a little odd to me. It looks like they've warped an image of the woods. It's sort of fascinating though. And I love her dress. I almost feel like we're picking up hints of the same purple from her dress and my nail. I would essentially call this a story of treachery versus loyalty, enemies to lovers, literally between clans. It looks gripping. Another one set in Scotland, simply titled The Highlander. Now we have the heather around the sword, another castle in the background, and again we've got the tartan in the back. I am so in love with his pose. I don't think I've ever seen a pose like this. It's almost like ballet. It's poetry. It's beautiful. And the way that she is gripping onto him, I'm just so enthralled with this picture. This is James. What's interesting is she's discovered on the shores of Scotland right under his castle by James's brother Tavish. Tavish finds her naked and she's French. She's actually the granddaughter of Louis XIV and she's supposed to be marrying an English king who she hates. Tavish says she's too much woman for me, so he hands her off to James. I'm confused as to why someone else found her. It's kind of an odd choice. At least she finds happiness and love with James. Here's a standalone by Elaine Kaufman. We get art by Pino. I love the flowers. I love the dress. And I feel like I've seen this model quite a few times. So if I see him again, I'm going to point him out to you. This one is set in Texas again. And a woman who believes she's going to be a spinster winds up finding love. Another woman whose stepbacks never disappoint is Heather Graham. And we're going to talk about 4 of her books right now. This one looks gorgeous. Triumph. I love how they've centered this and put soft focus on the image of these two in the water. He is a Union soldier. She is from the South. The two of them fall in love, and these literal enemies to lovers create a tale that looks really exciting. Here is book 4 of that same series, Surrender. Bold, bold colors on the front with a heron. I love the Spanish moss hanging along the trees. I see that when I venture further south myself. We also have, again, a heron swan or a crane flying in the background, but we are definitely in the swamplands, as we've seen in some of the other art done, I believe, by Pino. This we see Pino is back again for yet another step back. He is actually a Confederate sea captain who was living behind state lines. She's from the north and went into enemy territory and was captured by him. Again, we've got enemies to lovers here. Looks very interesting. Man, this one looks, again, epic. We've got And One Road West. Looking at this gorgeous cover, we have a step back that just keeps going. And I honestly, you could use that as a bookmark, really, but I don't want to rip it off. She was of the Confederacy. He was Union. As you can see, he still is. She winds up marrying him just to save her plantation home, and then they wind up riding out west together and discover Native Americans, buffalo. For anyone that enjoys this period of history, it looks like it's filled with incredible tales of the Midwest and love. I fell in love with this step back, but I do wonder about this plot. Look how gorgeous this is. He won her in a game of cards and then takes her to live with him in the wilds of Florida. She doesn't tell him, though, that he is part Seminole Native American. At some point, though, it's going to come out, and it is dangerous. I love the fact that yet again we seem to be near the swampland in Florida. You can almost see the alligators swimming nearby. Another person who never disappoints with her stepbacks is Virginia Henley. I have 4 here to show you right now. This is fascinating. This is Standalone and Heist, which not only has a step back in the front, we also get one in the back with a pull out, I guess, bookmark. I love the flowers here. So lovely. Matches our author's outfit quite well. Then let's look at the cover here. Again, we see the same flower. This is set in Ireland. We have a man who has all the money and an Irish lass whose family is suffering from famine. She is actually a gypsy. So when she encounters all that this man has to offer, it's hard for her to say no. But one day she loses trust in him and disappears, but he is determined to have her. This is so cute. Ravished by Virginia Henley. I love the way, you'll see this in a couple books. We've got the cutout part of the cover that's only half of the book, but you can still tell there's a step back. Look how cute this is. I love the adoring way that they are looking at one another as she gives him a bath. We've got candlelight in the background, double page, and there's even tea. This just looks so cozy and steamy at the same time. This book is all about a woman who is supposed to marry another man, but is actually infatuated with someone else. The someone else is his brother. Here we go, another brother romance. Gotta love it so much. She doesn't realize that the brother only wants her for her money. He's gotta find a way to protect her without falling. Looks hard. Here we have Infamous. I love the blue of this. Notice there's a mirror in the background. We've got curtains and a couple. Get ready. Here's the mirror again and some very carefully draped curtains. These candles aren't the only thing that's hot. What is fascinating about this is we find a woman who is so in love with a man who her family has convinced her that he has betrayed her. I adored this too. I know you can't really necessarily tell. I'm going to show a really big close-up. We have dots here. This is actually how the painting is done. You can feel the bumps, which is really, really neat. I love the castle in the background of this book, The Marriage Prize. Looking at this is just gorgeous. We see a knight and his fair maiden in an embrace. Look at that sword. I love the castle in the background. We have a gorgeous archway and some beautiful flowers. I love the crown of flowers around her head. Just lovely. He has to work very hard to win her heart. She's just so reluctant, and when he finally wins her over, he is called into battle. What is she to do now? 3 books here for you by Shannon Drake. I'm saving my favorite for last. This is Wicked. He is trying to discover the whereabouts of some Egyptian artifacts that had gone missing. She discovers him as he is attempting to steal them from her. He's wearing a mask, and apparently his face is supposedly too ugly to even show. So this is giving me Phantom of the Opera, Beauty and the Beast type vibes. I love any story that includes Egyptian artifacts. How cool. In Shannon Drake's Come the morning, we have another tale of a knight and a maiden, but this is no damsel in distress. She is a fighter as well, which I love. She is apparently torn between defiance and devotion. She can wield a sword like none other, but we'll see if they end up facing off too. I love everything in the foreground, but also don't miss out on the fire in the background, and especially look at this beautiful moonlit night and the castle outside the window. So gorgeous. Sorry, I'm like covering half of it with my hand. Don't forget to look at this step back. Whoops. Comes my favorite of the three, Damsel in Distress by Shannon Drake. I bet you've seen this cover. These are raised, by the way. They're so gorgeous. I love them so much. I love her makeup too. I could not pull off blue eyeshadow like that if I tried. But let's look inside. Guess who that is, everybody? If you said Fabio, you are correct. Yes, and we are busting out of our top too a little bit here. A little scandalous dress, if I do say so myself. Love the background, the purple, and of course the wind-blown hair. Gotta have that. And the foreground, love these flowers. Oh my gosh, I just noticed her sleeves. Wow. This is a gown. And again, the blue eyeshadow. Holy cow. It's funny that I said something about not a damsel in distress, because literally it says here, a damsel in distress, a dashing knight, a timeless love. I think that pretty much says it all. I love it. Another author I love is Mary Jo Putney. Let's talk about the 2 stepbacks I got from her. There's some interesting stuff going on here that I can't wait to share with you. So here is Mary Jo Putney's Not Always a Saint. Here's something fascinating. I don't know how I even remembered this because I don't have anything close to a photographic memory, but I want to show you something. I was looking at this cover and I thought, you know, that gal really looks familiar to me. Anything look familiar? Joanna Shoop's The Lady Hellion and Mary Jo Putney's Not Always a Saint. It's exactly the same face. The hair's a little different. Obviously, the dress is somewhat different, but I'm not just making this up, right? This is exactly the same pose in the face, at least. Correct? I mean, the fact that I noticed it. Anyway, so there you have it. That was kind of interesting to me. I've never noticed that before, but now let's look at the step back. I mean, I love a good landscape, but still, I would also have been thrilled to see a couple embracing an unending love. Kind of fascinating, actually, the plot of this. I don't know whether to show you the cover or the step back. We have a man who's inherited a lot of land. He needs to marry someone who can run the land for him, basically because he wants to be a doctor. He's not really interested in the land at all or really being married, but then he starts to become infatuated with the woman that he's chosen. And the problem is, though, if he finds out who she really is, things are going to get messy. I know who she really is. She's really this girl. Maybe. You also saw this step back at the beginning of my video. Once a scoundrel. What? Why? The fountain isn't even working. Who brainstormed this idea? I don't understand. What would be a better choice not to have a step back at all than to get our hopes up and then show us this? I don't get it. Do you even want me to tell you what this book is about? Do we want to look at this anymore? I'm closing it. This is much better. We have a woman who is a pirate. So apparently she was supposed to potentially become a harem slave after being captured by pirates off the Barbary coast until someone from the Navy rescues her and love ensues. This looks crazy. It's also part of the Rogues Redeemed series. Kat Martin's stepbacks are also often fabulous, so I was so excited to nab 3 of these to share with you now. In Heart of Honor by Kat Martin, we see a gorgeous gown. There's a woman penning a letter with her quill. I love the necklace that they include in the background. Just so lovely with a beautiful view. Then we get inside the home. It looks like it's slightly different color, actually. We've got like a bluish, and now this one's more of a lavender. But inside a home, we find a couple who are enraptured with one another, caught in the throes of passion. Yes, I said it, the throes of passion. This woman, by the way, I love that they included her writing because she is a publisher of the weekly London Ladies Gazette, Heart to Heart. She's not afraid to speak her mind, which I love. Here we find a powerful Viking descendant, by the way, which anyone who enjoys Viking or Viking Light, this might be the book for you. She tries to deny her attraction to the Nordic chief, but has a great deal of difficulty, as you can see. When you think Heartless, you might think Elsie Silver, but I've got Kat Martin's Heartless. And here we have a necklace with a locket that is in the shape of a heart. Let's look inside to see even more. We've got some tight pants. which again, not mad about it. And a beautiful room at night. I love how shiny and gorgeous her hair is. We see some gorgeous skin. I'm like hiding behind the books, partly to try to avoid this glare, but I'm like, hey, here I'm talking half of me. Is that awkward? Yes, it is. Let's just say it. Anyway, we have books in the foreground, a beautiful flower, but a couple embracing, and you can tell by the look on his face, he is gonna take her down in a good way. She's a poor tenant farmer's daughter who wants lessons and refinement, and the only way to do that is to agree to become his mistress, but then obviously she becomes something much more. And here's my favorite cover and step back by Kat Martin in this collection, at least. Look at this. And again, it's raised. We've got the gold foiling. This is just incredible. Look at the detail on this diamond encrusted bird. Good grief. Let's go back to the step back. Again, we've got a full page. This is just heaven. I adore the dress. I adore him. The way that he is just barely about to kiss her. Oh, it's so heavenly. I love the pose, the sunset in the background, and the castle. Oh, it's so gorgeous. This sounds so incredible. I'm going to read the step back. You know I never do that. I'm doing it now. Damien Lord Fallon made his ruthless proposal to Alexa Garrick at the gaming table where he cheated the exquisite young heiress out of a fortune. One night with him would discharge her debt. Yet, as he claimed his prize, the handsome Earl fought a craving for more than Alexa's body. When a twist of fate turned seduction into matrimony, rapture and rage warred within him. How could he love the woman whose flirtations had destroyed his brother? What? Alexa knew of Damien's French blood, his scandalous liaisons, and the whispers that branded him a smuggler. She was playing with fire. The dark, devilish Earl's hungry embrace plucked at her heartstrings with a haunting song of desire. I almost accidentally said plucked at her hamstrings. Ha! That would be different. She just needs to stretch. But was Damien spinning a web of deceit and treason as he brought her to his surf-swept castle? From London's glitter to the dangerous decadence of Napoleon's Paris, Kat Martin will dazzle you with her richest, most sensuous romance ever. Yes! I've always wanted to read Elizabeth Boyle, and when I saw these covers and step backs, I thought, oh my gosh, gotta get them. Remember how earlier I told you that I was obsessed with black dresses? I don't know why. Again, like I'm not into black per se, but there's something about the drama of a black dress. And here we have it juxtaposed with the white of the gloves, the white of the flowers. So gorgeous. The necklace as well. We've got pearls going, or is it diamonds? Diamonds. This is Confessions of a Little Black Gown. Oh my gosh, how perfect. Even on the back, we see a woman who looks intense, ready to make a confession, I assume. Let's take a look at the step back. Oh my gosh, I love the drama. It does seem to be bleeding into the cover actually, which I do love, but obviously we also see a silver border here, which I find to be just gorgeous. These colors, I love this too. She is intrigued by him. He's supposed to be like a farmer. He's a cousin. He's supposed to be nobody, but he's actually a master spy. He's trying to keep her from being intrigued by him, but obviously it's not working out. Love it. Here we have the Viscount who lived down the lane. I love this title. And here we have the lane and everything. And this poor guy's shirt is blowing off. This must be a very breezy lane. Also, I love the name of the series, Rhymes with Love. Then we get a even more wind-swept step back. Again, we've got this manor house in the background and their clothes are just blowing off. It's very dangerous. Apparently there's a hurricane in 19th century England. We've got forced proximity here, folks. She marches into this house, which I guess they both believe is theirs. She's trying to basically clean up and find her cat. It's gotta be better than that, but this is what I gleaned from the back. So if you've read it, let me know. Is it more about cleaning and finding a cat? I'm gonna go with yes. Here's another book from the Rhymes with Love series, The Knave of Hearts. I love, again, the raised lettering. We've got some gorgeous red. I love the red and gold, the way they use the colors. I just find it gorgeous. And then we've got the gold along the border here as well to reveal a gorgeous step back. I'm loving. We've got some blue now this time, finally, and some clothes that have fallen right off. Look at these biceps. My heavens. Yummy is, I think, what People magazine referred to them as. No, they didn't. But, you know, if we asked them, I bet they'd say that. So this is actually reminding me of a book that I read recently, The Bookshop Cinderella, where we have a man who is deciding to take it upon himself to turn her into the belle of the ball, like a Cinderella story. He's partly to blame for ruining her reputation, but I suppose he wants to try to make it right by helping her become the society lady of the season. So we'll see what happens and whether or not he's willing to part ways with her once he succeeds. I haven't had the pleasure of reading Victoria Alexander yet, but I have found several of these out and about for 50 cents a piece. Couldn't pass them up. Desires of a Perfect Lady. On the back, we have a secret list of the desires of Lady Olivia Rathborne. 1, disregard convention. 2, follow my heart. And 3, bed the Earl of Wildwood. And it appears in the Stepback that she is achieving her goals. And here we have also The Virgin's Secret. The secret is, this is a stunning Stepback. I love the sliver of moonlight in the background and the way that he is holding her, the motion that's being implied in the way that her hair is moving. Oh, it's just so beautiful. We actually can see that extra close in the back. I just love this. So apparently her secret is she's supposed to be a destitute orphan, but she isn't at all. But she is pretending to be one in order to infiltrate his house and get revenge for her brother. This sounds so cool. Now, I have given Stephanie Lawrence a try multiple times, and I have not found her writing to reach me the way that I would hope that it would. Having said that, I found some of her books recently that I was so enamored with. I thought, you know what? I think it's time to give her another try. So without further ado, I'm going to share with you some books by her that I just, oh my gosh, let's just look. All About Love. Oh my heavens, check this out. Is this not to die for? Again, we're talking about a moon, beach. Oh, the flowers in the background. What more can you want? I love the way he's holding her and the fabric, the way that it drapes both on her and him. Just heavenly. The story itself is sort of fascinating. His name is Lucifer. I'm surprised that's actually his name, but it is. He's also a Spinster. If you know of Stephanie Lawrence, you're not surprised because there's like 5 million Spinster novels. Okay, my children are coming home. Hold on one moment. Oh boy. In any case, we have a man who is supposed to marry this woman, although he's avoided it in the past. She doesn't want to marry him either, but I don't think she can stay away from his charms. I found this one to be so dear. This is 4 in hand. I like the cover, but I really fell in love with this Stepback. I love the way that he's holding her and just sort of caressing her face, and the way that she seems to be just so in the moment. Actually, both of them are. I just fell in love. They're also on the back cover. The interesting thing about this is she is supposed to be his ward. So, scandal. I'll leave you wanting more here. This is A Rogue's Proposal. I love the tagline on the front. He promised to wed her, but he never vowed to love her. And then on the inside, I love the lines that we see here as well. It was her face that held him, compelled him. The soft blue of her eyes, which I'm sure we're seeing reflected in this beautiful gown. Her lips were begging to be kissed. They were meant to be covered by a man's, by his. Oh, so good. Okay, so we're gonna see that same gentleman I mentioned earlier, that model, not Fabio, but I don't know his name, but we're gonna see him again in this book. All About Passion. I love this bridge. Oh my gosh, so gorgeous. We see the couple far in the distance embracing. Same couple, same bridge, same model from an earlier book that I mentioned. We have a castle in the background now, so we're seeing it from a different vantage point than we did on the cover. We also have some gorgeous flowers just sort of thrown around. I don't know how they would be growing there on the bridge, but you know what? Who cares about realism? Ooh, and you know what? There's the castle from another vantage point here. We get so many different views of this area, which I just love. Gentlemen who, you know what? I don't need to wear a shirt outside. It's a warm day. It's nice. Our hero here is very afraid of love, and he wants to take mistresses but just have the wife so he has an heir, but apparently the woman that he wants is also his wife, and it scares him to death. He's gonna come to terms with that, I believe, in this book. So here's my favorite one of the Stephanie Lawrence. First of all, check out this cover. So gorgeous. I love the horse-drawn carriage on a wicked dawn. Let's look inside. Here's that same model again, and we see the carriage. I just love this. Look at the sky. Look at her dress, the way that he's holding her. I love even the ruffles on the bottom, how pretty. And this beautiful tree. Again, this guy doesn't need to wear a shirt outside. He's hot-blooded. Maybe he's part werewolf. We don't know. And Oh my gosh, gotta show you this. So we've got the spine, which actually goes right into the back cover. Is this not so gorgeous? I'm so taken by the first paragraph of this summary where it says she asks him to marry her. He says yes and then passes out at her feet. But then he insists that they're not just going to have a marriage of convenience. He's going to woo her in public and private. Sounds great. Sign me up. Except for the passing out at the feet thing. I don't know what that is. Now I want to show you books by authors I know of but haven't read yet. Fell in love so hard with the stepbacks and the plots of these books, I had to snatch these up. I love this so much, and I thought of Crystal again. Sorry, Crystal, I'm mentioning you yet again for this book, One Little Sin. We have a man who, I'm going to tell you about this and then I'm going to show you the step back. He has been with everybody, so he's not terribly surprised one day when a woman shows up with a new baby on his doorstep. Then I believe he asks that same woman to be this baby's governess. And then guess what? They fall in love. I was going on and on and on about Elizabeth Hoyt book where I fell in love partly with the hero as he was comforting a baby shirtless. And Crystal goes, the micro trope I didn't know I need, shirtless man comforting baby. Bingo! Here we are in the step back, shirtless man comforting baby who didn't know that they needed it. Yes, we all do. I think we do. It's so cute and comforting at the same time. I love it so much. I already knew Jane Feather had incredible stepbacks. I was able to nab one more, Hostage Bride. I'm still looking for all the books in the V series, which has all the books that start with the letter V, and those stepbacks are so incredible. I don't even think I need to read to you what this book is about because you basically see everything. We've got a castle, looks like a knight and a maiden. He's fighting. Oh, and it's got the moon here. A beautiful lady and a cute little puppy. What more do we need to know? I think this is going to be incredible. I would have loved a little less curtain and a little more painting, but you know what? We take what we can get. Everybody I know loves Kathleen E. Woodowis. I found this one to be fascinating. The Elusive Flame. So check this out. This is a cutout. We see a plantation home in the background set in the South. And then as we open it, there's very little other than this couple embracing. And I found it to be just fascinating. A woman in desperate straits, a daring man with a proposition, a marriage of convenience, or true love. You be the judge. I love Katherine Coulter's Stepback so much. I still haven't read her yet, but she's absolutely on my list to read ASAP. Here we have, it looks like a photograph, quite frankly, a man and a horse in this book, Pendragon. I love this picture of the gal on the back, but then of course it all comes together in the Stepback. We are on the seaside. See a field of beautiful flowers, and he is looking on as she is deep in the depths of thought. I love this so much. Julia London, the Book of Scandal. I don't really understand the idea. I mean, I guess it's so you know that there's definitely going to be a gorgeous step back, but I also love a little more of a cover. We take this off though to discover a couple embracing. We see most of their faces and some beautiful petals. London society will never be the same once the outrageous secrets of the Book of Scandal are revealed. And we have the Book of Scandal. Oh my gosh, I have no shame in telling you that part of the reason I'm so in love with this book is because I just think he's so cute. This is Karen Ranney, an American in Scotland. I am going crazy over this. Look how gorgeous he's gripping her. She's got the tartan there. He's so yummy. Oh, I love it so much. We got the beach in the background. And then this, I mean, I just died when I saw this. I thought, OMG, I have to have it. And look at how the border matches the tartan here. I love it so much. And I love her dress. The colors are perfection, and the way the waves are breaking on the shore. Oh my God. Will she say yes to his intoxicating desire? She better, or I'm going to go in that book and do it myself. This was another one I was completely blown away. Christina Sky, East of Forever. Look at the gorgeous jewelry, the flowers, everything's raised. Again, the gold lettering, we love it. And the gold border here. Check this out though. Again, we're going into 2 pages. We've got roses. He's holding her. It's so sweet. And I love the background, all the flowers. I love the lavender of the dress. Just lovely. I'm a little confused by his hair color, but I think it's just the painting in general. I love the vintage style. It's just Lovely. They risked their lives to find a priceless book, only to discover treasure. Most dangerous and a star-crossed love. Yes, please. This is fascinating by Susan Wiggs. The Hostage. I've never seen one like this before. A gilded cage, ribbon coming out. Gee, I wonder what that's supposed to symbolize. Look at this. You can actually see like a map in the background. It's like topography. It's fascinating. And then we have a burning city in the background. October 8th, 1871. One small spark ignites the entire city of Chicago, sending its residents into panic. But amid the chaos, a chance encounter leads to an unexpected new love. Wow. Anyone in Chicago? Do they still dress like this? And now my final four. What, already? I know, that's what you're thinking. These are authors I don't really have any context for. I do have a step back already, or couple, for Roxanne Becknell. This is another one that looks like a mirror, quite frankly. You can see the reflection of my hand. When lightning strikes, we've got a gorgeous fan. This is obviously set in the West. Check this out. Is this not incredibly gorgeous? I am blown away. We've got a storm coming. Of course, the lightning is striking. They're in a field. I am in heaven. We see a horse as well. It says drama all over it. She was an innocent beauty betrayed by unruly passions for the bounty hunter who abducted her body and soul. Wow. I am intrigued. Nora Hess, Winter Love. Look at this. Oh my gosh, there's the fire. This takes place during a Michigan blizzard, which, oh my gosh, so exciting. But I love the title and I love the snowflakes on the cover. Can you see what the light does to the cover? How much fun. I can't wait to share this again, winter of 25. Here's something I don't often see. I'll show you in the step back. The Sinful Nights of a Nobleman with a hairy chest. Anyway, we have a gorgeous scene. I love her gown. We were in a garden at night. We've got the moonlight up here. I love the embrace. I love the wind in her hair. It says that one night we have a lord who is on the prowl for a lady. She gets invited to a secret tryst at the stroke of 12. So in the middle of the night they meet. She's hoping to get married. Apparently though, the person that they meet in the garden is not who they expected. Color me intrigued. And now for my last book, Kimberly Cates's Magic. It's so pretty. I love this too. This is another one that I uncovered with Tara and Joanna. She is in present day and she winds up with essentially a ghost, a man who time travels from hundreds of years in the past in this castle. And of course they fall in love. Looks really good. Going to your first book convention? Here are some do's and don'ts to keep in mind. Do wear your eggplant socks, because when you ordered them on Amazon as part of the fruit pack of socks, it seemed weird, but if you wear them at a romance book convention, everyone will appreciate them. Don't confuse hollowed and hollow and go to the wrong authors and ask them to sign the wrong book because they don't like that. Do find a chair that belongs to the hotel, drag it around with you as you're in line and pretend that it's yours even though clearly there's no way you brought that from home. Don't ask one of the super cute male models who's at the convention if they're real or AI. Do wander aimlessly around a giant hotel midway through the book festival when you realize you bought way too many books to fit in your book cart and you need to find a box to hold them in. Do accept and wear all the friendship bracelets that people offer you. Don't step a toe out of line in the Rebecca Yarros line or they will get you. And do go on and on about it endlessly on your channel after you've done it. Hi, my name is Bea. Welcome to my channel, Mama Needs to Read Romance, and tell you all about my incredible Apollycon experience. Hello and welcome to a video that I'm really excited about and I hope is entertaining for you. It's going to be part story, part slideshow, part book haul, but it's my experience at Apollycon, which was incredible and also almost didn't happen. You see, about a year ago, I missed out on tickets. And so I was hopeful that I would be able to go to Apollycon 2025, but I knew I wasn't going to be going to 2024. However, I had been talking to Carrie from Booked for Romance and she mentioned that she was going to be going. And so I drove up there. Jess from Honest Fiction was there. I was hoping to meet her as well, but really my only intentions were to walk around hopefully a little bit, say hey, take Carrie out to lunch, and then drive back home. I was a little nervous when I got there. I didn't expect to see any authors, but I knew I would see booktubers, and mostly I was just really excited to see them. The minute I got to the hotel, I saw everybody in bookish shirts and big bins that had books in them for signings. My nervousness ratcheted up when I almost literally bumped into Travis Baldree. I recognized him. Of course, he has no idea who I am, but I was like, oh my gosh, that's Travis Baldree. Oh my gosh, I just saw an author. There we are, I did it. And then I finally was able to figure out where Carrie was, and she took me into the bookshop.
Hey guys, we are in line and I'm with B. So excited. We're in line right now. We're picking up books. We're getting them for the signing. Look at this line, guys. This is the bookstore. Is this not crazy?
While we were there, I bought several books. She said she was going to get them signed for me, which I thought was so sweet. This is what I grabbed that she said she would get signed for me. Forged by Magic by Jenna Wolfhart. I've been so excited about this cozy fantasy that was recommended to me by Amazon because I'm obsessed with S.E. Wendell. I had the audiobook, and of course it's on Kindle Unlimited, but when I saw a chance for a paperback, I thought, oh my gosh, I have to snatch this up, especially if I could get it signed. I also love Sleepy Hollow, so when I saw two different versions, Hollow and Hollowed, by two different authors with very similar covers, I thought, oh my gosh, how fun would it be to have both of these and then maybe try to read them both in October. And then I think the one that everybody was really talking about, this is the Apollycon 2024 special edition, the Covenant series, Half Blood. Jennifer L. Armentrout is the author who heads up this entire Apollycon convention. Have I ever read Jennifer L. Armentrout before? No, but I was still excited and I thought, well, then I need to get this. Because I'd like to start at some point. After we had a good time at the bookstore, we walked around for a little bit, and I was so excited to bump into Jess of Peace Love Books and Tori from Novel Life. We were just chatting, and Tori asked how I was enjoying the convention, and I said, oh, it's really nice. I'm just coming in to say hey. I'm just coming for the day. And then she said, well, I happen to have an extra ticket. Maybe we could get it for you. Well, between Tori and this gal named Kate, who I'm trying to connect with on Instagram, I know she's on YouTube. I subscribe to her, but I haven't been able to reach her yet to thank her, because between Kate, Tori, and Carrie, they were able to move heaven and earth to get me a ticket, and I was floored. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I have to get ready now. I need to go home. I need to get a book cart, and I need to find all the books on my shelves that might be something that could get signed. I went out to lunch with Carrie. We had a lovely time. It was so much fun. We discovered that our nails were basically the same, despite the fact that we picked different random colors for our nails. I walked her back to her hotel. We got to look at some of her books in her book box, which, oh my gosh, it was such my happy place. How often do I get to just sit in someone's room? I felt like a teenager again, just sitting in somebody's room, looking at books with them. It was so fun. But then it was time for me to drive home, and then I wound up taking myself out to Staples. I definitely was going to need a book cart, and I added all these stickers while we were waiting at different events, because people just kept giving stickers. Since I'm showing this to you right now, this is so awkward. I'm so sorry. This is Jess of Honest Fiction's sticker, which I thought is so cool. It's like she's got merch. She and her husband designed that together. Isn't that so cool? So it's Saturday morning, the wee small hours of the morning. I woke up and was so excited I could not get back to sleep. We had decided that even though the event started at 8 a.m., we were going to start lining up at 6:30. For the most part, everyone there is like best friends immediately. It is adorable, the camaraderie that you feel immediately. However, there is some stress around lining up and where lining up was going to start. And sometimes if you act like you're lining up too early, they will quote unquote punish you and have the line start somewhere else. Because they don't want people lining up too early. So it's very tricky. But Carrie makes friends with everyone. She is so incredible. At one point, she was talking to a volunteer at the event, and I was like, oh, how do you know her? And she goes, I don't know her. I was like, wow, Carrie, you're amazing. But everybody was just so friendly and wonderful. So we hung out. Honestly, that was one of my favorite parts, was just hanging out and chatting in line, becoming best friends with everyone around you, finding out where everyone was from. I was meeting people from Hawaii, from Canada. A lot of the people there, they make these adorable friendship bracelets, and they're just passing them around, and they all say funny things. Like this, the first one I got says, I'm McAngsty, which I thought was hilarious. And then another one was a Bergman Brothers, which I was so excited. But they were so fun, and you'd see some people with like at least 3 times more than me. Also on my arm had my Apollycon Deity, that was the name of the ticket, wristband, which I kept. And then I had wristbands for other authors, but I cut all of those off and I threw them away, and now I'm a little sad, but oh well. But as time was going on, I was realizing everybody seemed to have a plan. They all knew which authors had special wristbands or like tickets. You were supposed to go up and get a wristband and it has a number on it. The authors that were more popular, they would make calls over the intercom in this giant convention center saying, if you have a wristband 1 through 50, you can go see Jana McGregor or whatever. So it was confusing and nerve-wracking, and people were like, you have to decide who you're going to go to first. It reminded me of going to Disney World, except instead of rides, they're authors that you have to be strategic about where you go. The other thing was, I thought, oh my heavens, what am I going to say to these authors? I have no idea. But they just said, just go up and say, I love your books. And I thought, well, I can do that. So that's good. So here's something I discovered right away. Apollycon is a romantasy event primarily. However, as you may know, I am primarily an historical romance and contemporary romance fan. So if you are one of those people at a convention like this, you don't have nearly as much competition to see the authors that you want to talk to. I had really long conversations with a lot of these authors because they weren't as busy, and it was a dream come true. We go into the first convention center. My eyes were as big as saucers walking in, and it's at this point that I'll tell you that every time I went to someone's table, I unfortunately was probably way too much. I went to every table just so excited that I was basically like, hello! And I probably terrified a lot of the authors, but some of them seemed at least amused. So that's good. Immediately, I spotted B.K. Borison, who has written Love Light Farms, In the Weeds, Mixed Signals, Business Casual is coming out soon. I was so excited to come to her table. She was just lovely. We talked babies. Her daughter and my daughter are the same age, except she's expecting another girl. I was so excited to get these beautiful small town contemporary romances signed. Of course, I'm going to show you because Carrie and I had a long talk about whether or not you should have them signed to yourself or just have them signed in general. Most of these I had signed. I love that she used the colors to match the covers, which is so cute. Most of these I did have signed to myself, even though, as Carrie said, it may not make them as good a value for other people if they're signed in your name, but I don't care. I mean, she's right, but I really wanted these in my name. And while I was there, I also bought a little merch. I got stickers from all 4 of the books that I put there. And I got a Love Light Farms pin. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. As well as all the bookmarks. I just am so excited about this. Oh my gosh. And I've only read the first one, so I'm reading the second one, actually starting it today. So I'm really excited. I'm doing it seasonally since they come out 1 for each season, so yay! Then I went right to Juliet Cross's table. I was so excited. And who was there but Jessin of Jessin Reads Romance, who is Juliet Cross's niece and her assistant. So I thought, oh my gosh, this is so cool. So not only did I get Juliet Cross to sign, I've cut my little gift tag because this was from my girl, Laura. Thank you, Laura. I try to keep these in the books where I can. She also signed Don't Hex and Drive. Jessin and I had a conversation about fighting over Devraj Kumar because apparently he's both of our book boyfriends. I also got, I want to say this is a book plate. Someone tell me if I'm wrong. They're like postcards. They're not actually postcards. I want to say book plate, but I feel like that's wrong. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to refer to these as book plates this entire time. So feel free to look in the comments for someone smarter than me that knows what these are called. But this is Devraj and Isadora. And this is the same artist who did my Mama Needs to Read Romance, you know, me holding books on Instagram and the beginning and end of my videos. I also got her bookmark promoting The Lovely Dark, which is just coming out, but I was afraid to buy that book because I'm afraid of something called dark. I thought it's probably too dark if it's in the title. And this is really awkward, isn't it? I got Bitten by the Vampire. Everybody had stickers on their tables just for free and bookmarks just for free. There was so much swag. I was having so much fun. Then I got to go to Zoe Draven's table, which was so cool. I bought one of her books while I was there. Oh my gosh, the poor things. They were having trouble with the internet. It had only just started, but I was like, we're gonna figure this out. She, by the way, is just lovely. But while we were talking, it was very interesting. There was a gentleman there who is the narrator of The Aliens for all of Zoe Draven's, the recent series. And he was a lot. He had a big personality. I kind of loved him, but I was also kind of afraid of him, but I kind of loved him too, as I said. And what's so cool is another exclusive of the event, the Below King Hunter, a little book just for us for free that came along with it. And so that was really cool. I wish I'd got my picture with her, but I was still excited to get this signed by the fabulous Zoe Draven. Then I made a beeline to Joanna Shoop's table. She was there as Mila Finelli, which I would never have known this had it not been for Carrie to let me know. She said that she went last year as both and nobody seemed to care. So this year she came just as Mila Finelli, and then everybody was like, Joanna Shoop! So she's like, I can't win. Well, she didn't say that, but anyway, it was pretty funny. So she signed these for me. We had an incredible long talk about historical romance versus fantasy romance. She was kind of excited that I brought some of her oldies but goodies with me. I love this. We got The Bride Goes Rogue, and she wrote, 4B, go rogue. She signed this one to me. I'm just so excited. And then this one for The Devil of Downtown. 4B, be careful what you wish for. And from there, I went straight to one of my other authors I was really excited about to meet, the sweet, clean author who I've loved for quite some time, Soraya Wilson. She says, I'm the palate cleanser for all the romantasy people that just want to try a little sweet, clean rom-coms, which I was like, oh my gosh, I love that so much. So this book I've loved for most of the time I've been on YouTube, I think, and I was beyond excited. I can't remember what this means, but it's 4B, love Adam Driver. What? I think she has said something about Adam Driver on her Instagram. It's pretty funny. I also got both of the football romances that I enjoyed by her, the End of the Line series, which I was excited to get. This one says enjoy. And then maybe you could help me. What does this say? 4B? I don't know. I'm not really sure. We had a really long talk. I felt like she was just bearing her soul. She had been to Readers Take Denver, which I'm sure you've heard was not good. And I don't even want to make a joke. I probably shouldn't, because I think a lot of people had a very, very hard time, including Soraya Wilson, and she talked at length about her experience there. One of the other highlights of our talk, I saw that she had Party Favors, which is a book that's coming out this summer. I explained that I have the e-arc of this book. She's like, well, why don't you take a hard copy? And I was like, are you sure? Because I have the e-arc. And she said, absolutely. She even wrote, she goes, 4B, thank you for coming to see me. We just had the best time. I also got to meet in person Lacey of Lacey Book Lovers, which was so fun until I asked her what kind of foundation she uses because her skin is so perfect, and she said she doesn't use foundation. And I was like, that's it. She took that in stride. She is so lovely and adorable, and it was so nice to meet her in person. Then I just went around and I looked for all of the fun historical romance people because I wanted to make sure they were getting some love, and also that's what I was kind of most excited about. And I got to meet the lovely Jana McGregor. I was so excited to meet her. It's so funny. I brought this with me. I'd got this at a used library sale the other day for 50 cents. So I was like, oh my gosh, I can bring this. This is so cool. And then I ended up buying so many of her books. I'm like, well, maybe you could just sign the ones I'm gonna buy today, which was so funny because one of the book plates, again, I don't know if that's the real term, I'm gonna call it book plate, was this book. Look at the back too. It's so nice. She also gave me this, which is a map of all of her couples in the Widow Rules series, which I thought was so cool. And I got a sticker for this new one. Look how big and beautiful this is. A Simple Seduction. I'm so excited to really dive into her. She signed all of them so sweetly with a gold pen. Happy reading. Jana McGregor. Oh my gosh, so cool. And then she's so organized. She was putting stickers on all of them while we were chatting, and then another gal came up who really hadn't ever read historical romance before, and I was like, oh my gosh, we need to talk. The Duchess of Drury Lane. I haven't read this one yet. I really enjoyed the other Drury Lane books that I read. Of course, the one by Kate Bateman. I know I talked about this one, Left, Right, and Sideways, on my channel, as well as one of her Christmas novellas, Kisses by Candlelight, which is a romance Regency short. Yay, yay, yay. Oh, I can't wait. Look how cute. She also just gave me a pin and a pen, which I thought, oh my gosh, this is so cool. As well as an awesome bookmark about the Widow Rules, which I thought was so cool. She had so much good swag. By the way, some of the book plates, there was some art that was a little scandalous, and I was like, oh my. I'll tell you about one a little bit. In a little bit. There was some baseball romance with an author who was so adorable. I was very intrigued. I know I've seen the series before. I know I've heard of this author before, but I didn't really have context other than baseball romance. Yay! I want to try that. And the author was so adorable. So her name is Marin Moore, and she had so much incredible swag. She was just giving away. Their stick is missing. I don't know where it is, but it was a nice fan to have because it was hot. Just like it's hot here. My bangs are flipping again. Whenever I sweat, my bangs flip. How fun. She was giving out cute little stickers. Look how adorable this bookmark is. Again, think baseball. forever in my Orleans University era. Look at these book plates she was just giving away. I didn't get the ones that were super scandalous. Because they were. Oh my gosh. And then I love this Hot Girl Book Club. Isn't that cute? And she gave me a ton of stickers. All right, I'm gonna show you. I know I said I wasn't gonna continue to do this awkwardly, but I totally am. That one, the baseball one right there. I love Bookish Soul. This one, this one. And here's another one, Catching Feelings for Reese Landry. I have a feeling I will be catching those. Not only that, she had made bracelets. She was the only author that I spoke to, at least, that made her own bracelets. And look at, there's little baseballs on them. And it says Bergeron. I'm looking forward to diving into this world, I'll say that. I got 2 books in the series, The Home Run Proposal and Catching Feelings. And I know a couple things. 1, these are spicy. And 2, they're baseball. And 3, people love them. And 4, Maren Moore is adorable. She's one of my other spirit animals. Then I got to go over to Amelie Howard's table, which she was hilarious. She was like, I think these romantasy people think that we historical romance people aren't edgy. And she goes, tell me this is not edgy. And next to her table, it said in like a little paper banner, Pierced Pirate Peen. And I was like, what? She was hilarious. She was also lovely and so giving. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We had the best conversation. She was a doll and I felt like a jerk that I had brought 3 books that I'd purchased for like 50 cents a piece and she signed them all so happily. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm a bad person. I need to buy more things. And like this one, it still had sticker issues, but she signed everything and she was so lovely in the way she signed all of these. This one, which I'm so excited about reading, by the way. This one, I had told her that I had read Never Met a Duke Like You. She actually had several bookmarks promoting that. I told her I had read the E-Arc and she goes, oh my gosh, well then you have to have a book plate. And I think it's a book plate again. I don't know. Someday I'm going to figure this out. I'm still a rookie, I guess, when it comes to book conventions. Maybe that's what it is. And she also gave me this just to be nice. And so of course, then I had to go to the bookstore. I waited until it was 50% off. You wait until the end of the conventions, everything that's left, they're trying to get rid of it. They don't want to haul it back. So everything's 50% off, which was fantastic. So I bought this. I wish I'd bought it at her table. Here's the book plate. Now what's hilarious is I went to brunch with my parents the following day and I brought some of the things that I got and they were holding it up to the light to look at it in the middle of this brunch place. And I was like, dude, what are you doing? It's not that bad, but it's a little scandalous. I'll just tell you in advance. It's kind of see-through, but this is the scene. I'm covering it. She actually told me which page to put it in, but you can see the words through it. Isn't that neat? So of course I had to get this. And the fact that she told me, she goes, this is meant to go with this. So how cool. She had 0 expectations of me buying anything, but she was like, oh, you had the arc, you have to have this. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. She also had fun pins that she was giving away and more adorable bookmarks. So I had a great time at her table. We hung out and laughed a lot. So there was time left over and I thought, oh my gosh, this is a perfect opportunity for me to meet some authors that I didn't know all that well. Maybe I've read some of their stuff. The first gal I hit up was Maisie Eddings. She was so cute. She's written a lot. The only thing I had read, I just finished the other day. It just came out this month. And I went ahead and bought a copy, Late Bloomer. This is the one, it's sapphic, obviously, set in North Carolina on a flower farm. There were elements of this that I love to include, and this is what we discussed actually at length. She was just so cute. Just how neat it was to see 2 people that were neurodivergent and how they coped with life. I feel like I got some insights through this book that I didn't have, despite the fact that I hang out with neurodivergent people all the time. So it was really cool to get an extra view into life for people who are neurodivergent. Really, really cool. And I'll show you the signature because why not? Because we're here. Next year, if I go back, I'm gonna get so many pictures and videos. You're not even gonna believe it. I walked by Elsie Winter's table quite a few times, and each time I thought, oh my gosh, I'm super, super intrigued. These covers are gorgeous. I got, by the way, over 13,000 steps just around the Gaylord. Anyway, she was so cute. I said, I'm interested in this based on the covers. Can you tell me what this series is about? She went into so much detail describing these 3 books. You can tell just how much love and affection she has for all of these characters and the stories. She really had me sold. I was like, done. And she gave me a super cute bookmark, Leviathan song. We have a siren and his voice always attracts people, so he's not sure if she's actually in love with him or not. There's more to it, but you know, this video is already going to be long enough, and I'm going to read these at some point and then we'll talk more about them. And then the second book in the series, we've got Magpies in Mayhem. So they were childhood crushes, but then he's been turned into a vampire. Holy cow. The Seduction of a Psychopomp. She is, I want to say, a fairy, and he is a Grim Reaper. It was like Sleeping Beauty. She was asleep, and the only way to get out of it was to marry him. There's more to this, obviously, but he's just so worried about her. It just seems so cute. I'm doing a terrible job explaining this, but I'm going to read it and I'm going to do a better job. You'll see. It'll be great. I'm going to do Elsie Winters justice because she seems incredible, and these books look insane, and they're low fantasy, but with lots of romance. Oh, I'm so excited. And it's at this point that we broke for lunch. I got a chance to go and film a little bit of what it looks like outside the Gaylord. Just gorgeous. You can see a little bit of Virginia and DC over the Potomac River. So I'm having a great time, but there's a lot of people here and my cart is super full. It's only the first half, so wow. I'm taking a break. And then I got to meet up again with Carrie and Jess and her husband Scott. It was so much fun. We ate at a really nice steakhouse, and Scott was so sweet. He got us crab dip. I know you don't need to know all these things, but it was really cool. The restaurant was very nice. It overlooked the center of the Gaylord, which was incredible. And we had such a good time, such a great lunch. And then before we knew it, it was time to get back in line. Unfortunately, then I had a problem. I was surprised. I don't know why I was surprised. By the end of the morning, I had a book crate full of books, and I thought, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Because I've still got another half to go. I actually went back in before the first session completely ended, and I bought a bunch of fun stuff at Book Babes. Like this was going to work. I bought this cute tote bag. This was not going to fit my books though. I was like, well, maybe this will help. But it's got fun pockets on the inside, 2 different pockets. I also wound up getting a really nice shirt. It's super cozy, bookish soul, and this to go on my bookshelves. I wish you guys could smell it. It smells like a cross between mulling spices and a campfire. It's one of the best things I've ever smelled. And they said, I don't know, it's just the wood. When we make these in our house, our whole house smells like this. I was like, are you serious? I purchased Bookish Soul. I loved that. I thought that was so cool. So anyway, sorry, it's between glare and fuzziness. Can you see it? So anyway, I didn't really solve my problem. At least the stuff I bought was mostly small. I wound up wandering and I found a giant box that initially held toilet paper, and I checked that. I had a tag and everything next to all these people's beautiful suitcases. I needed to go through everything, which made me late to get in line. And they had like bouncers. They were not going to let me join my friends in line. So I went to the end of the line, which was actually really fun because I got to meet some new people. So I got in there, and who do I go to immediately? Of course, the fabulous Chloe Leese. I had such a great talk with her. Again, she was so poised. It made it easy for me to bare my soul about my own children and autism and just the experiences I had. And I even shared how initially I was reluctant to read her because of the autism representation in her books, because 90% of my day otherwise seems to be about autism. So I told her that not only had I felt a sense of healing and acceptance that I had gotten through these books, but also she's given me ideas, strategies to use with my own kids, ways that these characters thrive. I've used some of these ideas with my own kids. She signed everything. Only in Forever I brought the last one, and I showed her how I had my nails match. And then my favorite in the series, Always Only You, she signed. And one of the Wilmont Sisters. This is the one, again, with autism representation. So I wanted to bring that one. I also purchased a book plate. Again, don't know if that's what it's called. But this is from one of the Wilmont Sisters books. I can't remember which one. If you remember, leave me a note in the comments. It is right after the paintball fight. Oh, it's so good. And I love the colors, the autumn colors. So I thought, oh my gosh, I have to get this. What a thrill to finally get to meet the fabulous Chloe Leese. I got to meet Tiff Marcello, which I was really excited about. I wound up getting one of her YA holiday books, as well as a romance that's set in the Shenandoah Valley, which is a place that I just love. I haven't hiked there in ages, but I do love it. And the idea of cherry blossoms, which was the flower of my husband's and my wedding 15 years ago. I thought, oh my gosh, I have to get this. It's so cute. And then she wound up giving me a super cute, this is a postcard. And then she also gave me a gorgeous bookmark featuring the Shenandoah Valley. I just love it. And we just had the best talk. I love her so much. And I thought this was so sweet too. She goes, "Dear B, you're amazing." I was like, Oh my gosh, I love this so much. Another author that I didn't anticipate loving as much as I did. Oh my gosh, she was so sweet. Alyssa K. Adams with the Bromance Book Club. I feel so bad. I'm such a jerk. I didn't buy anything at her table. We just had a lovely conversation. I just love how she signed this too. To B, welcome to the club. How much fun. I love this too. Dear B, watch out for the cats. She was just so much fun and she had so much swag. A super cute bookmark, the first rule of book club. Don't talk about book club. She was even giving out buttons. One of the buttons went with each of the books in the series. We've got Gavin Scott is my book boyfriend. Noah Logan is my book boyfriend. Braden Mack is my book boyfriend. Sorry for the fuzziness. This is tricky. Colton Wheeler is my book boyfriend. Of course, all the colors go along with the books. And Vlad the Russian is my book boyfriend. So I'm just so excited to read all these because I haven't yet. I'm a bad person. Oh. But I can't wait to read these and go on and on about her on my channel because, oh my gosh, she was so lovely. And I didn't get a picture. You know, next year, I want to do this right. I also got to meet the fabulous April Asher. I owned one of these already and then wound up buying the other two. I was so excited. She signed all of them. She had so much fun merch that she just wanted to give me. She had an incredible calling card. This is like, I don't know what this is made of. I asked her. She's not even sure. It might be plywood. I'm not really sure, but this was really cool. It talks about all of the tropes and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read these while I show you each book. So this will be cool. Book 1, Not the Witch You Wed, Plus Size Heroine, Enemies to Lovers, Fated Mates, Fake Relationship. Then we've got Not Your Ex's Hexes, Plus Size Heroine, One Night to Forever, Friends with Benefits, Grumpy Sunshine, Fated Mates, yay, and Plus Size Heroine, Forced Proximity, Friends to Lovers, Roommates, Fated Mates. Fun! This, by the way, is like a free picture. It's all the couples in her series, which I thought was really fun. I love this. B, flip your witch switch. And she gave me a sticker that said the same thing. Also, B, stay witchy. And again, I love how they think of matching the colors of the ink with the colors of the book. B, let magic be your guide. How fun. We had a great conversation that unfortunately included traffic. I was like, you probably didn't want to talk about traffic today, did you? That April Asher gave me a water bottle. She's like, would you like one? I was like, yes, I would. It says, drink up, witches. So this will be fun. I almost wonder if it's supposed to have wine in it. I was thinking ice water, but yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you how much... I don't know what that was. I can't tell you how much fun I had meeting Travis Baldry. He's such a hoot and a half. Apparently, he narrated for a very long time. I want to say like 500 books before he decided to write his own, which I thought was so neat. So he narrated his own because I was asking how that felt, narrating your own books. While he was talking to me, he was drawing, which I thought was so cute. He had drawn all over his table to include like Travis and then an arrow pointing to himself. He was adorable. I love this cat here. By the way, these are super cozy fantasies. Before I forget to tell you, these are very glossy too. Why are they so glossy? Anyway, they're super cozy fantasies. People love them for the cozy fantasy vibes. They're also sapphic romance, but the romance is more in the background. But it's still great, and I really enjoy them. Here's a mouse. But he was giving me advice because I mentioned that at some point, I don't know, I've thought about potentially being a narrator, mainly because I get messages weekly with people saying, you should be a narrator. I was like, oh, that's a great idea. But he told me, he goes, yes, do it. Get a microphone, a laptop that doesn't have a fan, and go hang out in your walk-in closet and record for 8 hours. I was like, that sounds fun. But that's how he started. And I don't know if he still does it that way. He probably doesn't. Can you imagine narrating 500 books in your closet? Maybe not. It was at this point that I went over to the Hello Lovely box to see some gals I've been dying to meet. Sarah of Dragonfly Reads, as well as Tori and Jess. Tori of Novel Life and Jess of Peace Love Books, who I'd seen yesterday but was so excited to catch up with again today. They're just incredible. We had the best talk and Tori was so adorable. She just kept asking if I was having a good time, just like so enthusiastic. And I was so happy. I'm just so grateful. And she was just like, oh, it's nothing. I mean, it was so incredible. while I was there, they gave me stickers, which I thought was so sweet, and I bought this incredible Book Dragon shirt. It's not hoarding if it's books. Is this the most awkward part of the video yet? I think so. Anyway, you thought it couldn't get more awkward. There we go. It's hard to show shirts and not be weird. I still haven't figured that part out yet. I got to go to Jenna Wolfhart's table, which was so fun. I'm so mad. I cannot find Forged in Magic, which I bought there, and she signed it. I don't know where it is. I had it literally yesterday when I filmed my TBR. I don't know where I put it. It's driving me crazy. I'm gonna find it like right after this. I love this. Look at the art. Oh my gosh. So this is the second book in the Falling for Fables series, To Be Keep Wandering. I just loved it. And I love talking with her. She also gave me a bookmark, which is more art from the first book, Forged by Magic. And of course it has her name on it. It was great. It was so much fun. And I'm glad I got to meet her and learn more about this low fantasy / kind of cozy fantasy series. And I don't know where the other book is, but you'll see it again. Don't worry. The most surprising table that I visited, I think, the entire time was Helena Hunting's. So she had the most scandalous artwork that I saw. She had some book plates that one actually had a cover on top because it was so scandalous they didn't want to just show it. And so it was like a picture of a cucumber and I'm like, what is this? And I lifted it and I was like, wah! And everybody else went, wah! And they're like, this is why we cover it with a picture of a cucumber. Anyway, she gave out really nice, super thick bookmarks. She also gave out, and I was like, well, this could have helped me earlier. I got this free tote bag of the Toronto Terror, which is the hockey team that she writes about. Really nice. I was so excited. Oh, and Helena Hunting was just giving these away. Aren't these cool? Like for annotation. I brought 2 books that I'd purchased at used bookstores, Meet Cute and Good Luck Charm. Obviously, she's way racier than I'm used to. I had read her Make-A-Wish book, which I'm guessing is more mainstream. I had read the arc of that and I thought it was good. She signed it with my name and her name. I also purchased one of the newest ones that I've heard so many good things about. But most of the books that I bought were somewhere between $15 and $18 at the author's tables. This one was $30. And I get that we even have like a built-in book plate here. Whoa! Oh, and it comes out. We've got some additional art as well. And it's definitely a higher quality. Oh, and there's more art. I didn't realize that. Okay, but that is kind of cool just to see that for each chapter. I mean, look at that. That's pretty neat too. But still, it was like $30. I don't remember the last time I paid $30 for a book. I was blown away when I got to meet Eliza Knight. She was so lovely and told me all about her books. I explained that I haven't really read Highlander in a very long time and I'd love to get back into it. She gave me so much swag in addition to her books. I bought this. This is one of the McDougall Legacy series. When Darkness Falls, Only True Love Can Save Them. So it's Vikings and Highlanders. She signed this one. Happy Highland reading. I was most excited about this one, A Scots Pride. And she goes, I hope you enjoy this Scottish twist on Pride and Prejudice. What? I was so excited. And this is going to be a whole series that's going to be based on Jane Austen retellings. So sign me up right now. This is the only one that's come out so far. So I cannot wait. She gave me some super cute bookmarks with some hunky Highlanders on them. Here's where I was really blown away. She gave me a candle. It smells really good. Again, I wish you could smell through. It's like lavender. Oh my gosh, it's so good. And I think we've even got like some petals in here. And a bracelet, which I was like, oh my goodness. It was so nice, and she just gave it to me. She was so lovely, and I'm just so excited to get back into Highlander. So thank you, Eliza Knight, for reinvigorating my enthusiasm about Highlander romance, and you were adorable. So maybe the most surprising in a different way, other than Helena Hunting, experiences that I had was the long talk I had with KJ McKitchie, I think she says her name that way, and her husband. They were together at her booth. 2 rom-coms here. One is Closed Door, and one is Open Door. We had a very interesting conversation. She was just talking about how she and Soraya Wilson echoed this also on this day. The publishers can pressure some of these authors to put more spice in their books, and so some of them have a very hard time trying to figure out what their comfort level is and how their audience is going to feel when they start writing more spice. It was a really good conversation. I loved getting to hear all about the super cute stories. And then look at what she gave me. I could not believe it. She gave me multiples of these these with little ring pops. I got to pick the blue ones, which are my kids' favorites. So of course they've already eaten one of the other ones. But with her little cards in here, so fun. One of the most exciting things, she was making TBR jars, which are so cool. And she actually designed the Post-its and the pencils. She wanted to make sure that they matched her books. So you could pick which one. And she just gave this to me and I thought it was so sweet. And what's so cool is not only do we have the Post-it notes and the pencils, but you can see, I don't know how she did this, little teeny books that are her 2 books, little teeny weeny. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. My fingers are in the way. They're in the TBR jar. So I'm definitely going to be using this in the future and just thinking about how incredible KJ McKitchie is. And I can't wait to read the sweeter side, less spicy rom-coms. And I'm excited to at some point have her on my channel because I'm sure I will. The most stressful part of the event, not that it was stressful, but still, when I got to meet Rebecca Yarros, there was a lot of pressure to make everything good for her. Bless her heart. You know, she's got some health problems that she's very vocal about. Violet, her main character, actually has the same health difficulties that Rebecca Yarros herself has. Her hand was taped up, so she was able to sign more comfortably, but we had to make sure that we didn't have the flash on our phones because they gave her migraines. They were just very careful about making sure we were ready to go and getting stamps and things like that. I love the stamp that they added to this book along with the signature. A dragon without its rider is a tragedy. A rider without their dragon is dead. And Iron Flame, you are unbreakable. And she signed it too. She was very nice, and I appreciate how much all of the people that were working around her were making sure to keep her comfortable. But still, I was like, oh, I better do everything right. I was so worried that somehow Flash would pop up on my phone. It was something. I also got to meet Lish McBride. This looked super cute. It's like a cozy fantasy rom-com about a witch and her familiar, a little too familiar. She signed this for me and we had a nice little chat. So I'm excited to try her out. Things were drawing to a close. Everybody who hadn't given away their little fun things that they had made were just giving them away. And also telling me their incredible stories. Some bookmarks, just different kinds that people had made. And check these out. They all have leather tassels and cute little trinkets. This says Once Upon a Time, and they're all roughly the same. At this point, everybody was exhausted, and we also discovered that the bookstore, as I mentioned earlier, was going 50% off because it was like the last hour of the event. And I had seen just about everybody I had the energy to see. I was kind of running out of steam to talk, honestly. I would describe myself as either an introverted extrovert or an extroverted introvert. I mean, I love people, but after a while, I need to power down. It's fun, but it's a little exhausting, especially an event like that. So I went to the bookstore and was amazed. I actually got to do a little book shopping alongside Tori and Jess again, which was really nice to see them one more time. And thank Tori one more time for the ticket. Got some more books at 50% off. Who could resist? And some of these were signed. Iced Out by C.E. Reese. I didn't get to meet her. I should have. Another Jana McGregor, another Amelie Howard. I also got 2 that I've been really excited about. Elizabeth Everett, A Lady's Formula for Love, and The Love Remedy. Some of the authors that were in the bookstore still had pulled out of the event, like Beverly Jenkins, for example, and Jessica Taylor, I believe. I couldn't find her. I looked and looked for her. I could not find her. So I was hoping to meet her, but I at least got to meet her. She was lovely, and she signed my book, which was really fun. And I can't wait to read these. Everybody tried to meet up again, but I think everybody was exhausted and in different places. I wasn't able to catch up with everybody one last time before I went home, but I'm very grateful that I at least got to thank Tori one more time before I left. And then I went home and I was exhausted, but in the best way. I had a huge smile on my face. And I'm just finishing up filming my thumbnail here with all my books stacked. You know what I just realized? I never told you. Meeting Jennifer L. Armentrout and getting that book signed. I never did it. I forgot. I forgot to get in her line. I forgot to meet the author who founded the event. Massive fail. I'm going to add that to my don't list.
Bee's weekly book haul was filmed before a live studio audience of Bee's dog. I don't think he's paying attention.
Hey everybody, I've created a brand new series that I'm really excited about. A new video is going to be coming out every Friday afternoon at 2:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until these stacks are gone. I haven't done a book haul in a while, but I still found books over the summer, and now we have this to deal with. And to make it more fun, what we're going to do is we're going to spin a wheel to see how many books we'll do each week. I can't wait to share my latest acquisitions with you. I hope it gives you some inspiration yourself. I'll be sure to link everything down below. But really, this is just a chance for me to share my joy with you. Let's go ahead and start. We'll spin a wheel and see how many books I'm going to be showing you today. And I've decided to choose between 5 and 12, but the wheel is going to let us know how many we are going to do. So let's spin. So today we're gonna haul 9 books. Well, where are we going to haul from? We've got a big box under my desk. We've got books on the table, and we've got a giant stack. It's so many stacks. And yes, it starts at the floor. So I thought it would also be fun to spin the wheel and see where I'm gonna be drawing from each time. So let's do that for each of the 9 books. Does this seem needlessly complicated? You're welcome. Okay, so I wanted to get cozy. I got my sweater, I got my mug of tea. Let's do this. We're gonna find out where we're gonna draw our first book from. Don't worry, I'm not gonna be this detailed every time I spin. Desk. Let's go from left to right. I've got Love of My Afterlife, which I picked up at the bookstore full price the other day. My daughter really wanted to go to what she calls the book fair, so we wound up at Barnes & Noble, and I thought, you know what, let me just treat myself. I never do this. This is actually a Good Morning America book club pick. I cannot wait to read this. This looks amazing. We have a gal named Delphi who has passed away, and she meets the love of her afterlife. Unfortunately, just as they're starting to gel, someone rushes in and says, "We've made a terrible mistake. This man is supposed to be alive still." So they bring him back to life. So she heads back to Earth to try to figure out where he is. She wants to find him. I was really excited to buy this, and I can't wait to find time to read it. If you've read it, do let me know. What did you think? Spinning again. What do we got? From the box. First of the stack. I got this at a used bookstore for 75 cents. This is The Heiress by Claire Delacroix. This is book 3 of the Bride Quest series. I fell in love with this immediately upon seeing the embossed roses along the sides. And of course, who doesn't love a treasure chest filled with gorgeous jewels? Yes, very exciting. I'm also loving the spine. We've got a treasure chest there and some more roses on the back. Let's open up this step back and take a peek at what we have in store. We've got Saucy, ladies and gentlemen. I'm loving the clouds in the background. Look at this violet gown with all of the gold embellishments. It's like she's got a golden belt. Got some thigh grabbing. Very scandalous. Our man is handsome. He's got, what are those leather things called? It's not a bracelet. Someone will help me, and I thank you in advance. We also see, I know, some of our favorite things. Horses in step backs. Look at, we've got one right there. As well as a castle, I believe, in the background. Our man has a sword on his hip, so he's probably a knight. This sounds like all kinds of intriguing. We've got a guy, he needs to marry or lose his inheritance. So he wants to find this very rich heiress. Upon his journey, he comes across a man selling a slave girl who's actually an heiress in disguise. He needs this slave girl to help him find the heiress, but I think he's with the heiress already. They have a perilous voyage to Ireland. So this is obviously a road trip as well. It sounds very intriguing, and I can't wait to find out what happens when he discovers her hidden identity. Time to spin again. From the stack. Thank goodness, because man, is it high. Let's go back again to the very back and see what we have here. Why, it is Soraya Wilson's Party Favors. This was special. I talked about this a little bit in my Apollycon Experience video. She gave this arc to me, but we had such an incredible conversation. She wrote, "For B, thank you for coming to see me, Soraya Wilson." It just meant the world to me to have this physical arc of the book. It came out July 30th. And I explained I already had the e-arc, but the fact that she still gave this to me. I thought, oh my gosh, this is just so special. There's a whole universe out there of, I believe it's all sweet, clean romances. This is sweet, clean, by the way, that's written about a royal family that lives in the fictional kingdom of Montera. It's not even just Soraya Wilson, but other authors as well who've created this rich, rich landscape of incredible royal characters and the commoners who love them. This book is about a woman who is a party planner, or at least she's hoping to be. One of the big parties she's planning on throwing is for a family from Montera. And this was set in New York City, but with a potentially Monteran royal who helps our party planner figure out the best way to throw this party and improve her career, but maybe love happens along the way. A lot of fun. Spinning again. Box again. This is Shannon Drake's Ondine. I got this for 50 cents at a used bookstore. The reason I purchased this, we talked about this the other day with one of her other books. So fascinating. She uses her own family in her Stepback. One of you made the comment that the only other book that she's done that with is Ondine. Now, I couldn't find one with a Stepback, unfortunately, but we do get to see Shannon Drake and her husband within the O on the cover and the spine. Look at him rocking that hair. This is the real author and her real husband. I just love how she chooses to do that. Look at all the gold foiling as well on this cover, all this embossing. It's lovely. But for me, as I said, the centerpiece is the fact that it is our author and her husband. How cool. Who has read this? Tell us what you think. I need to know. Let's spin it to win it. The stack. Let's pick from the tippity top. We're gonna work our way down. What do we have here? Why, it's Ruthless Duke by Scarlett Scott with way too many tabs. You know what I discovered about putting so many tabs in? It's very hard to still find what you're looking for because you basically tabbed every single page. I mean, it's not quite that bad, but it was tricky. This was Tea and Biscuits with Tara and B's book club pick for our very first book club meeting way back in August. Oh, so long ago. Scarlett Scott, her Ruthless Duke. People really enjoyed it. Most people gave it around 4 to 5 stars. I myself gave it 4.5 stars. Despite the fact that it's on Kindle Unlimited, I really wanted to get a physical copy for our very first book club pick. Scarlett Scott and I actually talked about it. She was even part of our finale show the other day, which was so special. But I really enjoyed reading this very first book of the Rogues Guild series about a former spy and his ward and how they try everything they can to keep this forbidden love at bay. But the super spicy scenes still keep coming. There was intrigue, but primarily what Scarlett Scott does best is the intense slow burn between our characters. Fun stuff. It's already time for number 5. Man, this is going quickly. Another one from my desk. I mentioned this one on my... That was uncalled for. I mentioned this on my Instagram the other day. I was so grateful. Deborah of Deborah's Midlife Library gifted this to me, and she also got a copy for herself. I was so excited. I put this on my wish list not too long ago. I cannot wait to read it. It's about a gal in her 40s looking for love, which I don't see enough in romances in general. I love seeing that age group. It's all about spreading your wings, saying yes to adventure and yes to love and life in general. Can't wait to read it. I think Deborah and I might even do a buddy read on this. Let me know if you're also interested in getting in on it at some point. And Deborah, thank you from the bottom of my heart for this book. You made my summer. Let's do it. Stack again, and I'm not mad about it. So this is In Like Flynn. This is by Lauren Smith. This is book 2 of her Pirates of King's Landing series. We picked the very first book in the series for our September book club pick, No Rest for the Wicked. I've spoken with Lauren Smith, and she has shared with me that she hired these models herself, chose the costumes. I couldn't wait to celebrate all of the covers. We're going to be talking about them during our book club meeting, which is going to be Sunday, September 15th at 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my channel. I wound up buying all 3 of these for full price because they were just too beautiful not to, and with the book club happening, it just seemed like the perfect idea. We're only doing this 2 more times. Let's do this. Ah, the desk. So this is Lisa Kleypas's Someone to Watch Over Me. Now, I had trouble finding this one. It just was released in August. It's a brand new imagining of this story. I don't exactly know why Lisa Kleypas chose to still use Someone to Watch Over Me as the title, and it's part of Bow Street Runners. My goal is to have read the original Someone to Watch Over Me, and then of course we have this brand new one, as I said, that just came out in August. I have to thank Christy of Christy Reads a Lot for letting me know that this had happened and also helping me find it, because it was not easy to find on Amazon. I'll make sure I link this particular Bow Street Runner. I'm really curious to see what she's got to say. It's a little controversial, honestly, that she is choosing to rewrite, which is something, of course, we've been talking about in our Wallflowers read-along, which is going to be happening again September 22nd with It Happened One Autumn over on Ava's channel, Ava's Romance Books. Hope you can come join us. There's a lot of editing in It Happened One Autumn. And now for the last spin of our first episode. Desk again? All right. I am really excited about this one. When We Chase the Light by Emily Bleeker. A publisher reached out to me. This arc is coming out October 22nd, but I was able to get my hot little hands on it early. I'm really excited. When the publisher reached out to me and told me about this story, I thought, oh my gosh, I have to have this. So it's very different from what I normally read, but I'm all about trying new things sometimes. We have a glamorous movie icon with heartbreaking secrets. It follows an actress in the 50s who was once a traveling showgirl in the USO during the 1940s who falls in love with a soldier. As Vivian rises from canteen dream girl to starlet to bona fide legend, she navigates the highs and lows of Hollywood, new romances, and tumultuous family relationships, all in the shadow of her past and the guilt, unmet longing, and buried truths that could still upend the lives of everyone she knows. This sounds epic. It sounds intense. It sounds like it could be a little more dramatic than what I'm used to. It almost certainly is, but I can't wait to dive in.
Bee's video is filmed before a live studio audience of Bee's dog. I don't know what he's doing right now.
Hi guys, welcome to week 2 of Bee's Weekly Book Haul. Did you know last week I completely forgot to address the fact that I put this up because this weekly book haul is a series. I thought it would be fun to reference different popular series in my videos. I'm going to try to emulate the beginning of different popular television shows, and your job is to let me know if you can figure out which series I'm highlighting each week. So last week, I'm sure you probably figured out that it was Friends, and you just saw the intro for this week's. If you think you know which television show I'm trying to be like, let me know in the comments. Before we spin, I do need to address something. I did a thing. Yeah, that's right. It's underneath my desk. It was 50 cents a piece at the local library. And like last week, I'm gonna go ahead and spin the wheel and see how many books we're gonna be hauling today. I've got my tea. Got this mug from the Dollar Tree. It's so perfect. I hope you have something warm or cold to enjoy while we do this together. $12. All right, this is gonna be a big one, folks. Oh boy, let's do it. And of course, in the spirit of making things as complex as I can, I've decided to spin the wheel just like last time to see whether we're gonna draw from the stacks in the back, the desk, this giant box down here, or the bag in the back. So let's see what happens. And we're going straight to bag. Gonna start on the left. What do we have here? It's Laura Lee Gerke's The Wicked Ways of a Duke. Now, I actually already own this one, but I was so excited to get it for 50 cents, excuse me, because the version I have doesn't have a step back. This step back isn't behind the cover, the step back is on the back, and I am loving it. Our man looks so built, more so than I think I usually see. Like, he just looks extra sturdy, doesn't he? Like, his face, he just seems like he could stop a train. He's massive. This, by the way, is the second book in the Girl Bachelors series. We have a gal who is just a seamstress, but one day she becomes very wealthy beyond her wildest dreams because she has inherited money money from her father upon his passing. She's never even met him, but the stipulation is she has to get married within 1 year if she wants to get her inheritance. She only wants to marry for love, and she's been seeking out this guy for a very long time. This guy is a duke in need of an heiress, so he decides to marry her. Anyway, he agrees to marry her. Unfortunately, she finds out that he married her because of her inheritance. So then he's gotta win back his wife. Gotta love it. Looks fun. Let's spin it again. Stacks. Man, we know we need to get to those, don't we? All right, let me grab from the tallest one. Here we go. This is Karen Hawkins's Sleepless in Scotland. I fell in love with this stepback. Okay, but let me tell you something. It is a little scandalous, so do be ready. Are you ready? Whoa! This is one of the more scandalous stepbacks that I've ever seen. I mean, whoa. Who's complaining though? Nobody? Okay. I fell so hard. This is so beautiful. Let's just take a moment to take it in if you hadn't already. I love the windows, I guess, and the clothes. I don't know. I'm distracted. But let's talk a little bit more about this book. This is MacLean Kerr's book 4. Who's read Karen Hawkins before? I have not had the pleasure yet, but I've heard good things. This looks like so much fun. We have Triana and Hugh. Triana is trying to capture her twin sister before her twin sister can make a huge mistake. So she's on the run when he captures her, and he believes that she's her twin. Anyway, he realizes after capturing her and ravishing her that he needs to do right by her and wed her. And that's all I can understand from this summary, but still, it sounds tremendous and I can't wait to read it and also continue to look at this step back. Yum! You can win it in a minute when you spin it, spin it, spin it. Let's do it. Ooh, it's back again. Man, that was almost box. By the way, I'm going to include this wheel of names that you can put anything at all on. I'm gonna put a link in my description box because it's so fun to use for pretty much anything. You can use it for cleaning. I highly recommend it. Getting from the bag again, let's go over here. Oh, man, I was so excited to share this with you guys. 50 cents again, The Velvet Promise by Jude Devereaux. This is part of Montgomery Taggart #2. This book itself was published in 1981. You can see the yellowed pages. Look at this cover. I saw it and I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm so enchanted. Look at her hair. I don't know the name of the type of head adornment that she's wearing. If anyone knows, there is a gal on YouTube who talks about this stuff extensively. The way that she talks about historical clothing. I'm gonna link her down below so you can see. And in fact, maybe I'll even link one of her videos right here because, oh my gosh, it's so interesting to learn about the romance covers and how they've maybe tweaked some things to make them more cover friendly, or maybe they're not historically accurate. It's fascinating. Look at this beautiful robe. I love all the detail. It looks like we've got diamonds. I wish I could read this artist's name. It looks like it's perhaps Henry Bennett or Mary Bennett. We've got a castle here in the corner as well as some flowers and brush strokes. Just beautiful. Tell me what you think of this summary too. All of England rejoiced on her wedding day, but Judith vowed that her husband would get only what he took from her. At the flower-bedecked altar, the first touch of their hands ignited an all-consuming passion. Gavin Montgomery looked deep into her golden eyes and burned with desire for her, but his heart had been pledged to another. Humiliated and alone in a strange castle, Judith resolved to hate this husband who took her body but rejected her love, never admitting her fear of losing him. But destiny held another fate for Judith, a fate that would keep at last the Velvet Promise. Wow, this sounds very intriguing. Can't believe we've only done 3 so far. We've got 9 to go, guys. Let's do another spin. Ah, stacks again. Good. Wheeling back here and grabbing the one on top. It is Joe Segura's Raiders of the Lost Heart. This looks like so much fun. This is a Berkeley, so of course I requested the ARC, and of course they said no. Berkeley. Anyway, I was so excited to grab this at a library book sale for $1. We have arch nemeses since grad school who now need to work together to try to uncover an artifact of an old Aztec tribe in the heart of the Mexican jungle. There's also some bad bad guys at play, kind of in the background, so they're going to have to work together to get what they want, and maybe sparks will fly in the process. I really want to read this, and maybe like next summer. I feel like it has great summer vibes. If you've read it, let me know. Time to spin it again. Here we go. What else were we gonna do, right? Box, finally. I'm so excited because I really want to show you what I got here. I got this at the tail end of my Stepbacks of Summer, and I wish that I had had it sooner because this absolutely would have been in my top 100 Stepbacks of Summer. We have Bobby Smith's Beneath Passion's Skies. Look at the embossing here. We've got embossing on the flowers. What are these, like lily pads or lotuses? We've got embossing on the waves. Can you see that? It's so gorgeous. We've got embossing on the hot pink name. Oh, no embossing on the title. Look at how they did the gorgeous laser cutting around the waterfall. And then we have a really cool spine. Check that out. It's going to be so gorgeous on the shelves. And we even get to see a little bit more on the back along with her name before we open it and find this gorgeous step back. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. It's done by the fabulous Pino, your favorite artist for the 100 Stepbacks of Summer. I love the background. We've got water, boulders, rocks, beautiful trees. We're getting obviously continuation of the waterfall idea. Perhaps they're right next to the waterfall. They're both wet. He's got water droplets on him. Her dress is all shiny and soaking wet. Perhaps they're near the waterfall, or they've just been under it, or they were in the water. It just makes you wonder. I wish I could see more. Like, I feel like I'm seeing a little bit more in the corner here. Now I'm noticing this is a completely different picture. We actually do get an additional scene here. I love this. She's wearing a cowboy hat. He's leaning over her. Bless you, my daughter is homesick. She was lying down so I could film this. Now she's playing with Buddy. She needs him to take her across the United States all the way to California, and he takes her through some wilderness. Initially, he doesn't want to help her. He's doing it as a ruse, but he quickly falls for her and wants her to fall for him. It looks like an epic road type trip, and I can't wait to read all about it. It sounds amazing. Let's spin for the 6th book and we'll be halfway through. Yeah, this is going fast. Ooh, desk. We haven't even done that one yet. Now, you may have seen this one either on Instagram for just this past week's Cover Lust Friday and Step Back Saturday, or you saw this during my 100 Stepbacks of Summer, but it bears repeating because I haven't done an official haul yet. But I bought this over the summer to treat myself. I got it on eBay for like $20, but it was totally worth it. I love apples in September. For years, I've been looking at this and wanting it. We have copper embossing on top, white embossing below. We've got apples sprinkled around, and look at this gorgeous border that includes apples. Before opening it too, we're supposed to be focusing on the couple and how cute she is on that ladder and everything, but I really love just the orchard setting. I love that we've got bushels of apples here, there, and everywhere. We've got ladders. Look how cute this outfit is. It's perfect for picking apples. Totally what I would wear. In fact, we might go apple picking this weekend. And I'm gonna wear that. Not really. I love this beautiful apple tree. Our man is tan and he's handsome, and he's ravishing our woman whose lipstick matches her skirt perfectly, which again goes with our apple theme. I love it so much. And I love how he's nuzzling your neck. I love a good nuzzle, as you know. This story follows a gentleman who's kind of a drifter. He's just moving along before he finally meets the love of his life as she hires him to help her on the apple orchard. And I haven't read this yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Let's spin for book number 7. We're more than halfway through, folks. I can't believe it. Desk again. Who would have thought? Some of you saw this the other day, either on YouTube or Instagram. I just got this from Savannah Carlisle. Her assistant emailed me and asked if I would be interested when she talked about the summary of this book. I said, yes, please. It's sort of like You've Got Mail, in that we have a woman with a bookshop that she wants to be okay, and then we've got this big time exec coming in who might destroy it. The two of them fall in love via notes passed in a little free library. That's all I needed to know. I was like, yes, please. I would love this this so much. It was in a beautiful bag that was the same as the cover of the book. As you can see, it's an autographed copy. But I also want to show you some of the swag that she sent. It says, "One summer can change everything." So cute. Got some kitty cats for the Library of Second Chances. I bet she has cats in her bookshop. How super cozy. Book in hand, feet in sand. Perfect for summer reading. She also gave me a bookmark, which matches the book. I just thought that was so fun. As well as a little note card like you might pass in a little free library, which I thought was super cute. She wrote me a note. B, I hope you enjoy Lucy and Logan's little free library love story. I couldn't do what I love without readers like you. Savannah Carlisle. And then she also signed it just in general. Hope you enjoyed this mental vacation to Heron Island. So cool. I'm really looking forward to enjoying this. I might wait until next summer. And then once I read it, I probably should donate it to a little free library. It feels like the right thing to do. Wouldn't that be fun? Let's go to book 8. Desk again. I can't believe it. Last week I talked to you about Lauren Smith and her first 2 books in the Pirates of King's Landing series. This one, because I was also hauling this one from my stacks. Here's book 3. This is going to be one of the 3 books, as well as the other 2 I just mentioned, that Lauren Smith is going to be giving away. That's right, giving away at the live book club event that we're going to be having on Sunday, September 15th at 4:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I even told my friends over on our Discord channel, Tea and Biscuits, linked below if you want to join, that if you can't make it, or if you think you're coming late, go ahead and leave me your name and I will be sure to include it in the wheel that we're going to spin to see who is going to win Lauren Smith's giveaway. I couldn't be more excited that she's going to be joining us at our book club. How cool. And that she wanted to do a giveaway. It's so incredible. Lauren Smith hires the models herself and picks out the costumes, which I just think is so cool. Such another level. Can't wait to talk to her all about this on the 15th. This is going to be so yummy. I can tell. We've got a woman who's supposed to marry his twin brother. This is the second time we're dealing with twins. One's a pirate, one's going to be an earl. She can't figure out whose heart she needs more. Oh my gosh, this is going to be so good. I'm kind of wondering how many more desks we're going to spin because I'm kind of running out of desk books. I guess. Bag, let's do this. All right. Judith Ivory's Beast. I was excited about this one for several reasons. I haven't gotten a Judith Ivory book before. Anything that looks like it might be Beauty and the Beast retelling, I'm always like, ooh, I love it. Love the long stem red rose, how romantic. But check this out. We've got another step back on the back, and it's our man, Steve Sandalis, who we talked about at length in my 100 Step Backs of Summer. Here she's got the rose, so I love how they incorporate that. This is also giving spooky vibes. We've got a moon with clouds in front of it and a bare tree. We've got a bluff here and some ocean, and we've got yet another man wearing cape without a shirt. One of my favorite outfits. Look at this beautiful dress. I love the lace. It looks so light and airy. We've got a gorgeous purple belt as well that matches these flowers on the bottom. I wish I could see who this artist is. This person either didn't sign their name or it's behind this pesky barcode. Barcode strikes again. I just read the synopsis. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh, let's all just stop what we're doing, find this right now and read it. We've got a guy who is scarred. Clearly, look at him from childhood. He's really been a ladies' man, but always in the dark. Anyway, we have an American heiress here who's bored to tears. She decides she's going to go across the ocean and marry an aristocrat because she's got nothing else to do. He decides, though, that he's going to board her ship in America and have an affair with her in the dark over the course of the voyage. She never realizes that he's the man she's supposed to be marrying. And she falls in love with him and he falls in love with her. And then they get married. But she's like, I only love the men from the ship. And she doesn't realize it's him. And based on the summary, he's not just going to tell her. So what? Oh, I need to read this. So much for spooky vibes. It's more kind of, what? Okay, let's move on. Let's move into the double digits now for book 10. Spinning that wheel. Seem to be having technical difficulties, of course. Oh, bag. I didn't think it was going to goodie bag. Here we go. One of the Georgette Hire. This is one of the ones that I bought because of your votes on Instagram. Thank you, by the way, for that. It feels like this is part of a series, but I'm not seeing anything that says that it is. But it's the Black Moth. Oh my gosh, we've got two gentlemen. One has two swords, the other has a sword and a pistol. Our heroine is at the carriage waiting to be rescued. The summary deals exactly with what's happening here. We have a gentleman who is a disgraced earl who's now just a highwayman. But one day he rescues this woman, Diana, from the Black Moth. He's a bad man. And the highwayman, who's really an earl, wants to be with her, but he has to defeat the Black Moth if he's ever going to clear his name and be disgraced no longer. So it sounds really interesting. Anyone read Georgette Hire? Tell me what you think. I've heard amazing things, not actually from the booktube community, from other YouTubers that I enjoy who read historical romance. This is what they tend to go for, which I find interesting. So let me know what you know about Georgette Hire. Book 11, let's spin. Desk. Okay, hopefully this is going to be the last desk because the one I have behind is When We Chase the Light. That's the arc I need to read next month. You guys saw this one last week, so I'm not going to do that one again. But we do have Are We There Yet by Savannah Scott. I ordered this from her website because I love this author so much and I want to give her as much love as I possibly can. She sent this with swag. It's so fun too because she sent this with swag and she signed it. Check this out. We've got an Are We There Yet bookmark, and we've even got the path that they take from Ohio to California, as well as a cute sticker. I've read this already. I adore this couple and I adore this summer road trip that leads to Marbella Island off the coast of California, which is where her summer series is set. I actually have been talking with her. I'm going to have her on next spring because I'm hopeful that talking with her and getting everybody excited, anyone who hasn't had a chance to read her summer series yet is going to, because she's written so many beautiful, sweet romances, many of which are set in the summer. So I think a spring interview is going to be perfect. So we basically nailed that down for next year. I cannot wait. But this is Are We There Yet? It's the beginning of the Love Trippin' series, which again, she's renamed the Marbella Island series. So if you see both of those things, it's the same series, just so you know. We have college friends who go on a road trip with two other friends, and he is the older brother of her best friend. She's trying not to show him her true feelings. She's been crushing on him forever, and he slowly but surely starts to fall for her. It's so good. I love how there's so much chemistry and it's so intense, but it's a sweet romance. I love it when authors can do that. It's the best authors that are able to make it like steamy without the actual spice. And she's one of those authors for me. I've read several of her books, this one and this one. I'm looking forward to reading this one very soon. I just love her so much and I can't wait to have her on and read more of her backlist. Oh, and I forgot to show you. She signed it. B, I hope you enjoy this fun road trip rom-com, Savannah. How fun. And our last book will be from, I can't believe this is it. This went faster than I thought. The Bag. All right, I'm gonna reach down and we have Jude Devereaux's The Enchanted Land. This is again like an older one. Look at the yellowing pages. This was 1978. The emotion on the cover just took me out. Look at how this little guy is just staring up and we have two people so in love. I just love this. I love the sunset in the background. Look at this beautiful font. I mean, it really is giving me 70s too. I just find it so cool. This was literally published in 1978 and then now here we are enjoying this. Isn't BookTube great how we can celebrate a book that's been around for going on 45 years? We have a woman who finds herself in various dangers, including being captive to a land baron's wife. She is in Kentucky, San Francisco, New Mexico, and we have a gentleman who crosses the continent to save her and her son, it looks like. So this looks heartwarming, intense. I'm looking forward to enjoying it. Also, this is one of those beautiful wraparounds that we even get to see a little bit of farmland and countryside on the back with a nice barcode. I think they're farming barcodes. Looks like the crop's good this year. was filmed before a live studio audience of Bee's dog, seen here wearing a skirt as a necklace. Hey everybody, and welcome to my third weekly book haul. Did you get it right last week? The television show I was attempting to copy was I Love Lucy in my opening credits. Let me know in the comments if you figured out what I was trying to do this week. Well, I'm so excited about this haul. There's so many good books to talk about, and my library is having a sale this week, so let's just be honest, there might be more next week. It will never end. But that's a good thing, right? A happy problem. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel and see how many books we're hauling today. I hope you have something warm or cold to enjoy as we do this together. Lucky 7. And now let's see where we're going to be drawing from first. The stacks, my desk, this box from used bookstores, or this bag from library sales. And I just realized there's stuff on my floor, I'm sorry. The bag. Let's do this. All right. Oh, great. Okay, so this is so cool. I'm starting with the Georgette Heyer. Last week I did my first one and I got some great information from one of you. Thank you, by the way, for that. Let's look at her comment right now. Georgette Heyer published 56 books over her 53-year career. She passed away in 1974. The Black Moth was originally published in 1921. She wrote it when she was only 17 years old. So helpful. Makes me even more excited to read Georgette Heyer. And get the sticker on. 50 cents, by the way. This was thanks to you guys, if you may remember in the poll the other day, I asked if I should buy this whole set that was available for 50 cents a piece, and I got a resounding yes, but one no. Who said that no? Someone with self-restraint. I don't know what that is. But here we have Bath Tangle, which I'm assuming is in the county or town of Bath, as opposed to in the bath. That would be a whole different book, wouldn't it? I love this cover. Look at these two gal pals just strolling along. Got a marriage of convenience here. A woman whose father passes away leaves her quite the inheritance, but she can only get it if she marries. And the trustee happens to be her formerly betrothed man who's aware that she needs to get married. In order to get her inheritance. Sounds like all kinds of fun. This, by the way, was originally published in 1955. I love it. We've only just begun to spin. Maybe I won't sing. Let's just do it. Box. Ooh, I've been really excited to share this one with you. This is Roxanne Becknell, The Bride of Rosecliff. Let's look at this gorgeous cover. We've got blue or purplish, indigo if you will, foiling on the author's name. The title is in copper foiling. Look at the gold foiling in the center for this gorgeous castle surrounded by pink foiled roses. And of course, the whole thing is embossed. We also have an amazing border with green foiling. This is amazing. I've never seen so many different colors of foiling on one cover. It's unprecedented, folks. Unprecedented. This design as well, it's giving me Celtic. I'm loving this. Let's open it up to reveal a beautiful medieval scene. We see a beautiful lady. She is reminding me of an old Hollywood film actress, doesn't she? She's really got that look. Love the crown of flowers in her hair. She's being carried bridal style by a very handsome knight, dropping, it looks like, a rose in the process, where another gentleman, extra handsome as well, another knight it appears, is looking on, probably jealous. Do we have a love triangle? I think we need to know. Okay, they didn't say anything about a love triangle, but we do have a Welsh lady. I'm guessing this is our Englishman who's come to take over. She's not fond of the English. He's trying to unite the lands, and you can imagine love ensues. Sounds fun. It's that time again. Time to spin. Let's do this. Desk. Oh yeah. We're getting all kinds of variety today. All right, let's talk about this. I'm so excited to talk about this. Happily Never After by Lynn Painter. You guys talk to me about Lynn Painter all the time. I'm so excited to try her. And I got this the other day thanks to you all. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I'm an Amazon affiliate. So if you ever click on any of my links and purchase books, I get a 20-cent commission. Not a whole lot. Doesn't cost you anything extra, but I get a little money. And after I get $10 worth, they send me a gift card, which is so much fun. By the way, just to tell you, I also get bounties if you are ever to try out Kindle Unlimited for 30 days, Amazon Prime, Audible, any of those things. I actually get a bounty, which is a lot. $3 to $5. But I just thought you might want to know. Anyway, I'm so excited about reading this finally. This is such a neat idea. We have a woman who needs a professional objector, who is this gentleman. He goes to weddings just to object to the wedding as it's taking place. So she has him for her wedding, and then they wind up working together. I love this idea of two cynics who have been against weddings, who then wind up falling in love. How much fun. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Let's do it. I guess I'm in a musical mood today. Box again. Oh man, I've been so excited to show this one to you. Oh boy. Johanna Lindsey's Angel. You might want to get some sunglasses out for this. Wow. Look at this foiling. The whole thing. It's amazing. And then you can almost, it's so busy. It's hard to even make out the fact that it's Johanna Lindsey. Let's go ahead and open this up. We've got Fabio in the desert. Oh wow, I just noticed this panther. I mean, of course, why not? Are panther native to the desert? No, I don't think so. Maybe it's his pet panther that he takes with him everywhere. We've got some crazy wind blowing, and it's blowing, I guess, directly at them because look how their hair is both going in different directions. I mean, they're just that good that they can decide what direction they want their hair to blow in. That's how you know you got a good model, right? I'm loving her dress. Look how the light plays on this. It's like silk and satin. Beautiful. And of course, we've got a vest that's just about coming off. I mean, Fabio's in top form here. He didn't even really need that blue eyeshadow. I just need to read you this last line. A stubborn sense of duty and a desire to taste the sweetness of a kiss steals Angel's resolve. His name's Angel, by the way. Steals Angel's resolve to make Cassie want him, come hell or high water, and for more than his gun alone. Oh my. She needs somebody to help her, because she's got to leave Texas pronto. He's going to help her out with these feuding families, and I guess they fall in love. Don't know where the panther comes in, but I need to know. We're already more than halfway through. I can't believe it. Let's spin again. Desk again. Okay, so I'm excited to talk about this. This is a really slim read. I got it at a used bookstore the other day. It's by Serena Bowen and Lauren Blakely. I haven't read Lauren Blakely yet, but I've heard tremendous things. I loved Serena Bowen. I've not read her individually, but I've read the books that she's done with Elle Kennedy, and they're fantastic. So this appears to be a novella. This is exactly 123 pages. So this is a quick read called The Super Hot Wingman. It's a prequel to The Best Men. This is MM, and so is The Best Men. It's about the best man and the other best man falling in love, but this is about the brother of one of them. So that sounds really fun. This got great reviews. The Best Men got even better reviews. So I was so glad I was able to snag this for just a couple bucks. I'm excited to try this out and see what Serena Bowen and Lauren Blakely are like together. Only 2 left already. I can't believe it. Let's do this. Desk again. Oh my gosh, I was so happy to support this author and buy her book in print after having read The Ark for free through NetGalley on my Kindle. I am so obsessed with this book. Please put this on your TBR for next summer if you like to read seasonally, or just go ahead and read it now. This is a woman who lives in Switzerland. She falls for a man in her dreams when she doesn't really allow herself to live and love fully in her life. In dreams, she doesn't mind. So she ends up on a tropical island every night in her dreams, and They fall in love. But the thing is, what happens when the dream is over? And is it exactly a dream? What's going on here? I was riveted. It was so compelling. I wasn't sure where it was going to go at certain points. It surprised me towards the end, which was so much fun. I love this author. I love this entire series. You may have seen my favorite books of summer video. This was one of my top ones, if not my favorite. This will be one of my favorite reads for 2024, for certain. Guys, this is it already. The last spin of the day. Bag. Okay, let's grab, what do we have? Jude Deveraux, oh my gosh. So this is another one of the old Jude Deveraux that I grabbed at the library sale the other day. I'm sorry for the ripping sounds. My dog is having a good old time with a box. We let him rip apart boxes.
Buddy, what are you doing?
Buddy.
What you doing, sir? I love you. I love you. Don't. Oh!
No, thank you. No, thank you. You're so sweet. Yes, you are. Okay. Now he actually is watching me. Do you want to hear this one? I think he's sad. I'm not going to let him eat the book. All right, so River Lady. This was published in 1985. It's been around nearly 40 years. It's crazy. I love this cover. Look at the butterflies. We've got some fabric. Then we've got this gorgeous woman with her hair. Oh, I love it so much. But guess what else? We actually have a step back on the back. Look at the river. Look at her clothing as well, and his. It's hard to tell whose sleeve this is. I think that's hers. But all the ruffles and the layers, both of them. And then there's another beautiful butterfly. I'm so enchanted by this. I see him wearing slacks, but it looks like he might even have a tartan, some sort of tartan scarf. That is my sandal, sir. One moment. Okay, it's good that they're almost done because he's getting very squirrely and we're gonna have to take a walk. Anyway, it's like having a fourth child. All my other kids are at school and now he's gonna cause trouble. I love it. In a chance encounter on Virginia's riverfront, Leah, a beautiful waif, unwittingly captured the one man she had always loved. They wind up moving to Kentucky. He has no interest in her. He just thinks she's weak, and then discovers how brave and incredible she is. And so the woman that he wanted to abandon actually turns out to be the woman he can't live without. Go girl. And now some pre-book haul math. Romance plus fantasy equals romantasy, while paranormal plus romance equals paromance. Roman normal. Paranormance. Paranormance. Parorance and normal. Peener. Oh, it's an acronym. PNR. Oh, paranormal romance. Oh, that makes more sense. Hi, my name's Bee. Welcome to my channel, Mama Needs to Read Romance, Romantasy, and Peener Romance. Paranormal. But I didn't say that. It's kind of loud in here. You must have misheard me. Everybody, welcome to my fantasy and paranormal romance book haul. I am so excited to be here in my studio. I'm still trying to figure out the lighting, so I apologize in advance. You may have already seen my fantasy and paranormal romance bookshelf organization videos, and now it's time to add to the stack. I'm so excited to bring these to you today. Let's start with some historical paranormal romance. This is Time Swept Brides. It's an anthology written by some powerhouses. Ballads penned in moonlight, vows whispered on the wind, lovers drawn through time and down the aisle. I got this one thanks to Amina. She gave me a gift card for Amazon and she said one of the things you need to get, because this was not on my wish list, she's like, you need to get Fantasy Lover. This is one of her favorites. I've heard fabulous things about this series. This is actually book 1 of the Hunter Legends, which I love having a first in a series. That hardly ever happens. Apparently he's an ancient Greek god who's been trapped in hell for centuries. He only gets a reprieve whenever a woman summons him via spell, and then he spends a month with her for her. Then he has to go back, and unfortunately whatever woman has summoned him then loses her own sanity. So it's a race against time for both of them to figure out how they can stay together, because I'm assuming they're falling in love. It's a race against time, and it's man against the gods. I love a good vintage cover. We have that in spades with Dara Joy's Night of a Trillion Stars. That's a lot of stars. Look at this gorgeous cover, folks. Oh my gosh. I love the dress. I love the jewelry. I love the hair. Talking about both of them there on that last one. And clearly he's let himself go. Believe it or not, this is another first in a series. I can't believe I have another first. This is the Matrix of Destiny series. Our gal gets home from her commute in Boston only to find an alien in her living room. He says he's from beyond the stars, this guy named Lorgan or Lorgen. I'm not really sure, but she gets thoroughly convinced and thoroughly ravished. I'm here for it. Hold on to your hats, guys. I got another first in a series, the Marlowe series by Elizabeth Boyle. This is His Mistress by Morning. This one has a step back on the back, one of my personal faves. Something's going on there. It doesn't look quite right. You know why? Because of a wish. She finds herself a spinster. How could it be worse? She has no money. She has no dowry. She makes a wish one night that she could end up with the love of her life, even though he doesn't know she exists. Then she wakes up the next morning in his bed. Only he's not this buttoned up guy that she's always known. He's a rake, and she is a mistress. London's most infamous mistress at that. She spends her days shopping and her nights in his bed with all the passion that you can imagine. But what happens when the wish runs out? It sounds so good. Update. I shared this step back the other day on Instagram, and then something terrible happened. That neighborhood dog that dug a hole in our carpet came back and did this. Buddy, you're so sweet. Do you know who chewed the book? I know you didn't do it. Was it another dog? No, you weren't going to tell me. Okay. Oh, it's time for belly rubs. Guess what I finally got? Book 2 of Immortals After Dark. No Rest for the Wicked. I am so excited to have virtually many. I mean, it's like 19 books, so I don't have all of them. But having book 2 was one of the few that I didn't have in the earlier half of the series. It's all about paranormal characters. They're different species, and they all get together in different ways in every book. This is a terrible, terrible explanation. This one's a vampire soldier and a Valkyrie. Is that better? I love this. Tammy Faulkner, a lady and her magic, but notice the tagline, only a fool would get between a lady and her magic. She's actually from a magical land, so this is her first season, her first experience in London society. She falls for a real, regular duke, and her magic and his chemistry, it's a powder keg. It sounds like a crazy time and a lot of fun. So this is book 3 of Kristen Callahan's Darkest London series. I mentioned it in my book shelving video the other day that I adore Kristen Callahan's contemporary works. So I was very excited to get Moonglow, which is book 2. Now I have book 3. It's all about a woman who has magic. Her husband has no idea. And then one day he's attacked by a werewolf. She uses her magic to save him. And unfortunately, it breaks his trust in her. He's left somewhat disfigured, and now he is out to battle in the streets of London at night. The two of them are hoping to reconcile, but there are nefarious forces out there that may keep it from happening. I can't wait to get into this series. I'm so excited about this book, Love and Other Conspiracies. I've heard so many good things about this from you guys. I haven't had the pleasure yet, but I am going to be having Mallory Marlowe on my channel live for the Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun, just because it's Halloween reading sprints with friends on my channel. I can't believe she's going to be joining us, and she'll be talking a little bit about her book as well, which is about a man who has a podcast all about cryptids, which are creatures that are believed to potentially be real but haven't been scientifically proven. And then we've got our gal here. She wants to take him from a podcast legend to having his own hit online show, but unfortunately he has no screen presence whatsoever. So she jumps in to help him out, and the two of them then, with their fabulous chemistry, embark on this wild adventure together, producing this show, looking for cryptids and finding love along the way. It sounds fantastic. Oh, I was so excited to support Liz Paffel by buying this off of her website. This is part of the Shattered Galaxy series, which is a series done by different authors, all about alien romance, as you could probably tell by this point. I read Liz Paffel's, one of her Bear Shifter romances and one of her holiday alien romances. I found them both to be incredibly charming, full of heart. They're also spicy. I just really enjoyed them. This one looked so cute. I had to grab it. We have a woman who's into cosplay, as in she dresses up as a hit character from a show, I believe. She's Lady Assassin Crunch, but not really. She's actually a pharmacist in North Dakota, but she makes her life more interesting by being part of these role play games and going to these conventions. And then one day at a convention, she gets sucked through a portal and right into the wedding of our hero here. He believes that she's supposed to be his fated mate. So not only is she navigating the romance going on between the two of them, but she now has a major enemy in his former bride-to-be. So it sounds all kinds of interesting. I can't wait to read this. It looks pretty slim. Yeah, it's fewer than 150 pages. So good times. Gonna put my alien romances together. Pavel. Oh, this is tricky. So you may remember when I was doing my shelving video the other day, which I continue to harp on, we had 3 Cousins O'Dwyer books and it drove me crazy because the middle one is a different size than the other 2, which is just crazy. And then also what's so special about these 2, I believe it's called Beveled Edges. We've got those on the 1st and the 3rd, but this one is just regular. Guess what? At a library sale for 50 cents, I got the Larger Shadow Spell book and it's got the beveled edges. So now I am thrilled to announce, yes, I'm announcing it. I have the same size for all 3 of these. You guys have told me how good the Cousins O'Dwyer books are. It's about witches. It goes into the history and then present day as well. I need to read these. I have never read Nora Roberts. Can you believe it? And I feel like this is a great place to start. I got goosebumps when I read the end of this summary. The House in the Cerulean Sea is an enchanting love story masterfully told about the profound experience of discovering an unlikely family in an unexpected place and realizing that family is yours. Our hero, Linus Baker, who is tasked with heading to an island to see if 6 magical children are so dangerous that they could bring about the end times. So he is investigating and then falls for, I believe, everyone on the island. Sounds incredible. I've heard fabulous things. I know Tara of Tara Talks Books said that she really enjoyed this. So when I was able to grab this for $1 at a library sale, I took that chance. So excited to have this in my collection. So thrilled to finally have my whole set completed. The Ghosted series by Sarah ready. I adore these so very much. I need to do a short about them at some point soon. We see these same characters over and over again in the series. Highly recommend. The first book, Ghosted, which has Daniel, he's a ghost, and Jillian, he's in her apartment and they have to figure out why he's there and what to do about it, especially after they begin to fall for one another. Book 2, Switched, Henry and Serena, 2 people that have a one-night stand only to discover that they're working together. She is on a mission to be independent and a professional, so she pushes him away. They're actually working on an experiment together. These are 2 scientists. And in a lightning strike, they are put in one another's bodies. What a ride. What a way to learn empathy and to walk in someone else's shoes. Book 3, Fated. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is going to be one of my favorite reads of 2024. We have a woman who falls in love with a man in her dreams. But is it real? The setting of this is just top notch. And then the one that just came out on October 1st, Anna. Anna is Max's housekeeper, and one day she makes a wish that he would love her, and they wake up the following day married. That's really all I can say. When I filmed my fantasy video the other day, I talked about the fact that I was getting Ironling in the mail. It actually arrived later that day. Here it is. Look how gorgeous. Let's all just have a moment to go crazy over Hakon, our half-orc, half-human hero, and Ashlyn, our heroine. I think it's so beautiful. And because I special ordered this from S.E. Wendell's website, is this not incredible? Whenever I can with my very favorite authors, I try to support them. I don't buy books full price very often, but when I do, there's always a reason. I love that she wrote to me, B, thank you for everything. Enjoy, Sarah. I've had her on my channel twice, and I'm hopeful to do it again. I love interviewing her. Here we've got Wolf, the Wolfhound. I love this sticker. I also ordered 2 prints, which are just gorgeous. I love the way different artists can imagine Ashlyn and Hakon together. What a beautiful couple, what a beautiful story. Can't wait for the next book in the series. Look at these two together. I mean, come on. Maybe. No problem. They do belong down here. Could I do it sideways? No. Okay, I have a whole shelf up here that I'm not even using. We're gonna move them, and we're gonna do that now. By the way, I tried to find the last book in the same vein of all the rest of these, and the cheapest I could find it was $86. So the hunt continues. I'm not paying $86. No, thank you. And this is great too because I can show off some of my beautiful artwork by S.E. Wendell. But how cute would this look? Okay, I can live with this for now, I think. Hello, Amazon. I love all the books that I've been getting from you, but my family's starting to ask questions, so I think we're gonna need to be a little more stealthy about delivery. How about messenger pigeon? Drone drop? Maybe leave it under a rock.
Come on, Amazon, be better.
Buy fewer books. That's not a solution. Hi, my name's Bea. Welcome to my channel, Mama Needs to Read Romance, and convince my family that there's no such thing as too many books. Hello everyone, I am beyond excited to share with you my contemporary book haul today. It's mostly used books, and even though they're all contemporary, I feel like I have a nice variety to share. And I'm doing it in front of my new fireplace. Why? Because I can. I thought we could get cozy today. Let's do it. The first one was a gift given to me by my husband, Sing Your Heart Out by Crystal Coswell. So we've been married for 15 years, and the 15-year anniversary gift is Crystal. And since I'm not fancy enough to need Crystal, he got me a book by a gal named Crystal instead. This is about a girl who walks the straight and narrow path and the bad boy rock star who decide to enter a friends with benefits arrangement with 3 rules. No secrets, no feelings, no falling in love, but of course neither of them abide by those rules. She's a virgin who walks in on one of his trysts and is very intrigued. It looks crazy, but fun at the same time. This is another one I bought back in the spring to support Tori Jean. I was really excited about this one, about a gal who has fertility issues, who have really plagued her entire life, robbed her of a full life. This is set in Paris, which is absolutely gorgeous. It feels like a third character in this book. This is a childhood or teenage enemies to maybe friends, hopefully, but to lovers. This guy is a super cinnamon roll. I adored him so much. This is also Crystal of Crystal's Bookish Life, one of her favorite books of all time. So I was very excited to finally get to read this on my Kindle. And then I bought this as my book trophy. Oh my. I nabbed this at a used bookstore the other day. I've read some of Olivia Dade, really really enjoyed her and the way that she celebrates curvy gals, all the feels, about a guy who's a falling star in the public trying to save his reputation and deal with his demons. She is a former ER therapist who goes to help him. As things go from bad to worse though for him, she winds up losing her job and they embark on a road trip to California together. I love this line. He intends to show her exactly what a falling star will do to catch the woman he loves. Anything at all. I have seen this book so many times. So many people have enjoyed it. You can even tell just from looking at the cover that it's based in Seattle and that it's a sapphic romance. This is Written in the Stars, the debut novel by Alexandra Bellafleur. I love the tagline up here. In her debut, with nods to Bridget Jones's Diary and Pride and Prejudice, Alexandria Bellafleur delivers a charming rom-com about a free-spirited astrologer who agrees to fake a relationship with an uptight actuary with results not even the stars could predict. I can't wait to try this out. And I got it for a couple bucks at a used bookstore. Here's one of the Berkeley books I requested, and I really, really wanted it last year, and Berkeley wouldn't give it to me. Many of you know my relationship with Berkeley. They're the only holdouts, and someday they're gonna give me an advanced reader's copy. I can feel it. But until that time, I'm gonna just buy their books, including Ruby Spencer's Whiskey Year. I've heard great things about this. I got it for a couple bucks at a used bookstore, so that worked out. The first sentence really sums everything up. When a 30-something American food writer moves to a Scottish village for 1 year to fulfill her dream of writing a cookbook, she finds more than inspiration. She meets a handsome Scotsman she can't resist in this charming debut romance. Say less. The summary of this book has given me goosebumps. I'm so excited to not only have purchased it for a couple bucks at a used bookstore, I'm looking forward to reading it. This is The Bride Test by Helen Huang, about a gentleman who is on the autism spectrum, which is of course near and dear to my heart because I have two boys on the autism spectrum. He's great when it comes to numbers and math, not so much with emotions and relationships. He's sworn them off, but his mother travels to Vietnam to get him a mail order bride, Esme Tran, who jumps at the chance to marry an American, but seducing her husband does not go as planned. Does he have what it takes to convince her that maybe he can fall for her before she goes back to Vietnam? I cannot wait to find out. I got the ARC for Hello Stranger last year. Of course, I have it on my Kindle, but I wanted to get the actual hardback. I was so excited to find this about a woman who is face blind. She can't see faces, and she's falling in love with two potential suitors. What's a girl to do, especially when she can't tell them apart because she can't see faces? I found this book, like many other Katherine Center books, to be full of heart, lines you just want to underline and remember forever. It teaches you about your own life and feelings and relationships. I loved it so much, and I'm so thankful that I own a hardback for a couple dollars from a used bookstore. This is one I was gifted from Forever Publishing. It didn't turn out to be exactly my cup of tea. If you enjoy car racing romance, dark backstories, a difficult nut to crack heroine, a playboy who's actually not a bad boy that he appears, and some edgy dialogue by a lot of supporting characters, you're gonna love this book. The steamy scenes were extremely steamy and also, though, well written. It was very intense, both on the track and off. I got another hardback because the paperback is hard to find. This is Haunt Your Heart Out by Amber Roberts. Many of you got a chance to check her out when she joined us for my Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun reading sprints with friends. We had her on the other day, had a great time chatting with her, and then she even stayed around to play a game. It was great. This is another book I was granted the ARC of and then just fell in love with it. We have a woman who's absolutely intent on sticking around her hometown no matter what the cost. She's not doing super well, but falls for this ridiculously charming, one of my favorite heroes of all time, gentleman named James, who's in town to film a documentary about ghosts. She goes to help him find said ghosts, film the documentary, and they fall in love in the process. It was fascinating and I enjoyed the ride. One of my favorite movies of all time, Austenland. I actually have this already in paperback, but the one that I own is sun damaged and it doesn't look nearly this nice, so I had to jump at the chance to get a brand new copy, and I'll be placing my other one, which is still good, in a little free library. Glad to grab this for $1 at a library sale. Speaking of Jane Austen, how about Sonali Dev, who's written a whole slew of Bollywood-style twists on Jane Austen's books, Pride, Prejudice, and Other Flavors, Recipe for Persuasion, and here we have Incense and Sensibility. I've been wanting to read twists on Jane Austen novels, so when I was able to grab this for a couple bucks at a library sale, I couldn't miss it. I've heard fabulous things about this author and the series in general, so I'm looking forward to diving in. I adore B.K. Borison. I got the chance to meet her at Apollycon, and I became an even bigger fan, and so I pre-ordered this past summer when it came out. Each of the books in this series follows one season, and this is the final book, comes in autumn. I got to buddy read this with Deborah, and we were swooning all over the place. We have a tattoo artist and a guy from the big city who has been carrying a torch for our gal Nova forever. Charlie gets the chance to help out around the farm for a brief period, and the two of them start becoming friends with benefits, but quickly it turns into more. I loved seeing both of these two characters that are so richly developed get a chance to perfect themselves and get over some of their hang-ups, both through their work on themselves and also in the relationship that they have with each other, which made them stronger. This was by far the spiciest book in the series, and as Deborah and I said, we were here for it. Have I had the pleasure of reading Lucy Score yet? No. But I've heard fabulous things from all of my friends. When I had the chance to grab this for $1 at a library sale, I said, yes, please. This is over 550 pages long. It's a big one, which I feel like Lucy Score is kind of known for. This is The Things We Never Got Over, about a woman who doesn't mean to sneak out of her wedding, but then winds up in a small town trying to help out her twin sister, who then leaves her stranded because it's her evil twin. Our heroine is now not getting her wedding. She's stuck in a small town with her 11-year-old niece trying to figure out what to do. We also have a gentleman named Knox who's happy on his own but feels the need to help out our heroine, and they begin to fall for one another. But as that happens, some danger comes a-knockin' as well. This looks fascinating. Speaking of authors I haven't read yet and don't understand how I haven't read them yet, I've also got two that I was able to get for a couple bucks each at a used bookstore by Megan Quinn. This is another gal that you guys are always talking to me about as a fabulous contemporary romance author. This looks so neat. It focuses on a family. The patriarch and the matriarch are about to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary. They've had a fabulous marriage, yet their lessons apparently didn't rub off on their 3 adult children, all of whom are having love troubles that are unique to themselves. Apparently though, as they all come together to celebrate the 50th wedding anniversary, the two parents are ready to intervene to help their children find love once and for all. Sounds really cute. This one is Royally in Trouble, where we have two people that are both royalty. They're trying to plan their wedding, and as they're planning, they're noticing that they're falling apart. It's not going well, except in the bedroom apparently. So this one promises to be probably pretty spicy, I would think. If you've read Megan Quinn, let us know in the comments. Is this a spicy author? I have a feeling she is. And I have a feeling that hopefully these two royal people will find a way to love. Maisie Eddings is another gal that I got a chance to meet at Apollycon this past spring. She's adorable. And so when I got a chance to buy more of her books, but for a song at a used bookstore, I took the chance. This looks super cute. It's called The Plus One, so you can imagine already what this is about. We have two people that are childhood enemies, but they decide to fake date so they can get through this long drawn out wedding, which neither of them wants to be at for their own reasons. It looks really cute. This is hilarious. A Brush with Love. I did not pay attention because I thought this was about artists. Like a paintbrush? No. This is about dental students. Of course, right? I mean, if you've read one book about dental students, you've read them all. Or have you? Let's talk about this. I just need to read you some of the last lines because I think it really gets the point across. As they get to know each other better, Harper feels, our heroine, that trading fillings for feelings may make her lose control, and she can't risk her carefully ordered life coming undone no matter how drool-worthy Dan is. He's fallen for her, but he has to play by her rules because she doesn't want anything to get in the way of her career. Blood, gore, and extra long roots? No problem. The idea of falling in love? Torture. Very inventive. I really enjoy Christina Lauren, so when I had a chance to buy this for a couple dollars at a used book sale, have I said that enough in this video? Sorry. I had to grab it. Yes, I did. This one is about a woman who really needs money, so when she is asked to prove that her diamond connection that she's made on this dating app is real and that they will pay her to prove it, she has to say yes, even though she cannot stand the person who she's been matched with. They have been found via DNA, which is how this app works, to be 98% compatible, but she cannot stand this man, who also happens to be the founder of the company. This looks like a fantastic premise, and I can't wait to see what Christina Lauren does with it. So again, liking Christina Lauren, when I saw these, again for a song, at a used bookstore, I thought, oh my gosh, I have to get these. We've got several novellas. Beautiful Boss, Beautiful Beginning, and Beautiful, I'll let you read that. I'm trying not to say words like this out loud in case you have little ears that are nearby. These are part of the Beautiful series. It also interrelates with the Wild Seasons series. There's a lot of books. In this one, which is book 1.5 of this series, we see two people who I guess were working together. They have a combative but steamy relationship. They need to work on it. So of course they take a plane to a French villa together. Sounds terrible. Count me in. This one's Beautiful Beginning, which is book 3.5 of the series, not the beginning at all, ironically. This apparently is the same couple from this book, but it's them trying to get married where all the things are going wrong in the wedding planning. This is book 4.5 of the same series, which follows book 4, Beautiful Secret. It's a new couple that we're now focusing on that have made their relationship work, but now she's got a lot of job offers coming in and she has a decision to make, love or career. Or maybe she doesn't have to choose. We'll find out. I'm getting the sense that this is a very steamy series. Who's read any of these? Let us know. How about a little hockey romance? I enjoyed The Nanny by Lana Ferguson, so I actually went ahead and pre-ordered this when Barnes & Noble was having a sale, and I got The Game Changer. It's about a hockey player and a baker who decide to shoot their shot. She has had a crush on him forever. He is best friends with her older brother, and they decide that it's going to be beneficial for her cable baking show and his hockey team if they fake a relationship. I love this last sentence, so this PR stunt will either be a total game changer or leave them both totally pucked. Did anyone see that coming? You know you did. I love Serena Bowen. So when I was able to grab this at a used bookstore for a couple bucks, I again scooped it up. This is The New Guy, book 1 of Hockey Guys, which is a series that sounds like I just went ahead and named it off the cuff. This is about a guy who's perpetually the new guy. He's always getting traded. So he's just trying to make it in his very last chance, but unfortunately takes up a romance with another gentleman in his building who is the other new guy in his team. He's the athletic trainer though, and a single dad. This relationship is super forbidden and apparently super steamy. You don't want to hear me say again that I was able to get some books at a used bookstore for a song, so I went ahead and bought them. So I'm not going to say that, even though it's true. I got 3 by Lauren Asher. Let's talk about them. I had never heard of this one before. This was published in 2020, I think before her big break. This is Throttle, part of the Dirty Air series. Cut to you guys all in the comments telling me that you knew all about this one. You've read them and they're just as popular as her other series. Or is it? Let me know. It looks really neat. I mean, just the pictures. You can tell that there's some racing in this one. The hero is a Formula One legend, apparently, named Noah. And Maya is our heroine whose brother is on the same team with Noah. Apparently, it's pretty forbidden, but pretty spicy. That's all I got from the summary. How about this one? The Fine Print, the first book of the Dreamland Billionaires series. Now here's one I've seen left, right, and sideways everywhere I go. This is about a billionaire who designs things like hotels and even theme parks, and the woman that he hires because of the way she complained about the best ride in the park. They're both off limits because he's her boss, but apparently her heart doesn't care. I also got another first in the series, the Lakefront Billionaires, book 1, Love Redesigned. I can't believe I got both of the first ones. We've got another billionaire and an interior designer that decide to work together so they can triple their profits selling an historic home. It sounds really interesting. These guys were also childhood rivals, but apparently sparks are beginning to fly as they work together. Let's talk about some sweet romances that I grabbed. None of these are from a used bookstore, by the way, or a library sale. Nope, no, they're not. We'll start with Brittany Larson, Britta and the Beach Boy. I actually grabbed this in support of my home state of North Carolina after the hurricanes. I loved how Brittany Larson and Savannah Scott teamed together and made all the proceeds of the sales of their books for about a week, I think, go entirely to hurricane relief in the state of North Carolina. Good for them. This looks so cute. We've got an Olympic surfer who needs American citizenship in order to compete in the Olympics. We also have a gal who needs a boatload of money to open up her dream coffee shop. So the two of them decide to band together and have a marriage of convenience in this tale. It looks like all kinds of fun and super sweet, so I'm really looking forward to it. I'll probably read it next summer. Some of you guys already know that I'm going to be having Savannah Scott on my channel next May, and I want to read through her entire backlist, and I just want to buy all her books too so I can just have them. She's my favorite sweet, clean author, and this is the prequel novella to her Getting Shipped series, which has 7 total novels, not including this novella. And then we have book 1, Friend Shipped, which I'm looking forward to. This is about people in a small town in Ohio who find love. It's always steamy without the actual spice. She's just amazing. The way that she does slow burn and the good hearts of everyone in her ensemble casts, I'm just so impressed. And I'm really looking forward to diving into the series. I really enjoyed this one. If you're a foodie, highly recommend. He's an Italian restaurant owner who also makes the best Italian food. Really made me hungry. It was delicious in every kind of way. And I'm going to be reading this one in the month of November as I get ready to read all of her backlist. I love the tagline here. Can you keep a secret? I'm in love with my best friend. Oh, that's all I want to know. And speaking of Savannah Scott and also fall and cozy, I've got a not so fictional fall, which I was so excited to finally read this past fall. Oh my gosh, I had so much fun with it. It's also on audio now, and it follows a book narrator and an author. Everyone thinks that he's a woman based on his name. He's French, which even makes it more delicious. But he comes to the United States. He's got to do a tour. Here we have another case of I need a marriage of convenience in order to maintain my visa so I can work on my career. And then she helps him out. And of course, sparks fly from there. This was so good. And I really enjoyed the book that follows this one, which is He's So Not My Valentine, which is her sister and his French best friend. Oh, I have read that one twice. I love it so much. And I was so excited to add this to my collection. Let's close up here with 3 books that are definitely going to give those cozy feels, which is of course what I'm going for in this video. Let's start with book 1 of the Dream Harbor series. Check out the gold foiling of the leaves on this cover. Yes, I did drink the Kool-Aid or the pumpkin spice latte. Yes, I've used this joke before in some of my shorts, but I don't care. I'm saying it again because it's true. This whole series is small town, cozy, and spicy. Say less, but let's learn about each book. This looks like a grumpy sunshine that's all kinds of fun. We've got this new gal who has been gifted with her aunt's pumpkin spice cafe. She moves in, tries to win everyone over, which she does, except for one farmer who lives nearby named Logan. I have a feeling he's gonna fall for her in the end. My gosh, I might be even more excited about this one. Check out the copper foiling of these leaves on the cover of the Cinnamon Bun bookstore, which is Dream Harbor book 2. We have a woman that owns a bookstore that's also known for its fabulous cinnamon rolls, which it sells. I think let's all just go and live there, right? Let's just go right now. Anyway, she finds some interesting clues in one of her books, so she decides to go around and complete this scavenger hunt all around this small town, trying to determine what the clues are trying to teach her. Well, we also have Noah, who's a local fisherman who's been secretly pining for our heroine for quite some time, and he jumps at the chance to help her find out what this is all about. Again, it looks so cute, and check out the gold foiling on the lights here. Oh, it's so adorable. The Christmas Tree Farm, which was just released on October 22nd. Not a moment too soon. We have a woman named Kira who has bought a Christmas tree farm for some reason. She doesn't even like Christmas. Winds up stranded there in a snowstorm with a gentleman who's just there on vacation. The two don't hit it off initially, but I have a feeling that maybe hearts will also be melted before the snow does. Looks fun! It's the Christmas season, which means there's so much to do. Wrapping gifts, buying gifts, sending Christmas cards, getting gifts for those teachers and office staff and the mailman and everyone I've ever met. Planning when we're getting together with anyone who's even distantly related to me or in my husband's family. Plus, we still have to decorate, and I can't find the Christmas books or all the kids' Christmas clothes. I know, let's do a book haul instead. That'll be fun. Hi, I'm Bea. Welcome to my channel, Mama Needs to Read Romance. And avoid adulting with my favorite thing, romance books. Hi guys, welcome to my long-awaited Christmas book haul. I've been working on this all year, gathering books at free little libraries, library sales, and used bookstores. And I can't wait to share them with you today. I think I even got a couple on Amazon, but most of these are used. I hope you're enjoying my new Christmas duvet cover, which I didn't really get to finish doing because my main man buddy here decided he needed a nap. so. He's so tired. His life is so hard. But anyway, let's get to the books. Let's start with some historical romances that have step backs. Let's start with Leviral. I never know how to say her name. Spencer with Forgiving. Look, we've got a calla lily on the cover here, some beautiful ribbon. Everything is embossed, and we have some beautiful magenta colored foiling. Not something we tend to think of when we think of Christmas, but check out the step back. If this doesn't bring the homey, cozy, wintry feels, I don't know what will. We've got snow outside. Look at the old-timey stove and the little kitty cat on the table next to a beautiful bowl filled with evergreen branches and apples. How cute. Well, we see two couples here toasting, one of whom is the focus of this book. We have a woman that's traveled into this western town to start a newspaper, but also to look for her sister, and the lawman who finds her to be a little too much, but he falls for her anyway. This looks so cute. Okay, talk about historical romance with some fantasy. We've got Victoria Alexander's Believe. First of all, oh my gosh, this cover. Are you kidding? This is beautiful. Beautiful. I love, I'm guessing holly. That's gotta be prickly though. That poor thing. She's got some beautiful snow falling over her hair. How lovely. We also see it on the back cover as well. I bought this for $2 at a used bookstore. I think it had been there forever, and I'm so thankful I picked this up. Check out this gold border as well before we open up to reveal this gorgeous 2-page kind of step back. Again, we've got the snow falling. They don't seem to be connecting at all. I mean, if the holly's on both of them, they might be having a little trouble. But seriously, look at the trees covered in snow in the background. Oh, and I love the red ribbon too. Are they in a sleigh? Here's the thing, that this plot does not scream Christmas, but it sure does scream interesting. We have a teacher who comes across a book about Camelot before actually magically going to that time and falling in love with none other than Sir Galahad, who is supposed to be Galahad the Chaste. He is not. And he shows her a thing or two. But what's going to happen now? Is she going to stay back in that time? Is he going to go with her to her time? What will happen? We have to read to find out. I've got 2 by Kathy Maxwell. Guess what? This, A Seduction at Christmas, is book 1 of Scandals and Seductions. How rare to see a Christmas book at the beginning of a series, but I'm loving it, and I love that I have the first one. I got this at a used bookstore for 50 cents, by the way. I'm loving this gorgeous gown. Oh my gosh. Could be a wedding dress. Look at all the detail here. Wow. And we're seeing a lot of leg. I love this Christmassy border as well. Look at the embossing, the gold and the red foiling before opening it to reveal a gorgeous 1-pager. You know, one other time when I was doing my summer of step backs, I thought that the flaw on my step back was just part of it. But then some of you noted that you had the same step back and it wasn't in your edition. So this looks like it could be poinsettia petals or something. I mean, it also looks like it could be a flaw. If you have this step back, please let me know. Do you also see these? I'm so curious. I love the way he's grasping her, the look on both their faces. This is a couple that's connecting, unlike the other one we just saw. I also love the snowy mountains and field or prairie in the background. I know many of you love the ward trope, and so you're going to be very happy about this one. She's pretending to be his ward because there's a killer on the loose, and the two of them need to put up this sham in order to hopefully evade this person. Looks like it's exciting, and we've got that forbidden love going on. Lots of fun. And guess what? This is Scandals and Seductions, book 4. You know what I need to do? I need to see if these are all Christmas books now. Okay, books 2 and 3 are not Christmas. Interesting. But let's look at book 4 of Scandals and Seductions, His Christmas Pleasure. I am going crazy over this gown. Look at the colors. We see ribbons and greenery in the background. What's this? He's putting a gorgeous necklace on her neck. Say it ain't so. We love it. We love it. And of course, it's red and green. Notice the red foiling on the border. So rare. So cool. And now we have another, oh, it's kind of 2-pager again. We've got more greenery and ribbon in the background. And whoa, I just noticed this. Hello. Loving this pose, loving the passion, loving how into and lost in each other one another is. How gorgeous. What's not to love? Yes, yes, yes. Let's find out what this is about. I almost don't care. Here's a marriage of convenience. It's pretty unusual. She's supposed to be married to a man twice her age with 13 children. Is this a horror story? It might be. I've only got 3 and I'm scared. Anywho, he agrees to marry her to protect her from this guy. He's a rogue, but he gets reformed. It even says it in the summary. And as they fall madly in love with one another, secrets are revealed and loyalty is tested. Sign me up. And let's just look at this some more. I just loved meeting Jana McGregor at Apollycon this past year, and I have 2 books of hers to share. This is one I got signed, and she even put the sticker on it. She's so cute. She signed this one, and I got this one for 50 cents at a used bookstore. So let's talk about both of these. So as you can see underneath Kisses by Candlelight, which look at this cover. Oh, I'm loving it so much. And they didn't do much with the red, which I kind of appreciate actually, because we've seen a lot of red so far. So seeing a lot of gold and silver and green and white with a little hint of red, just that touch. So perfect. So this is, as I mentioned, Kisses by Candlelight. It's not embossed at all, but I love what they did with the light here. How cute. It says Romantic Regency Shorts. This is 4 stories. They are all billed as delightful, short, and sexy Regency holiday romances. Yes, please. I need to add this to my TBR. She signed it, Dear B. Enjoy all the best, Jana McGregor. How cool. And look at the back too. It looks like an ornament. The 4 stories are Red Ribbons and Rogues, Never Enough Mistletoe Kisses, Kissing Bows and Pampered Pugs, Under the Marquis's Mistletoe, and the Duchess of Drury Lane. It looks like they added an extra one. Oh boy, I wanted to read the Duchess of Drury Lane when it came out. Awesome. Oh, this is a preview of the Duchess of Drury Lane. Well, still, that's good. I've heard great things about the Caversham heiresses, and this is book 4 of that series, The Good, the Bad, and the Duke. Look at, we've got a fur stole. Is it a stole? It's so elegant. And I love the draping of this beautiful burgundy colored dress. We've got some beautiful greenery in the background too, and the snow. Oh, it's giving all those holiday feels. I'm loving it. As a clinch cover goes, it's not half bad. Okay, I need to take you on this summary journey with me because I'm reading this and I'm a little confused. It says, a lady with a noble mission, a duke looking for redemption, a forbidden love that cannot be denied. Okay, that sounds good. Lady Daphne Hallworth is ready to celebrate the holidays with her family, but when they accidentally leave her home alone, Kevin, Daphne uses the time to work on her dream, opening a home for unwed mothers. How long did they leave her home alone? She's opening a home for, I mean, that's great that she's opening a home for unwed mothers, but how long does that take? But her quest isn't problem-free. She's in a battle to win the property for the home against her brother's best friend turn enemy, Paul Barstow, Duke of Southheart. How long did they leave her home alone? Now she's fighting for this place against someone else? And that's not all. Someone has stolen her personal diary, which holds secrets that could devastate her family. Daphne has always harbored private feelings for the man her family scorns, though perhaps striking a bargain with the handsome Duke will solve both their problems. How long are they leaving her home alone? Kevin never had time for all this. Paul, long considered good for nothing, aims to open a hospital to honor his brother and restore his reputation. So when a conflict over the land brings him straight to Daphne's life, they make a deal. He will help her find her diary if Daphne can change her family's opinion of him. But before he can win her family's affection, he has to win hers first. How long did they leave her home alone? Maybe love was the answer to their family feud all along. I just need to know how long they left her home alone. All right, let's fall in love with this cover. Oh my gosh. Grace Burrows's What a Lady Needs for Christmas. This art is exquisite. I'm trying to pull it back because I think it's not focusing well enough. It's amazing. And I love the tartan border. Not that there's a step back. They're faking us out. I'm trying to think of who this artist could be. If you know, leave it in the comments because I've definitely seen this type of work before. It's very dramatic. This, by the way, is McGregor's book 4. Our gal needs to get married by Christmas or it's going to be big trouble. So this marriage convenience with a Highlander who just wants aristocratic connections turns into so much more during the holidays. Wow, this one's pretty crazy. I love this cover. This one's giving me like Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. And I love this beautiful gold foiling embossed lettering on top. And I'm sorry about the glare. So this one, I don't even know where to start. This woman was ruined. She became pregnant by her fiance. And then she thought that she lost the baby, but it turns out that the baby was spirited away to the home of Cameron Sinclair, who lost his wife. Well, now that our heroine knows that her daughter is alive and well and 6 years old, she heads over there and finds her daughter super spoiled and kind of a menace. Kevin! Anyway, I'm guessing family is found and love is ignited. Looks interesting. Here comes another one that's like super intense, like trigger warnings abounding. Heather Graham's A Magical Christmas. It's 1862, and a Confederate soldier who is about to be unalived has decided that his last Christmas wish is to see his young wife. All of a sudden, we are then taken 100 years in the future to a family that ends up at the same house where this Civil War soldier was unalived. And the parents are going to divorce, but before they tell their kids, they're going to have one last family Christmas. Only something magical happens from the past. This sounds really epic, but also maybe like kind of an emotional minefield. So, wow. Oh man, I usually love Jane Feather stepbacks and the synopses to her books. She's another really epic author. This is 12th Night Secrets, which takes place in Christmas time of 1797. I love the tagline here. I think this says it all. A Christmas house party, a sexy lady spy, and an enigmatic earl spell holiday magic. Join New York Times bestselling author Jane Feather in this seductive story of spy and counter-spy dueling beneath the mistletoe. Yes. And I'm loving this cover. If only we had a step back. This one looks really interesting. Here we have Teresa Romaine, Season 4 Surrender. We've got a gift here. Otherwise, it's pretty understated, but this looks like it could be all kinds of edgy and fun. We have a man who's known for making wagers. He loves to bet. And so the wager before him right now is to take this notorious bookworm and have her come to his famously naughty Christmas house party, which lasts for 2 weeks. And he needs her to stay the entire time to win the bet. So apparently she's a little more surprising and daring than they thought. It sounds very, very intriguing. I was so excited to grab this at a used bookstore for $3, Pride and Prejudice and Mistletoe. And that's right, folks. It says soon to be an original movie this holiday season. How cool. In fact, I remember this one with our guy Brandon, whose name I can never remember the last name of, and the Queen of Christmas over on Hallmark Channel, Lacey Chabert. Love her so much. But this is the book. And this book is definitely, oh my gosh, this is cool. This book is definitely more edgy than the Hallmark movie version because in the book, they wind up in bed together, but they can't stand each other. It goes from there, and it's a take on Pride and Prejudice. So there you have it. So read the book or see the movie. Even though I talked about this in my contemporary romance shelf video, I just wanted to bring it up again because it's a Christmas book that I got this year. So I'm putting it in my haul. This is The Christmas Tree Farm, book 3 of the Dream Harbor series. Pumpkin Spice Cafe was kind of a miss for me, whereas the Cinnamon Bun Bookstore was definitely a hit. I can't wait to dive into the 3rd book of this series this holiday season, where we have a grinchy Christmas tree farm owner who gets snowed in with a man from out of town in this forced proximity, spicy small town romance. Let's do it. You may remember that I just loved Finding Gene Kelly by Tori Jean. So I wanted to support this author further, and I grabbed this from Amazon with some of my Amazon affiliate money, which was really nice. This is Love at Frost Sight by the fabulous Tori Jean. So this looks really intriguing. This is another kind of fantasy or paranormal type holiday story. It says all I need is a little holiday magic. We have 2 people that are in love with the wrong people, and an unusual bookstore owner gives these 2 high school students the chance to find the actual loves of their lives in a Christmassy rewrite where they're plucked from their own timeline, so to speak, and popped into another timeline. That sounds like a Marvel movie. It sounds really interesting. I want to read this. I was so thankful that my channel members were willing to help me out the other day when I went to Walmart and I really wanted to buy a book, and they helped me by doing a poll in the middle of the day. They're so wonderful. And they voted for this one, Window Shopping by Tessa Bailey, which says she is the Michelangelo of dirty talk. I have not really read this author yet, so I need to see what all the fuss is about. This is a woman who is down on her luck. I guess she needs a job, and she's looking at a window display in Manhattan when this gentleman comes upon her and says, "What do you think?" And she's like, "Well, it needs work." And he goes, "Well, why don't you work for me?" Because he owns the department store. This looks like a lot of fun, so I'm hoping to dive in this holiday season. I bought this because it was only a couple dollars on Amazon, and I really wanted to get more by Tara DeWitt, who I recently fell in love with as I read her renovated version of The Co-op. Oh my gosh, she's so good, and I think she's gonna become an auto-buy author for me. So this is Christmas Presents, which is actually 3 short stories featuring the 3 main couples from her books. Now, I've only read The Co-op so far, so I'm gonna focus on Deacon and Loren's story. But we see there's other names here. Those of you that have read Tara DeWitt will know the significance of these. Part 1 is set in Boise, Idaho on December 23rd, and then part 2 is set on Christmas Eve in Los Angeles, California, and part 3, which is the one I'm going to read because I already see Loren here, and it's set in Santa Cruz, California on Christmas Day. I love how she did this. This is so cool. How cool is this? Adriana Herrera, who I know so many people love. I got this at a little free library last year. I was so excited. I have not read her yet, and I've really wanted to. This is Mangoes and Mistletoe. This is a sapphic Christmas novella about 2 bakers who are from more tropical regions who head to Scotland for a baking competition and wind up teammates. They're grumpy sunshine, and one is determined to convince the other that they're going to be perfect teammates both in the competition and real life. So I was able to grab this at a used bookstore, A Festive Feud by Maren Moore. This is book 2 of the Strawberry Hollow series. So I've got the middle one. And it actually is a pretty new cover now. But this is about 2 people who are from families that hate one another. They also do big Christmas parties, and unfortunately, or fortunately, our hero and heroine wind up behind bars together where they try to plan this party that's going to bring everyone together, but they're still having trouble getting along. I bet this is full of intensity and hilarity. I got this from a used bookstore for $6, and I was really excited to get it. This is Nick and Noel's Christmas Playlist, which I actually think I have on Audible too, come to think of it. It's also book 1 of the Mistletoe romance. The 3rd book of the series, which may also be the final book, was out last year. It was an Audible original. So our man is back from overseas, and he is so happy to be with his girlfriend, but she cheated on him. So he goes to the Christmas tree farm where his best friend of forever is, and she cheers him up with her fabulous Christmas playlist before they kiss, and it feels so right. Let's just read it now. Gotta tell you about some sweet, clean, or closed door Christmassy romances right now. This looks really cute. Sarah Monzon wrote this. This is about a woman with social anxiety who is battling it out with this gentleman for a position that they both want at work. He's also busy trying to care for his niece and nephew who are now in his care. So they're office rivals just trying to make it through the holidays and get that promotion. Looks interesting. I also got this one at a little free library. This was back in January too, I think, when I got the Adriana Herrera one. People read them and then they just throw them in little free libraries. Note to self for you, if you live near a little free library, maybe check out some in January. This is A Very Messy Christmas by Deneen Miller. This looks so fun. It's set in Florida, and she owns a bed and breakfast and needs a Christmas chef to give everybody those holiday feels. Well, she's able to get him on loan from California. Though he doesn't really know anything about Christmassy food, she tries to show him while he actually teaches her the holidays can be fun. They start to fall for one another, but then California wants him back. Can she convince him to stay? Guess we'll have to read to find out. I just adored meeting Tiff Marcello at Apollycon this past April, and I got the holiday switch from her. She signed this for me, Dear B. This is a YA Christmas novel that follows 2 people who are forced to decorate at a local inn together and make nice. But one day they accidentally get their phones switched and many, many secrets are revealed. I can't imagine as a teenager what a nightmare that would be. If you've seen my channel before, you probably know I'm obsessed with Savannah Scott. Can't wait to have her on my channel in May of 2025. This is Rent Yourself an Elf, which is a cute little novella. Catch Yourself a Snowmance is the newest one that she's just released. This looks precious. We have a woman who's really given up on the holidays, but her friends buy an elf for her. He's like a handyman who's going to come around and help her out. And I have a feeling that the forced proximity and his cinnamon rollness is going to save the holidays for our gal. Last but not least, I've got some historical romance holiday anthologies to share with you that I got for 50 cents each at a library sale. Let's start with The Night Before Christmas. Very Norman Rockwell cover here. Is it cute or creepy that Santa's watching these 2? I can't decide. We've got Promises to Keep by Victoria Alexander. After a long trip to see a department store Kris Kringle, a lonely businesswoman is swept back to a long ago Christmas and given a second chance to share a passion that will prove to her it really is a wonderful life. Sandra Hill's Naughty or Nice. When a young beauty sets out to steal some Yuletide cheer, she expects to end up with a stocking full of coal. Instead, a run-in with Santa's most virile helper brings her the best gift of all, a heart full of love. Of course he's virile. Then we've got Dara Joy's Santa Reads Romance. During a snowstorm, a romance writer is surprised when a handsome stranger dressed as jolly old Saint Nick arrives at her isolated cabin and stirs up a blizzard of desire. Of course it's a blizzard of desire. And then last but not least, Nellie McFather with a gift for Santa. With a dash of Father Christmas's magic, a generous widow saves her town's holiday celebration and teaches the man she loves the true meaning of the season. These look super cute. A holiday of love. It says, when the weather outside is frightful, what better way to warm up than with 4 magnificent new tales of love and adventure from your favorite romance authors. Slip into a bubble bath or curl up in front of a roaring fire and let Jude Devereaux, Judith Bignot, Arnott Lamb, and Jill Barnett whisk you away to New York in the late 1800s, where a beautiful but clumsy angel turns a lonely man's life around, to medieval Scotland, where intrigues surrounding a Christmas mass imperil 2 Highland lovers, to Regency London, where a world-weary lord receives an outrageous proposal, and to modern-day Colorado, where a daring and clever 12-year-old plays matchmaker for her big-hearted, impractical mother, to a world where love always reigns supreme. All 3 of these feature Mary Balogh. This gal can write some Christmas romance. Here we have Mary Balogh, Julia Justice, and Nicola Cornick. Mary Balogh's is a handful of gold. Not only is Julian Dare dashing and wealthy, but he's an heir to an earldom. So what do you get? A man who has everything. Innocent and comely Verity Ewing plans on giving Julian her heart, the most precious gift of all. We've also got The 3 Gifts, which is a brand new tale by Julia Justice. Critically injured during the war, reluctant new Viscount Miles Hampton must find a wife to safeguard his family legacy. To ease the mind of a dying soldier, she secretly admires Edwina Denby, agrees to a marriage of convenience. As Edwina nurses the handsome Viscount to a full recovery, love proves to be the elixir that heals all wounds. And we have The Season for Suitors, an original romance from Nicola Cornick. After some close encounters with rakes in which she was nearly compromised into marriage, heiress Clara Davenport realizes that she needs some expert advice. And who better for the job than Sebastian Fleet, the most notorious rake in town? Inevitably, the tutelage doesn't go quite as planned, as both Sebastian and Clara find it difficult to remain objective when it comes to lessons of the heart. Here we've got another cute, old-timey type cover, a Regency Christmas. Make your Christmas merry with these delightful stories from some of the most wonderfully talented Regency authors. Mary Balogh tells of 3 orphans who bring together their estranged aunt and uncle for the holidays. Jo Beverly spins an intriguing yarn of a woman who is seeking a gift of vengeance, only to get a gift of love in return. Edith Layton shows us how love can reform a rake who sets out to save a needy girl from the likes of a rogue far more devilish than he. Laura Matthews offers a charming tale of a dashing Viscount who must create a Yuletide miracle by winning the heart of a proud and beautiful country girl. A widow gets a second chance at love with the help of her father's ghost. In Sandra Heath's touching story, this heartwarming treasury is filled with the joyous gifts of giving and the buoyant spirit of the season. And last but not least, a Regency Christmas Feast. It's another Norman Rockwell type cover. Love it so much. For your holiday pleasure, 5-star storytellers serve up their most delicious recipes for romance. Mary Balogh tells of a lost love found when a betrayed beauty and a jealous lord learn how hard it is to resist each other. Sandra Heath stirs up embers of a past passion between a dashing sea captain and a mysterious governess with heartwarming results. Edith Layton leads a divinely handsome, strangely bedeviled duke in his taste buds to a woman he does not suspect he hungers for. Barbara Metzger sets a beautiful young widow free to break all the rules and come out a winner at last in the marriage game. And Patricia Rice weaves a glowing tale about a woman who must decide whether to defy her ferocious father and take a second chance at love. Rich and heady with the spirit of the season, this Yuletide treasury satisfies your appetite for the very best. And I love how we've got some fruit on the back too. So cute. Well, those were my books. Buddy and I really enjoyed presenting them to you. What have you gotten this year that you're really excited to read this holiday season? Be sure to let us know in the comments. Or you can just leave me a Christmassy stack of books emoji. That's going to be probably 2 emojis. A Christmassy one and a stack of books. Or just do whatever you want. Whatever makes you happy this holiday season. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying whatever it is you're reading, whether it's part of your Christmas haul or not. Until next time, thanks so much. Take care. Bye.